Hello everyone, welcome to the cybersecurity course by Intellipaat. Did you know that nearly 18 million cyber attacks are being launched every day? Even the top companies like British Airways, Google, Uber, and Meta have all fallen victim to some of these attacks. Just in the last year alone, in 2023, cyber attacks costed the business world $8 trillion. Yes, when British Airways lost data of 380,000 customers last year, including the transaction details of the customers, their CVV, etc., the Information Commissioner's Office in the UK put a fine of 183 million euros on the company. Now, if I just convert this amount into rupees, it boils down to more than 1600 crores. I hope this helps you understand the high stakes. That's why every company, be it a large MNC or a small startup, invests heavily in cybersecurity. According to Google CMO Lisa, employees are facing a huge supply-demand mismatch when it comes to recruitment in cybersecurity, and they desperately need well-trained cybersecurity professionals right now. And according to Cybercrime magazine, there is a demand of 3.5 million cybersecurity experts. And do you want to become future-proof with cybersecurity? If that's the case, you have arrived at the right place. Through this free cybersecurity course, our top industry experts from around the globe will cover the fundamentals of cybersecurity from scratch. Since Intellipaat is already an authorized partner of EC Council, this course will help you in gaining a lot of fundamental understanding of cybersecurity. Let's take a look at what you will get through in this course. So we're going to start with what is cybersecurity and move over to Kali Linux installation. After that, we'll also cover what is security operations, components of security operations center, types of security operations center, and cybersecurity frameworks. Moving further, we'll also learn about introduction to logging with Splunk, incident response and assessment, security controls in cybersecurity, and approaches to data in cloud as well. And last but not least, we'll be sharing the shared responsibility model on cloud and end the session with cybersecurity interview questions. But before we begin, make sure you subscribe to Intellipaat YouTube channel and press that bell icon for latest updates from Intellipaat.
Cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a constantly evolving industry and it impacts all of us. The internet has made our lives invariably easier since its invention. But while it has made our lives easy and more manageable and opened up new incredible opportunities for humanity's future, there are those who want to exploit it for personal gain. As you guys know, using cloud technology is a necessity for our daily lives. And because of this, there is a massive spike in cybersecurity requirements. In simpler terms, cybersecurity is a process or method to protect systems, networks, and devices from any risk of cyber attacks. Now, why cybersecurity is important, you ask? Well, here are some examples of companies who had a data breach in security, and this shows why you must protect your data. There was a huge data breach of 50 million Facebook accounts in March 2018. It was done by a firm known as Cambridge Analytica, which harvested data for US election predictions. The data came to limelight and Facebook was levied a huge fine since they did not protect user details and due to their lack of transparency in the system. Imagine, such a big firm like Facebook is susceptible to such data breach. So cybersecurity is an important measure for every organization. Now let's talk about history of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity initially started as a research project when a guy named Bob Thomas designed a creeper to move between the terminals of ARPANET, and a guy named Ray Tomlinson replicated a similar program named Reaper to delete the same creeper. Historically, organizations and governments have taken a reactive point product approach to combating against cyber threats, producing something together with individual security technologies, one on top of another to save their networks and the valuable data within them. Not only this method is expensive and complex, but news of damaging cyber breaches continues to dominate headlines, rendering this new method ineffective. In fact, given the number of groups of people involved in data breaches, the topic of cybersecurity has risen to the top of priority list for boards of directors, which they sought in a less risky way. Instead, organizations can consider a natively integrated, automated next generation security platform that is especially designed to provide consistent prevention based protection on the endpoint, in the data center, and on the network and in private clouds. By focusing on prevention, organizations can prevent cyber threats from impacting the network in the first place and less overall cybersecurity risk measure to a manageable degree. The threats countered by cybersecurity are threefolded. Cybercrime. It includes single actors or groups targeting systems for financial gain or to cause disruption. Cyber attack often involves politically motivated information gathering. Cyber terrorism. It is intended to undermine electronic systems to cause panic or fear. So, how do malicious actors gain control of computer systems? Here are some common methods used to threaten cybersecurity. There are a lot of methods. Methods like malware, like viruses, worms, trojans, ransomware, and many more. They use skills like SQL injection, phishing, man in the middle attack, denial of service attack, and even social engineering. Now, cyber attacks will cause more damage financially and reputational even to the most resistant organizations. The organization which suffers cyber attack has to face the losing asset, business reputation, and potentially the organization have to face regulatory fines and taking legal action and cost of remediations. Cybersecurity is one of the highest demanding job roles. There is nothing wrong to say that with the increasing challenges in the cybersecurity domain, the overall number of professionals needed have fallen short. Due to this reason, experts in this field have seen significant growth in their salary since recent years. On an average basis, an expert earns around $42,000 to $78,000 after getting the required skills. In Indian rupees, you can earn from 10 lakh rupees to 25 lakh rupees.
Okay, so you just have to type in, let's say, VMware workstation download, and you will be getting this first link. Let me paste in the link in the chat box. You can directly navigate to this link, download it by just clicking on this download now option for Windows Workstation 17 Pro for Windows. You will be able to see this download option. Click on it and your download will start. And the second thing that we have to download is, we'll go to this kali.org, which is the official site for Kali. Then click on download, and then we have this virtual machine. Click on it, and then we'll download this one. You just need to simply click on this. I am again giving you this link. Please navigate to this and please download this recommended one that is saying VMware 64. So once both the files are downloaded, please just let me know in the chat so that we can proceed with this further steps. Let me download as well so I can show it to you afterwards. So I hope this is clear, right? What you have to do. Is this clear? What about others? Whatever steps I have mentioned, or whatever the files I have mentioned, you will be able to download it, right? Okay, I hope you are downloading it. Okay, so let me show you the next steps, what you have to do. I hope everyone's download has been completed. Once you have downloaded, you just have to navigate to your downloads folder. First, you need to install this VMware workstation. Double click to install. And once you will be installed, it will ask for the license key. So you can use this license key, which I have pasted in the chat box. Okay, so with this, you will be able to open your Workstation 17 Pro. Okay, see the download has the installation process has started. Till then, let's extract the folder that we downloaded. See, this is the file that we have downloaded from kali.org. We need to extract it. So we'll extract this and let's extract it here only. You can always change your destination by clicking on this browse, and you can select your location wherever you need to keep that files. Okay, and at the same time, we have already started our workstation installation. Click on next. Okay, so might be some. Okay, now click on next. Click on this I accept the terms in the license agreement. Then click on next again. If you want to check this option, it is fine. Otherwise, no need to check it. It is not a compulsion that you need to check this option. You can click on it if you want and then click on next. And if you want to change the destination that where this file is being installed, again, you can click on this change and you can navigate to any other drive, let's say D or E, whatever drive you are having, and you can install that. Then click on next once if you have changed the destination if you want. And you can either uncheck this or keep it checked. It is fine both ways. Let me uncheck this and then click on next. And now it is asking whether you want to create a shortcut on the desktop. Yes. And start many programs folder. If you want to keep it, you can keep it. Otherwise, you can just remove it. But then it will not show you when you are going to try to search in this start menu. Okay. So you have to make sure you check this option so that you are able to search this VMware workstation via this Windows option. Then click on next and you will be getting installed. I am getting upgrade because I already have this installed. Okay, so you will be getting installed. Click on install, and once it is installed and you open it, it will ask you for a license key, which I have already given in the chat box. Okay, so use that license key and just let me know once this has completed installation, and then we'll move forward. Okay, Shagun. Shagun, it is clear. Just once you install this, just let me know. So we'll proceed further. The download. You are not able to download VMware Workstation or the Kali Linux, the VM. Okay, you are not able to download VMware Workstation. Let me show you again what you have to do. You just have to navigate to this site, which I'm giving you the link in the chat box. Click on it, and this page will load. And you just have to simply click on this download now option. Once you click on it, it will automatically start the download. And if you are getting some kind of any error, so try to switch to a different network and then try to download it again. I hope that will fix your issue. Okay, no problem. What I'll do, I'll show you the steps. Okay, and once I'll also try to share you the PDF. Okay, and you can try to refer to this recording once your downloads are completed. I hope it is fine. Okay, so what we need to do next is nothing. The folder that you extracted should be something like this. It will be visible to you. Now what you have to do, you will be seeing a file like this. Kali Linux 2023.4 VMware AMD 64.vmx. Okay. So if this .vmx is not visible to you all, what you have to do, go to this view option, then click on this show and check this option named file name extension. So it will now enable you to see these file name extension such as .vmx or .pdf, whatever it is, it will be visible. Now you need to double click on it and it will take you to VMware workstation, something like this. Okay, and it will automatically load your Kali Linux. As you can see, you just have to now click on this power all virtual machine. And this is how it is going to look like. Double click to enter the screen. And if you want your mouse cursor back to your main window, you need to press Ctrl and Alt together so that this cursor that was not visible, or as you can see, it is not visible right now, will be visible back to you once you press Ctrl and Alt together. So let it load and then we'll see. Okay. So we got this screen where it is asking for your username and password. The username is Kali. The password is also the same. Kali, all in small letters or lowercase letters. Then you simply need to press enter. And this is your home screen for Kali. You can open your terminal from here, or if you want, you can open your Firefox browser. Now, whatever you need to do, you can perform all the operations. Let's say I need to mention the files. So you can see I typed in ls and I am getting each and every option. I have this browser. I can search anything I want, right? So you just need to click on this. Let me show you again. Once you have extracted this folder, you just need to click on this file that is .vmx, not vmdk, only .vmx. It will automatically open your uh, this VMware workstation and you just need to power on this machine. Okay, you see we have this Kali Linux. We click on this power on virtual machine, it will turn on my machine. And if you want to give it some extra RAM or something else, you can click on this edit virtual machine settings. It will open a window where you can extend your RAM if you want. Let's suppose if you are having a 16 GB of RAM, you can give 8 GB of RAM. That will be, I think, recommended one. I can increase it to 4 GB. And then if I want to increase or decrease the processor count or number of cores that I want to give to this machine, I can do this from here, but I'll leave it as default and then simply click OK. Now you can see the memory is 4 GB, processor is 4 and hard disk is 80 GB. Simply click on this power on virtual machine again and it will again load your virtual machine for you. So I hope the steps are clear. Shagun, Crystal. Okay. So if the steps are clear, then we can just wrap up the session. This first lecture was only for your installation of this Kali Linux machine. So if you are facing any kind of issue while installing this machine, you can just let me know. Other than that you are not able to download, I think that is because of your network problem that you are not able to download. Anything else, you can just ask me now. Otherwise, we'll just wrap up the session. Yes. You can always drop a mail to support@intellipaat.com that okay, you need a session for something like, let's say, installation of this VMware, and we'll be glad to help you out. It was still showing me this license was okay, might be the version difference because the license key that I have given is for version 17. Okay, I hope that is not the case. But if it is, then the version might be different. That is why you are not able to install that license key. Okay. Anything else you want to need? Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you for joining. I'm wrapping up the session now. And again, if you need any kind of assistance from our side, you can always generate a ticket, or you can just mail to support@intellipaat.com and mention your assistance needed, and then we'll be glad to help you out. So with this, I'll wrap up the session. Thank you very much for joining, and have a great day ahead.
The first thing I want you guys to focus on is to understand why Security Operations Center has become a dire necessity in today's time. Okay, why everybody is after Security Operations Center, why SOC is considered the talk of the town, and why has it become a very uh, epic, uh, disproportionate provider of jobs in uh, cybersecurity in general. So in this session, what we'll be focusing on is going to be the need for security in modern times. And we will also cover what is a security operations center. And I'm pretty sure that's probably going to be the material that we'd be able to cover in this session. And later on, we can also look at the components of SOC, and we will then move on to the SIEM. So this is what we're going to be covering in the preliminary sessions of SOC with this training. I will move ahead to the next slide. Okay. So why is SOC becoming the talk of town, or why is security operations needed in today's world? So as you might have seen in the last 10 years, there have been certain changes in how industries represent themselves and how the data is being used in the industries, and how there has been a tremendous growth in the connectivity of individuals to the internet. All right. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the digital footprint. So what do I mean when I say digital footprint? Digital footprint refers to the amount of data that an individual has, which is available online. So when I say my digital footprint, if I talk about my digital footprint, you could think about my individual profiles on Facebook. You can think about my individual profiles on other networking sites like Instagram. I have a presence on WhatsApp. I also have a presence on LinkedIn. So all of that details regarding me is my digital footprint. Now, this is not only limited to individuals. I want you guys to look at a broader picture, and you could think about organizations and the kind of data that they have present digitally. Now, if we only talk about countries, so countries like India, for example, you would see in the last 7-8 years, a lot of digitization has come into picture. Now you see that all the payments are done in a digital fashion where you just scan a QR code and you are able to do the payments. You see that Aadhaar linking also is now a part of a lot of businesses where you just give your Aadhaar number and they are able to detect your identity. So in a lot of ways, a lot of data is present in a digital environment. This is being stored in the data centers. And what this has done is it has created an ease of use for individuals as well as organizations. And that has increased manyfold. Now, when the data is online, when the data is present digitally, this also means that there would also be certain elements that would be interested in the data. Since every industry, since every field of life has some negative elements, there are negative elements on on the World Wide Web or the internet also, and we also have to deal with them. So as much as you can say that digital footprint or the rise of businesses or the kind of information that is available online has helped a lot of individuals and companies, it has also attracted a lot of negative influence or a lot of negative individuals to try and make use of that information for their own benefit in a negative sense. So you could think about cyber criminals, you could think about cyber criminal groups, you could think about state actors also. So all of those things, as we know it, are happening. And to prevent those, there is a requirement for security operations. Okay. Now, the next thing over here on the slide is the rise of internet businesses. So individual data as well as business data has also resulted in a lot of transactions happening digitally. So now you see, you could just sit at home and you could order something on Swiggy and you would get it delivered in 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. Now, that kind of sophistication of transaction digitally means that you do not need to enter your credit card information or any kind of information like that every time you make that transaction. So all of that data again is getting transferred on the network. All of data is again getting stored somewhere, and all of this information needs protection. So there has been a tremendous growth in storage and transferring of sensitive information. And there also has been a growth in incidents where people have tried to siphon off this information or use this information in a negative influence. Okay. All right. Now, along with all this, there has also been a lot of talk about state sponsor cyber vigilantism. Now, when I say state sponsored, I'm talking about cyber terrorism. So a good example for this would be the current situation with Russia and Ukraine. So now, in certain cases, when two countries go at war, there is, of course, the conventional war that happens between these countries, but there is also a group of cyber criminals or a group of cyber terrorists that start attacking each other as soon as a warlike situation breaks out. Now, these people are sponsored and protected by the governments themselves. Now, if I was to take a local example, I don't know how many of you are aware with the term industrial IoTs, but let me take a moment to explain what that industry does. Okay, so industrial IoTs are huge devices that are required for power generation. You could also think of these devices being associated with metro lines. You could also think about these devices responsible for manufacturing. So these devices are IoT devices, Internet of Things, which are probably using PLCs, but they're also connected to the internet for certain services and data. Okay. Now these become a huge asset for any industry or any country, because let's say if you were to have an industrial IoT organization which generates power, and if you were to hit some of that infrastructure and stop that generation of power, that would result in drastic circumstances for the company. So all of these things have also contributed to requirement in security, and it's actually just a no-brainer that even countries as well as organizations are investing a lot of money into security operations and cybersecurity to get protected, because the number of incidents are ever increasing. And I'll show you the trends in a little bit. And once you look at those trends, you would realize that the incidents have always been on rise since the last 2015s, 2012s as such. Okay. All right, so let's move on to the next slide. So these are infographics just to give you an idea of why we really need SOC in today's time. So the first slide on the top left talks about the data breaches by sector. So you would probably think that, technology enabled industries are going to be very few and far in between. But in today's time, you would see that each and every sector has a use for technology or the internet in some manner. So you could see that the numbers or data breaches is actually really high for health industries. You also have the public sector being attacked there. Technology is also a piece of the pie, but that's just 14% of technology companies that have been hit with the data breach. Education sector has also taken a hit. Professional services, as well as retail, charity, and financial services. So if you have a presence on the internet, if you have a presence of your company on the internet, then of course it becomes vulnerable to all kinds of breaches and attacks. And as it is fairly evident, if you would think that since you do not provide any digital service and you're just using internet as a medium for your business, that does not mean that you're protected. That's very evident from the sector slide that we've got on the top left. Okay. Now, after that, if you take a look just below the top left, you've got the breaches by origin. Now, these are countries from where the connections outside have been seen as well as inside have been seen. So what this means is that these countries are sending out malicious signals also, and they are also responsible for intaking a lot of malicious signals also. So as you can see, Russia tops the list because a lot of people or a lot of countries are on that opinion that Russian hacktivists and attack forces have been extremely active because of Ukrainian connection. So one of the reasons you see Russia on top of that list is because this period is from January to March 2022. And in that period, you could see that there's a lot of connections, uh, malicious in nature, originating from that country. Okay. You see there's a lot of connections originating from US also. You see Poland there, you see France, and of course, on the fifth pedestal, you see India as well there on the list. So we are not too far flung when it comes to cybersecurity data breaches as well as malicious activities. Okay. All right. Now, if I was to move to the right-hand side, you would see the number of losses that have been incurred in dollar because of these incidents. Now, this is one of the biggest reasons why there's a lot of requirement for cybersecurity. And I know companies, they don't feel hurt until their businesses are hit. They sometimes, or maybe you must have seen a lot of times, uh, uh, they try and sideline cybersecurity. But if you look at that number, and if you look at the losses in dollars that the companies had to go through because of these breaches, because of these attacks, or because of the unavailability of their services, you would realize why now these companies are forced to invest money into cybersecurity. And by the way, this is really good news for us because also it's a good opportunity for me to congratulate everyone that you've chosen security operations here, because from my estimations, I think this stream of business is going to grow pretty fast internationally as well as locally also in the coming days. So congratulations to you guys choosing the right option out there. And as it's fairly evident, you could see that the graphs there are based on yearly loss of value. So you see that value is ever increasing, and it's not decreased from the time that this graph was created in 2017, right? So again, we are expecting that it's going to surpass the value of about 7 billion in the coming year also. All right, now the last infographic here is just to make you aware of what are the most popular vectors of attack for hackers. Now, when I say vectors, that word, it means a medium of attack, okay? So if I had to give you an example to explain that word better, I could say that a mosquito is a vector of malaria. right? So over here, you could see these vectors mentioned on the x-axis. So you could see that there's a lot of email compromise that have happened in the past quarters for 2021, 22. And you see there's also been a growing threat of ransomwares. Uh, there's also unauthorized access that has been the most popular threat incident in the previous quarters. And of course, there's also been cases of web compromise. All right. Now, just to explain this further, these vectors, when I say email compromise, you need to think about attacks that originate with phishing. Okay. So, what is phishing? I would pose as a legitimate entity and send you an email in order to try and scam you. So that's a basic example of a phishing attack. All right. Next, we have ransomware on the list. Now, this is a piece of code uh, that once downloaded to your systems would encrypt your data. And what it does is it uses encryption, it creates a decryption key, and it sends that decryption key to the attackers. And then it asks you for money to decrypt all your data. Now, the decryption key has already been sent to the attackers. So now you need to contact the attackers, make a payment in Bitcoins to receive your decryption key, and then maybe, just maybe, you would be able to decrypt your data. All right. And next, we talk about unauthorized access. Now, unauthorized access can be through a lot of other vectors. One of those vectors is keyloggers. So when I talk about keyloggers, it's basically a piece of program that sits on your computers and it logs the keystrokes that you make on your keyboard. So that's one of the vectors through which unauthorized access can be gained. Hackers also use something called as a RAT or a RAT, remote access tool. So that also can be used to infect your systems. And then what that tool will do is it will, without your knowledge, of course, open up a backdoor channel and it will start receiving commands from an attacker which is sitting in a remote location. Okay, so that's examples of unauthorized access. The final most popular threat incident or threat vector is web compromise. Now, in certain cases, you might have heard about SQL injection attacks. You might have heard about SSRF, server-side request forgery. If you have not heard about these terms, I would recommend that you go ahead and just read about them because there's a lot of material available on the internet about these attacks. I'll not go into the detail of these attacks, but anything that originates from the web is considered a web compromise. Okay. So now we're talking about server-side data theft, server-side credential theft, and things like that. So we've also seen those vectors in the previous quarters, but there have been less of those as compared to other vectors. So the biggest ones, as you can see on the graph, has been the ransomware attacks, and this has been an email compromise. Okay. All right, moving forward. Let me go ahead and go to the next slide. Now, data breaches, cyber incidents, all of these things, what do they mean for organizations and why organizations are in dire need of cybersecurity? Why they want to establish a SOC? Why do they want to have analysts analyzing all the data coming in and out of their network? Why do you really want to have an SIM? Why do you invest so much money in that? Now, whenever a certain cybersecurity incident happens, due to certain compliance restrictions, it is required for the organizations to accept and disclose the information related to these cyber incidents. Okay. Now that's a part of a compliance. I'll talk about compliances later on, since this is just an introductory session. You just need to know that piece of information. It's just due to compliance. Okay. Now, there's a lot of things that the organizations have to deal with once they disclose this information. So there's a loss of business reputation. There is regulatory fines. There's falling of share prices because, of course, you might have seen this uh, where I think it was Uber that was hacked. And as soon as the Uber hack got disclosed, the shares, of course, for Uber fell. And if you would have seen, a lot of posts were made about Uber in a way where they said that even a lot of data uh, of sensitive nature was disclosed to the attacker. Okay. There also can be a disclosure of trade secrets. As I said, there can be a compromise of customers' data. There is a loss of customer trust, of course, once you know that a brand has already been attacked. And if your data is not safe there, you would probably rather want to go to someplace else where you feel that your data is much more safer. Okay. So this is the reason why there has been a lot of investment, a lot of growth in Security Operations Center, because there are multitude of consequences if a data breach is detected for any kind of an organization. Okay. Over here, we have listed some points, and you might have seen cases of these consequences in a lot of breaches that have happened in previous years. There was a breach with a bank called Capital One. Uh, and Capital One, by the way, were renowned for the security at that time. And there was a contractor who actually conceded the hack. And what he did was he just synced all the uh, confidential S3 buckets to a bucket outside. And Capital One was not able to detect because he used a maintenance account that was created on AWS to do this activity. And once those S3 buckets were synced, all the data from the confidential buckets on the bank side went to an external S3 bucket, and then this data was later dumped on the dark web, and it was available for sale there. So that's how certain individuals, hacking groups work. What they do is they're looking for a data breach, they're looking for a cybersecurity incident. What this means in turn for the organization or the business is that they have to suffer a multitude of consequences. Hence, of course, the requirement for Security Operations Center. All right. A very easy illustration of what the SOC comprises of. What I have done is I have divided the components into people, process, and technology elements. Okay. So what does the SOC really comprise of? All of this can be covered in these three bubbles that you see in front of you. Okay. Now, when I talk about people, you have to think about the people who are going to run the SOC, who are going to be a part of operations on a daily basis, and the people who are going to own and be responsible for everything that the Security Operations Center does as a department. Okay. So you see in the people section, you have security engineers. Security engineers are people who are responsible for creating an infrastructure on technology for you to work on. So installation of SIEM tools, installation of other tools responsible for SOC, installation and integration, deployment, as well as maintenance of these tools and resources is going to be a duty of security engineers. Next in the line comes analysts. So analysts are people who are going to work on those tools. And what they will be doing is they will be looking at the data, the real time, as well as historic data, which is in the form of logs that gets ingested into the SIM tool. And they will be performing analysis and detecting whether there is a certain kind of a threat or an attack, which the organization might be able to tell by looking at the logs. Okay. Next comes researchers. So the primary job of researchers is to take a look at different kind of threat intelligence and figure out ways to integrate that threat intelligence into the SIM tool so that the analysts are kept up to date with the latest trends as well as the threats that are out there. when we talk about security. Okay, so that's the research work that goes forward in certain cases. And locally in India, I have seen that most of the times these three roles get clubbed into one role. So when you go out in the industry looking for a job, they might have specific requirements, but they might just tell you that we're going to hire an analyst who would be able to integrate threat intelligence as well as be able to implement and deploy an SIM tool, right? So all those roles come with just one name, at least locally. I found that to be true. Okay. Now comes the management people. So of course, management people are always required. Their job is to make sure that the operations are running smoothly. People are coming in 24/7 shifts. They arrange for the rosters. They look forward for the attendance of everyone. Basically, just man management for the people who are otherwise running the show on the security operations front. Okay. Next comes the IR team. The IR team has certain people with specific specialization over here. So when I say specialization, there are certain times where the analysts detect or where analysts or a SOC has to deal with cases where there's also a certain element of legal perspective involved. So let's say if I was to work in an organization and I lost my laptop, and that laptop has some confidential information regarding the organization, and it gets stolen, or I just lose it somewhere. Now, this also involves a legal complication to this whole problem where I might have to go to a police station and file an FIR, and then all of that information again contributes to the research or the analysis that the analyst has to do on that device. So in certain cases, we have different teams who specialize in how to handle such matters, where in certain cases there might be a requirement of a legal team. In certain cases, there might be a requirement for a forensics team. In certain cases, there might be a requirement of an escalation team that escalates certain incidents to, let's say, different entities like CSIRT or somebody on an international forum. Okay. The next people element that works with SOC is the forensics team. So the forensics team, the main responsibility of forensics team is to look at historical evidence and preserve them. Now, this preserved evidence is also known as artifacts in Splunk. And this acts as evidence when we perform incident response and remediation. We will talk about this later also in detail. So as of now, I think this definition should suffice for everyone. Okay. The next people element is going to be the compliance team. Now, compliances are a set of rules that are internationally or locally identified by a certain governing body. Okay. So if I had to give you examples of compliances, I could say you might have heard about PCI DSS. So that's a compliance set by an international body. And this is set for anybody who's dealing with online payments. So if you see any business or an organization performing online business, they must have the necessary controls to satisfy the PCI DSS compliance. Similarly, in the US, if you are from the healthcare industry, there's a certain compliance called HIPAA that all healthcare industries have to follow because they also deal with very sensitive information like patient records and patient history. So all of that comes down as certain compliances that have been set by industry standards, just to make sure that everybody across the globe, across the forum is following certain rules, and they make it mandatory. Now, any breach in this compliance results in hefty fines, as well as it might also result in the cancellation of your compliance certificate also. So in India, you could think of compliances like ISO 27001, ISMS. So that's one. You also have other compliances now. PCI DSS, HIPAA is one of them. You also have SOX CONELI. So this is just based on the the vertical of business that you're on, they'll have a different set of compliances for you. Okay. Next, we're talking about process. Now, the people of SOC have to follow a certain standard procedure in order to be able to do their jobs, so that there is a standardized approach in doing incident response or any kind of an analysis that everybody across the forum is doing. So when we talk about process, we start off with training. So every one of these people who are working for SOC, they have to go through a certain amount of training. They have to get a certain certification, and they also have to have a standardized set of processes that they need to follow, and that needs to be told to them so that everybody is on the same plane. Okay, so that's the part which we refer as process training. Okay, then comes the triage part of the process. Now, when I talk about triage, the word means looking at an incident in detail. So when I say that an analyst is performing triage, that means that he is just looking at certain incidents and he's trying to figure out or increase the confidence of. Let me give you an example to make a better understanding for this one. So when I say an analyst is performing a triage, that means that he's trying to increase the confidence of the finding in an incident. Okay. So what that means is, let's say I have, for example, detected a malicious anomaly through the logs in a network, okay, or in an organization. And let's say this behavior is one of my internal machines trying to communicate to an external IP, which looks a little bit shady. Okay. So as an analyst, the first thing that I would do is I would take a look at.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, and much more from the IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. Repeat. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of cybersecurity. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is phishing in cybersecurity? Your options are A, a type of phishing technique. Option B, a method of stealing personal information through respective emails. Option C, using a net to catch online threats. And lastly, option D, encrypting data for security purposes. You can comment your answers in comment section. Now let's continue with our session.
This machine, and I'll take a look at the IP address. I'll go ahead and I'll check if this IP address is a valid IP address or not. What's the reputation of this IP address? So I can go to any threat intelligence feed, an external threat intelligence feed, and I can check the reputation of that IP address. And when I check that reputation, I get to know that this is a bad reputation IP and it has a score of 8.1. So 8.1 means this is a bad reputation IP. Okay. Now that's one thing I know about this detail, but I cannot still term this as an incident. So what I do next, I take a look at the history of this machine. Now this machine belongs to an individual. Okay. And this individual just logs in every day at the same time, and he logs out at the same time. Now, the connections from this IP address are not at the time when the individual is active. These connections are happening at a different time. Let's say the individual is active from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., but the connections outside to this IP happens between 2 a.m. to 4 p.m. So 2 a.m. to 4 p.m. is definitely not a time where I am expecting this individual to be active. So that means that I have increased the confidence in the incident that this might be a true positive incident. Okay. So I would again add layers of information to this, and I will try and make sure that the confidence of this incident being a true positive increases. The activity or the amount of time that I put in ensuring that the confidence is at a level where I can truly say that this is a true positive is nothing but incident triage. Okay. Analysis again is the analysis of the data that you're going to find when you're doing the incident analysis. Uh, Triage and analysis, of course, are going to be one after the other. In the analysis, you will also find other pointers where you can figure out how you could increase the confidence of the incidents that have been detected. And after that, you would go to incident response. So once with the triage and analysis, you are able to figure out that, yes, this is truly a true positive incident. This is something really bad which is happening on the environment. What you do is you respond to the incident. Now, this incident response can be as simple as sending out an email to the individual saying that, hey, you know, there is a certain connection which is happening from your device to an external device. The amount of data that has been transferred in the previous uh, instances where you see the connections to this IP address. Okay. Next things we talk about is the regulations. So when I say regulations, regulations just mean rules when we talk about processes. So rules like confidentiality of data. Since you are working in a SOC environment, there are certain regulations that you must follow. A lot of individuals are not allowed to carry any kind of a pen drive into certain environments. Even the SOC rooms are protected by biometric access, and the screens for SOC room also. Let's say it's a glass cubicle. That glass cubicles also would be protected so that none of the people from outside would view what's going on inside. So all of these regulations also are a part of process. Okay. Threat intel is a new addition that has happened to process where it has become mandatory for everyone to integrate data from threat intelligence feeds. So if I was to give you an example of external threat intelligence feeds, I could say that there's a lot of big organizations like Cisco. Cisco got Talos. Then you've also got a very good one in VirusTotal. All of these organizations or entities, they keep track of threat intelligence, bad actors, and they are readily shared among organizations so that you can also be aware of who really is a bad actor. So these also contain things like IOCs. Uh, these also contain bad actors as IP addresses. These also contain bad actors as domains. These also contain bad actors as certain websites. Okay. All right. Now moving forward to technologies. These are nothing but the technologies that are put in place when we are trying to protect the environment. Technologies will include firewalls. Firewalls, I think, is a very basic concept, and all of you would probably know what a firewall is. How firewall works generally is through an ACL. And what you do is you just put a rule where you say that this person from an external IP would be allowed to connect to this device, and a certain amount of individuals would not be allowed to connect. So that's just giving you a small example of how an ACL would work. Okay. Now we also have in firewall something known as WAFs, or web application filter. Now these are special firewalls which are the primary job of these firewalls is to protect your resources or web applications. This only works on the application layer of the OSI model. Okay. So WAFs, again, become a technology, as well as your firewalls, traditional firewalls, also become a technology. Now, from a SOC perspective, the technologies that I'm talking about also act as a data source for your SIEM. That's one important point I would like to mention here. So all the things you see in this technology slide or the technology bubble also becomes a source of data logs to your SIM tool when you're doing the analysis. Okay. Technology also contains endpoints as well as endpoint detection and response tools. If I had to give you an example, I could say that Windows Defender is an example. Kaspersky is an EDR. You have Carbon Black, Sentinel-1. All of these are EDR tools. So EDR tools are basically like antivirus. Their agent sits on your device and it just looks at subtle behavior changes, network changes on your device, and it reports it to you if something is detected. Okay. Network monitoring tools also these days are being used. So we're talking about IPS and IDS here. NetFlow, again, is one of the features that a lot of firewalls now come with. So this is basically identifying where the traffic is going and what is the flow of the traffic in the network. So in certain cases, there might be a restriction that you can put based on the size of how much data is allowed to go from point A to point B. Okay. Web email clients as well as web email filters. So when I talk about this, you could think about Microsoft Exchange. You could also think about certain proof point tools where what it does is it sits before your mail exchange servers and it looks at all the emails that you receive and it tries and quarantines as well as filter the emails that might look suspicious, might have a suspicious attachment, or might be from senders who are probably listed as bad actors in the threat intelligence. Okay. So those tools again will become an input source for your SIEM. Okay. Ticketing tool, of course, is also one very important technology, piece of technology that the SOC uses. Ticketing tool basically is for analysts and all the other people working on the SOC. What they do with the ticketing tool is they create certain incidents and they put all the details as well as evidences documented on the ticketing tool and they save it or close it once the remediation is complete. Now, this is very important with respect to compliances because a lot of compliances say that you must have documentation as well as evidences for all the incidents that are detected on your organization. Okay. Reporting tools also is one important technology front part where certain tools are used to create reports, daily reports, generate reports. And then these reports, of course, are sent to the stakeholders, which look at the report and understand how the security posture is for the organization at a given point of time. Okay. All right. So at the end, I think I'll again go to the chat, take a look at certain questions asked by people, and I'll see if I can answer them at this point, or whether you'll have to wait for a certain time before I would like to answer them. Okay. Okay. So, and I see a lot of links spammed by Pawan there. So I think that's a WhatsApp group that he's probably created. So all right, I hope everybody joins it. Okay, so we'll start from we have to install universal forwarder. Yes, in certain cases you would have to install universal forwarder. In certain cases, in our case, this will be a pre-indexed dataset data. If you install universal forwarder, if you use it to send data, Splunk would not give you license. The license for Splunk is based on the amount of data that you ingest into the tool. So if you were to use a universal forwarder, that license is going to go out fast and you'd not be able to use Splunk. So over there, what we do is we're going to use a pre-indexed set of data set, which will not exhaust. Logs are generated in SIM tool. So logs are not generated by the SIM tool, but what you do is you ingest logs into the SIM. So when I say that, what I mean is SIM needs to take logs from a certain device. So a firewall will generate logs And what you will do is you will instruct that firewall to also send logs to your SIM tool. So basically, what logs means is it's just like a small digital diary for any device or technology. So anything that happens onto that device, anything that happens to a certain technology, all of the things are logged, are documented in a log, and that log is sent to the SIM tool. So once you get a log into the SIM tool, you can look at the details of that log. Now, SIM tool acts as a aggregate repository for all your log sources, right? Now, I did not want to give you a little bit of insight into it, but since there are questions, I am tempted to tell you about the cyber kill chain also, but we'll cover that later because I know there's a lot of people. Okay, so now I want you guys to look at a real world scenario where you imagine that we are dealing with an organization, okay? Or let's just put yourself into the shoes of an organization of which you are the CEO, okay? So we're just gonna start off and we're gonna call this organization, let's say, call it Organization AB Corp, okay? And then this organization is gonna have certain different departments to it. So of course, this organization will have an IT department, it will have an admin team, and it will have, let's say, a finance department to it. And please excuse my stylus here. It's been behaving a little awkward last 2 days, so I'm sorry about that. But just as an understanding, I think this should suffice. You also might have people who work on prod. So let's say you also have a prod team, and then maybe let's say you also have a tech team or technical response team here. Now, all of these different departments for the ABC Corp or the ABC company are going to have their own people, processes, and technology, right? So the IT would have their own set of people who will be using certain assets and who will be using a certain process to do their jobs daily. So let's say if I had to give you an example, if somebody's laptop was not working, or if somebody needed a replacement of a mouse or a keyboard, they will contact an IT person. There would be, of course, maybe a phone number or a ticketing tool where you raise a ticket to a certain individual or a certain department, and then you ask or you just explain your problem, and then they take care of it. Similarly, the admin team would be responsible for overall physical requirements of the infrastructure. Finance team would be taking care of all kinds of financial details. Production would be a team of people who are working on, let's say, an on-prem application or a cloud application, and they're doing their jobs. The tech team would just be responsible to make sure that all of the technologies required for all of these departments are working properly. Now, over here, all of these people are using certain assets. When I say assets, I want you to imagine that they're using laptops. They might be using their own other devices, like their mobile devices. If there's a bring your own device environment in the organization, they might bring their own laptops. They might be provided laptops from the company. And everybody over here is a separate identity, is an individual using a separate laptop or an asset. And of course, they're also using similar as well as different technologies within the organization. Now, what's the role of the SOC here? Or how do you provide security to all of these departments is that all of the assets as well as the identities will be mapped and will start sending data to a repository or a central repository called the SIEM2. All right. So what's an SIM2? It stands for Security Information Event Monitoring. And what that means is that it's a central repository or a piece of software which collects log data from all the devices that I've mentioned over here. So identities, devices, technologies, they will all be sending log data to your SIM2. And what this tool is going to do is it will just act as a central repository to store all of that data And then this data can later on be used for analysis as well as triage and troubleshooting. Okay, now who works on the SIM tool? On the right hand side is going to be your security operations team or the SOC team. So the people or the analysts over here are going to be using the SIM tool to search for certain logs, or maybe they can create rules in a SIM tool based on a certain behavior to detect anomalous activities. Okay. When I say anomalous activity, there's a term anomaly uh, that comes with this. Now, I want you to understand that all of this information that is being sent to the SIM tool, the log data, each bit of log data is termed as an event. Okay. So all of the log details that would be sent from different departments over here on the left-hand side would be stored in the SIM, and each unit of that log data is known as an event. So event is nothing but the log data just enumerating what kind of an activity has happened on a certain device or an identity. Okay, so you could say that you could receive a log from, let's say, a Windows device whenever a person logs in. Okay, now these events have certain values to them, or these logs have certain values to them, which are known as fields. Okay. Now these fields would be used from the analyst end to understand and create rules on the SIM tools. We'll talk about the fields later. Right now, I just want you to focus on the term events. Okay. Right now, just focus on this term. Now, each piece of log data is termed as events. You will have a lot of events for any given organization. The log data, the size of log data generated daily for even a small organization is huge. So we're talking about log data in gigabytes. And that's the kind of ingestion that the SIM tool has to do daily. All right. So we're dealing with a lot of data here. And each of that data unit is known as an event. Now, your job as the analyst or the job of Security Operations Center is to detect an anomaly within the events that are happening on the organization. So how do you do that? Now, let's say, for example, Prashant come to work every day to the office, and I know that Prashant would come to office at 9 a.m. and of course he leaves the office at 6 p.m. And corresponding to that, I would see events happening on the SIM tool that represent that behavior. So let's say I walk in the office at 9 a.m. You would see that there is a login event for my laptop at, let's say, 9:05, 9:06, 9:10, 9:30 a.m. And you would know that, yes, Prashant has walked into office, and I see that his laptop is sending me an event saying that, okay, there's been a login at 9:30, 9:10, or 9:12, so on. Okay. So I know this is normal behavior. All right, now let's say one fine day I noticed that there has been a login through Prashant's device, and this device always sits in the office, and I see that there has been a login at 2 a.m. at night. So now this becomes a kind of an anomalous behavior, or you could say that this is some kind of a behavior which is not normally expected from a certain entity. Now, if I was to put this in a graph, I would say that, let's say the x-axis is the behavior graph, and I would just plot the behavior. I would say that the behavior is very normal for days, and then one fine day you see that there is a spike, and this is where you see that there has been a login at 2 a.m. and then of course the behavior again becomes normal and continues to that. So your job in SOC is to find behavioral patterns which are anomalous in nature. Okay. So normal behavior, you must have, let's say, a threshold or a benchmark for normal behavior. And then whichever behavior qualifies as abnormal or something which is not qualifying as normal behavior for a certain entity, a device, technology, whatever it may be, that would be qualifying as something of an abnormal or anomalous behavior. Okay. So I hope you understand that term now. And to expand this further, when you see a certain type of an anomaly happening within the organization, what you do is you further try and triage this incident, you further try and analyze this incident. And if you find multiple events, okay, so this is one event, right? And if you find, let's say, multiple anomalies that increase your confidence in, let's say, believing that this is some kind of an anomalous behavior, or it might be some kind of a suspicious behavior, that chain of events becomes an incident. Okay. So a chain of events that could be termed as suspicious, that would be termed as suspicious along with evidence, become an incident. And then you truly know that there is something wrong with the environment and that you have detected something through the logs of the organization that you received from certain entities, and you have understood it to be anomalous. Okay. So just to give you a little bit of a brief idea of how the security operations would work or how they would represent information, I give you this example. We would also look at examples of a slightly higher technical expertise also when we start with cyber kill chain. And that also, I'll try and explain it on the whiteboard to you people as I've done here. Okay. So I'll just quickly also look at the chat and see if you guys have any questions there. Okay. So just let me, presentation is visible. Okay. So there are certain duties associated with Security Operations Center, and we'll talk about these as you can see on the slide in front of you. Uh, a lot of duties which are associated with SOC. We'll take a look at each one of these, and we'll just give a little bit of a brief introduction of what that term means. Okay. So you see the SOC block, which is in between, and we just start with the topmost value there on right at the top there, which says log collection. So the first duty of SOC is to enable log collection on an environment. As I showed you in the example, all departments throughout an organization would be using people, assets, technologies, and all of those will be sending log data that will be collected in an SIM tool, which will then be used for analysis of that data. And that's basically what the log collection part here means. So responsibility of collecting logs from different devices which are relevant to security is one of the functions, primary functions of a SOC department. Okay. What next comes with SOC? The aggregation as well as correlation. So the job of SOC is also to aggregate these events that you've received from multiple departments as well as devices. Okay. Now, what do aggregate mean? Aggregate means to have information in a way where you are able to take decisions out of those data. As I said, log data is going to flow in a huge number. It's going to be about a gigabyte of data. So you have to create certain aggregation and correlation rules based on certain behavior. And then those rules would be put into an SIM tool so that it helps you detect that kind of behavior through the logs. Okay. If I had to give you a working example here, let's say, let's take Windows devices. Okay. And for Windows devices, when a person logs into a device, there are two event codes generated or two events generated, one for successful login and the other for unsuccessful login. Okay. Your job as the SOC analyst, let's say, is to figure out how many failed logons are generated on certain devices. Now, this could mean, or this could be a precursor to, let's say, a brute force attack. So if you see that there are a lot of failed, uh, unsuccessful login attempts, you could probably think that, in a very short duration of time, a lot of failed logon events are generated. This possibly cannot be somebody human, which is typing in their password so fast that they are in about 10 seconds generating 50 events. So that's the kind of behavior that you look for. And you look for that event code, which represents fail logons, and you mention the timeline. So you create a rule in the SIEM saying, for let's say, if I was to detect 10 fail logons in 10 seconds, I would trigger an alert saying that, okay, there might be something wrong. Okay. So that part of the job is known as aggregation of the logs as well as correlation of the logs. Okay. Uh, the third and the most important part, I feel, of security operations is the SIEM tool itself. When we talk about SIEM, we are talking about a central repository or a software which is able to ingest logs from different devices, from heterogeneous devices, and is able to store it in one place. Okay. Now, why is it necessary for us to take logs from all devices? Because if there is a certain event or an incident happening, you would see the precursors of this incident on multiple devices, and you can create a timeline based on those events. So just to make it more simpler, an attacker is not going to start directly hacking your devices, right? He would first need to take, let's say, do a reconnaissance. So he will scan your network for vulnerabilities. Next thing is that he might actually look for a certain chink in your armor, and then he might try to attack that. So you would see events which correspond to the reconnaissance phase also, and you would see certain events which correspond to, let's say, another stage where the attacker is actually trying to send you the information to harm you also. So a collection of both of these is necessary to build confidence when you are detecting incidents. And that also is a duty of the SIM. That's why we try and aggregate, collect logs from all the devices. Okay. Now, SIM tools, if I had to give you examples of some vendors of SIM tools, I could say we could talk about Splunk. We can talk about QRadar. We can talk about HP ArcSight. We can talk about Logarithm. All of these are SIM vendors. You can put these names in Google and you can read about those softwares. A great way to understand technology, and this is just an Easter egg from my side, is to look at the Gartner quadrant. Okay. Now, Gartner creates a list of the best in the industry, and they have a graph where they represent this information. So if you get time, just take a look at Gartner quadrant for cybersecurity. Just take a look at Gartner quadrant for SIM tools also. You would see the best in the business there also, along with the competition in that whole vertical. Okay. All right. Now, moving forward, another job that SOC is required to do is ticketing. Now, ticketing is a way through which an analyst keeps score of what he's really done on an incident. So generally, SOC teams would be large teams, okay? There will be about 10, 12, 20, 24 people working in 24/7 environment round the clock. And it is certainly not possible for one person to work on a single incident at all times. So what usually happens is a certain individual detects something and creates an alert or an incident based on it. And then he documents everything that he was able to do within his shift for that incident. Now, this documentation about each and everything that has been done on the incident has to be done on a ticketing tool. Okay. So documentation, which is being put forth by each individual for incident, is nothing but ticketing. Okay. Next function of SOC is to have a knowledge base. Now, as I said, SOC teams are large, and there is a requirement for everyone to follow a standardized procedure in a way to deal with incidents. Now, I cannot have one person handling an incident in his own style and then another person coming into a different shift and then following his own style. Uh, in these cases, this would create a lot of clash between the previous work done by an individual as well as the person who is about to work on the incident also, because the person might not understand the ways in which the triage and analysis was done by the previous individual. So everyone has to follow a certain process and steps, and that sequential process of steps has to be documented and talked to the team as well as all individuals. And the repository of all this information is known as a knowledge base. Okay. So knowledge base is nothing but a documentation that tells you what the process is or how to deal with a certain incident, who to contact in case of an escalation, so on and so forth. Okay. All right. Another very important part of security operations these days is threat intelligence. So, what is threat intelligence? Threat intelligence is the data through which we are able to understand certain bad actors that are there on the internet. So, let's say there are certain mail exchange servers that are responsible for sending spam emails or phishing emails. So, there are a lot of organizations that look at this traffic and they mark these servers as being highly responsible for spam or phishing emails. All right. And that data is provided to everybody in a public forum just to make sure that, you know, as a betterment to security, this data can be used by you, and your organization can be careful when you're dealing with emails sent from a certain mail exchange server, which is termed as a bad actor. So that information where organizations are able to identify certain bad actors, the information about these bad actors, it can be an IP address, it can be a domain name or a website name, it can be a hash value of a file, or it can be a mail exchange server that is responsible for sending spam emails or phishing emails. All of that information shared on a public domain for the benefit of others is threat intelligence. Now, the information is sent as threat intelligence feeds. Now, this data also gets ingested into the SIEM tool. And as I told you, you can create again an aggregation and correlation where you could look for certain bad actors in your logs and you could identify that, okay, maybe a certain asset or a certain identity or a device from your organization is trying to connect to an entity outside which is listed in threat intelligence. Okay. All right. Research and development is also a part of Security Operations Center. This has become very important also. Why? Because you might have heard about zero-day attacks. So zero-day attacks are attacks which are not disclosed out in public. So you can think of it as a certain backdoor or an entry point known to hackers, but not in public knowledge. So usually organizations, what they do is they try to do research as well as development, as well as lessons learned from previous incidents where they try and plug these gaps, try to stop the zero-day attacks. And the effort that goes in there is also a part that the SOC must perform. Okay. The last part of SOC, but not the least by any chance, is reporting. Now, all of that data that you collect has to show you a bigger picture. So here we are talking about analysis of all the data through the SOC that you might have dealt with and creating certain reports based on that data. So when I say reporting, you could also think about certain KPIs that a SOC has to perform. Uh, what's KPI? KPI is key performance indicators. What this means is that you have a certain metric or a number to define whether the things are going according to your plan or not. So, for example, if I had to give you a KPI, I could say you must look at the total number of incidents generated on the SOC on a monthly basis. And I would say that, okay, let's say since I have a small organization, I would say 100 incidents in a month is still okay for me. Anything more than that would mean that there's something really not right there. So that becomes a KPI for me. And the benchmark that I've set for that KPI is about 100 incidents per month. So reporting would contain all of that information along with other information. I just gave you one example. So there are multiple KPIs when we're dealing with organizations and SOCs. Uh, Again, I would recommend that you go ahead and look at these things yourself also to get a better understanding. Okay. So the cyber kill chain is a concept that has been a part of defensive as well as offensive security for a very long time now. Cyber kill chain defines a sequential, step by step way of elements that are used when an attack happens on an environment. Okay. Now, this cyber kill chain was created by an organization called Lockheed Martin, which is based out of US. And primarily, Lockheed Martin is an organization that makes fighter jets and defense equipment. Uh, so this idea was has actually come out from the defense forces, but this is also been vastly used in cybersecurity because of its usefulness. All right. So it's a 7 stage uh, kill chain, and each stage has a relevance and a definition that I will take you through. Okay. So it is best to understand each of this stage with an example so that the understanding is clear for each of this stage. Okay. So the cyber kill chain is trying to explain you the steps through which a hacker goes when he is planning to attack you, when there has been a successful attack, and when his objectives are satisfied. So we are thinking about a bad actor and the steps he takes or performs, starting from planning until the delivery and until his actions are completed. Okay, so all of that is explained within the cyber kill chain. So the first step of the cyber kill chain is reconnaissance. Now, the word reconnaissance, you could just probably term this word as scouting. So when I say scouting, it refers to some attacker trying to scout your network and figure out how or what's going to be the best way to attack you. So certain actions like port scans can be a part of reconnaissance. Okay. In case if somebody wants to attack you through a phishing campaign, what they can do is they can go through your social media accounts and they can try and coax people who work for your organization, and they might ask them to click on a certain link, or they might ask them to go to a certain page, web page, and they might actually want to do that. So collecting information about your organization before the attack commences is a part of reconnaissance. Examples, you can say that attacker doing port scans on your environment, attacker understanding what kind of technologies you're using on your environment, attackers trying and understanding who are the people that work for your organization. So if I had to give you an example of each of these, let's say you have uh, your organization has an on-prem environment and devices, and these devices and servers would of course have an IP address. And then what the attacker is going to do is he's going to try to identify what is the range of IP addresses where your servers are located. That's going to be the first point of business of my attack. Okay. So once I figure that out, I know that there's a certain IP range that your servers are. I have information that, okay, you are running 8 servers and this is the IP address associated with each server. Alternatively, what I can do is I can also go to LinkedIn and I can search for people that are working on your organization. And I might just notice certain people from different departments. I might just look at people like uh, people working in IT. I might look at people working in HR. I might see people working in finance. Why? Because I need as much information about your organization as I can gather to help me perform an attack. Now, if I want to send you a phishing email, I want to send you a phishing email that should look legitimate. So if your HR has very recently posted, let's say, a job requirement, and he's posted it on LinkedIn, I can pose as a person who is applying for a job and send you a phishing email. So that has more probability of a victim clicking on a link or downloading a certain file that might infect your computers later, right? So all of that information that I collect, all of the data, the digital footprint of a certain organization, that is known as the reconnaissance phase of the kill chain. Okay. Next comes weaponization. Now, in weaponization, I use all of my collated data in reconnaissance and I figure out what will be the best way to attack you. Okay. So let's say in my reconnaissance phase, I figured out that you have certain websites running on port 80. You have web servers running port 80 and 443 services in the public. Okay. So let's say your organization offers websites to people and it runs a web server on-prem, and it has a web server which runs its services on port 80 and port 443. Port 80 is for HTTP and port 443 is for HTTPS. Okay. So people, general population out in the open, when they want to see your website, they just make a query to this web server on port 80 and 443. And then they are, of course, presented with the website of your organization. Now, I figured out that there might be some kind of a legacy software or a legacy operating system that the web server is using. And I also figured out that this vulnerability can be exploited through a software. So understanding that information is the phase of weaponization. Okay. So understanding what is the biggest chink in the organization's armor is the phase of weaponization. So in weaponization, what I do is I create a weapon through which I can attack your organization. I create a software, I create a piece of code, I create something that is going to hit you in your most vulnerable spot. Okay. So that's weaponization as a stage for you, the cyber kill chain. Next, now I have the data, I have the weapon. Now I need to deliver this weapon to you. And the third stage is exactly that. It talks about delivery. So let's say I have figured out that you are using an outdated version of Microsoft Word. And I know this because through social engineering, I was able to talk to one of the people who was working in your company. And I just asked them randomly, what's the version of uh, Word that you use? And they told me. Or you could have just said that, okay, just give me a WordPad file, or you just share me a document. And through that document, you were able to determine that the version in which this document was created is vulnerable. Now, in the weaponization stage, what I do is I create a PDF file loaded with some kind of a macro, or I create an Excel file loaded with some kind of a macro. that makes use of that vulnerable word software, and it can then later be used for remote code execution. Okay. In the delivery phase, I have to make sure that this Excel file reaches you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to again pause as somebody else, and the best bet might actually be to send you a phishing email. So what I can do is I can look through your LinkedIn accounts and see if you work with any vendors. Okay. And then I'm just going to pose as that vendor and send you a copy of invoice in Excel format. And this is going to be my phishing email. Okay. So my best bet is that you will open that email and you will click on that Excel file. And as soon as you click on that Excel file, the Excel file is going to run certain macros that is going to inject my code that I created in weaponization, which will then be used on the vulnerable software that you have. Okay. I hope this is not getting too technical for you guys. If it is, please let me know. Okay. All right. So now in the delivery phase, let's say everything goes according to the plan, and an individual opens this phishing email and he clicks on the Excel file, and I'm able to inject code into your Word document. And now I have a backdoor running on one of your devices. Okay. So now I know that my software has basically penetrated your network. And when I say backdoor, what it means is my software, it will open a certain port on one of the devices, and it will start listening through that port to outside requests. So basically, you could think of an intruder or a spy that within your system is starting to work for me. If everything goes undetected, if you do not have a security operations center, uh, I could just make that program be undetected in certain ways. And if it avoid detection, it will start listening to a certain port on the network, and it'll just send me a message saying that, okay, I'm ready to receive a command. And then, of course, I can, through uh, a remote server, send a command to this backdoor. Okay. So that part comes into exploitation phase, where I have my backdoor established and he is ready to receive commands from me. So now as my backdoor is ready to receive commands, the next thing I do is I send another payload to this backdoor, and I just upload more malicious files onto this device. Okay, so basically what I do here is now I want to go ahead and install more malicious files so that I can change certain files. I can damage certain files, or maybe let's say I just want to collect all the files on that device and send it back to my computer, basically data exfiltration. So for that, I might require an installation of additional files, and that is going to happen in the installation phase. Okay, so installation of more malicious files, installation of backdoors, installation of Trojans for specific purposes is going to happen in the installation phase. Next is command and control. So now, since my installation of other malicious files is also complete, what I'm going to do is through a remote server, I'm going to send commands to these malicious entities, malicious softwares, and I'll make them do my bidding. So through a remote server, I can ask these softwares, malicious softwares, to pick a certain file, start listening to the conversations that the device is having, maybe try and exfiltrate some data which is confidential, maybe try and get this device off network, or maybe just stay there and listen to whatever the activity is happening on that device. Okay, so all of that, when the connection is established between me and my backdoor, uh, and I know that every command that I send is going to be executed, that's the phase, command and control for you in the cyber kill chain. And the last point of the cyber kill chain, the last element of cyber kill chain is actions on objectives. Now that the devices are compromised, and now that everything probably is under my control as the attacker, I can go ahead and I can send whatever commands I wish for to these malicious softwares to perform certain uh, activities on your environment. I can also try to infect other devices uh, so that I can have more devices where I can siphon the data off from, or more devices that I can spy on. So that's the part which we talk about in actions on objectives. So basically, actions on objective says the next objectives that the hacker has to follow once one of the attack is complete. Okay, so that's the gist and the idea of cyber kill chain. Now, why this is important from a defensive perspective is because each of the cyber kill chain element has certain activities associated with it. Okay. So as I told you, or as I gave you an example, let me again go back to my whiteboard so I can explain this to you. Okay. All right. So now we've listed the 7 phases of the cyber kill chain. Now, each of this phase has its own attacks or has its own elements associated with them. So when I say reconnaissance, you could say that reconnaissance associates itself with collecting information. And as I gave you the example, one of the things that you might see in reconnaissance is port scans. Okay. So port scans is one of the things that you might see in the reconnaissance activity. Okay. So it's just basically somebody trying to scan your ports and figure out which ports are open so that they can find out a window where they can start attacks from. Now, in defensive security, the logs, if you take a look at the logs, you're able to identify the port scans. Okay. So let's say you're looking at firewall logs and you see an IP address trying to connect on uh, 30 or 40 different ports in a span of a very short time in 1 minute. So basically, what this behavior means is that somebody is just trying to scan ports on your infrastructure or the organization. So you know that a certain IP address is associated with the port scan. And basically, what this means is that this can be a part of reconnaissance activity right now. Okay. In weaponization, you would probably not see a lot of logs generated on your end, but a good way to think about weaponization is to scan your own organization for vulnerable softwares as well as certain chinks in your armor. Okay. So you might notice that you are probably using outdated software, and you might notice that you are running services on certain ports which you should not run, or running services that are already in the news for being compromised. So certain information about that also will be helpful in protecting yourself in this phase. Okay. Now in delivery phase, as I give you one example, uh, you might actually see that there is a certain file downloaded through an email. Okay. So a file downloaded through an email, a phishing file, or let's say a malicious file. Let's say there was an S3 bucket through which one of the person has downloaded a file. Let's say somebody went to a website, they clicked on a link and they went to a website, and without their knowledge, a file was downloaded. So all of that information is going to be a part of your delivery phase. So your detections and the rules that you create on the SIM is going to be based on the activities of the cyber kill chain, guys. Now, this gives you a good window into looking at where the attack might actually be in case if it has happened with you on your organization. It's a good way of understanding whether the damage has already been done or whether you can still protect yourself. Okay. So if you see this kind of an activity where you see that somebody is trying to recon And if you're able to put a stop here itself, that would mean that the rest of the stages of the cyber kill chain, you can protect yourself, correct? So if you see an IP address which is scanning ports regularly, day in, day out, for let's say a week, very high chances that somebody has already got a lot of knowledge about your organization's infrastructure. And you might see that they probably would be working for weaponization or the delivery phase now. So if you're able to stop it as soon as you see it, you're able to stop the other parts of the attack also. Now, in weaponization, there's not much that you can do apart from patching your outdated softwares as well as fixing holes within your own organization. Okay. So let's say you have a certain outdated software and you discovered it by yourself. You read certain news and you figured out that, yeah, there is a certain Microsoft service which needs to be patched. And I might have to download this patch and I might have to patch about 1,000 or 2,000 devices that run this operating system on my infrastructure. In most of the times, guys, from my experience, what I can tell you is there's a lot of people responsible for making these decisions. Okay. And it's not just the security team. So if I was the IT administrator and if there was a security guy that comes to me and says that, hey, you know what, the version of Microsoft Word that you're using is is vulnerable and it might be prone to attacks, he's just going to tell me that, yeah, there's about 2,000 people who are using this application, and this is on a cloud which we are subscribed to, and we have already paid for this service. So it's not really possible for us to have a patch running because production goes on 24/7. And if we were to have a downtime, that will result in some kind of a loss in business. So we also see those examples, or we also see those scenarios. So being in security, this is just 2 cents from my end. Being in security, you also have to be very smart with the solutions that you think about. Okay. So you also have to need to have a plan A to fix things. You also need to have a plan B and a plan C ready just in case. Only then I think you would probably make it up the ladder when it comes to security. Okay. Because there's multiple challenges when we do this. All right. Going forward, in delivery phase also, what you can do is you can have a good endpoint detection tool. You can have a good antivirus tool, where in case if this kind of an activity was to happen, and if the attacker was successful in, let's say, these two stages, you could still stop him in the delivery phase if you were able to detect that malicious file which infected the systems. So delivery, you could think of endpoint detection response tools. Uh, Again, there's a lot of tools that do that. There's Microsoft Defender, there's Carbon Black, and there's Sentinel-1. And all of these tools, again, what they do is they send logs to your SIM tool. So if they were to quarantine or find something, they will find it and they will also log that activity and send a copy of that log to SIM tool. So you will come to know that, okay, at this point in time, there was a detection that was made on a certain device. And you can take the remediation steps as soon as you see that. So what you can do is basically you can isolate that machine off the network. You can take a look at the logs generated from that system just to identify what has happened. And again, this is where the kill chain is helpful. So you might actually see certain events that correspond to the reconnaissance as well as the weaponization phase in that system that led to the delivery phase. Okay, I hope you understand when I say that. In exploitation phase, you might see that there is a certain program which has tried to inject code into a different program, a certain program which is run with elevated permissions. All of a sudden, you might see that there are certain uh, executable files that are new to the system. So a new process was detected on a certain system all of a sudden. So remember the example that I gave you about the anomaly, something that you don't see uh, as regular behavior, and something which just turns up with time, which is very, very suspicious. Those things you might look in the exploitation phase, and you might see the logs corresponding to those events, and that will help you detect something in the exploitation phase. Now, after that installation phase, over here, if there are certain programs being installed on a machine, if there are certain programs that all of a sudden start sucking a lot of CPU usage, if there are programs who start sucking a lot of memory usage, if you see certain programs are trying to create copies of their own, all of those things you would find in the installation phase of the cyber kill chain. Command and control, you would see that certain programs are now trying to communicate outside to an external IP address, which is of a bad reputation. So you would see that a certain device all of a sudden is trying to communicate to an IP address which corresponds to a Tor network, or let's say a shady network, which is of bad reputation. That would probably mean that the device is infected, and there's a certain bad program that is trying to communicate with an outside server and trying to take commands through that server. Okay. Actions on objectives, this is really not the phase where you want to be detecting the attack, because over here you will see that certain files have been changed, manipulated, deleted, or been exfiltrated from your environment. So you really don't want to detect an attack here. It's best to be able to detect an attack even in the CNC phase. If you are able to detect the communication, let's say a file has installed and you were not able to detect it, and in the CNC phase you see that there is some kind of data being sent to a foreign IP address of bad reputation, you could still stop that communication, and it will still prevent your data from being exfiltrated or going out. Okay. So best way is to detect the attack within the first 6 phases of the kill chain. You don't want to be here. Okay. Each of this will correspond to a certain activity. And what you need to do is you just need to create a rule based out of the things that you see in the activity to stop these attacks. Okay. All right. Now, usually what we do is we integrate this threat intelligence into your SIM tool with something known as an API. Okay. So API is just a way through which you are able to access remotely the data that these threat intelligence engines provide you. So to give you an example here, let me just give you this example so that the concept is clear for you. Let me clear my board. So what we do these days in security is, let's say I have this SIM tool here. Okay. So this is my SIM, and of course this is getting a lot of logs from various sources, and the log data is stored in the SIM. Now let's say there is a threat intelligence feed that I want integrated into my SIM. So what I'll do is I'll borrow an API from, let's say, I really like IBM X-Force. So what I do is I borrow the API, or I purchase in certain cases an API from them, and I integrate it with my SIM tool. Okay. So an API, I purchase this, or I create an API. In certain cases, it is free of cost. In certain cases, they charge you money to provide you access to API. And then what I do is I use this API calls to make a query to your database. Okay. Now the integration of this API into the SIM tool would create a way for me in which I don't really have to manually go to their website every time and type in the IP address there and search for the reputation for it. If I was to be able to make these API calls directly on the SIM tool, I could just get to know what the reputation of the IP address is. Okay, so this is the way in which we use APIs these days, so that the analyst doesn't have to really spend a lot of time in going to the website and searching it manually. So we integrate the threat intelligence in a way where it becomes more handy for us. Okay. Okay. Any other questions, guys? I've now, since we know what a SOC is, and we also know certain duties of SOC, and now we're also aware of the cyber kill chain. Now we move on to specific details about security operation centers. And SOC, in any term or sense, is identified as a department for an organization. Okay, so it's a separate department, and it has people that work for the SOC for the organization, and these people also have a privileged level of access on a lot of the infrastructure of an organization. And I think all of us can understand why that privileged level of access is given to people in SOC, right? Now, there can be three types of SOC that can be presented as departments to organizations. And uh, the first type of security operations center that an organization might have is an in-house SOC. Okay, so what do I mean by in-house SOC? It's basically what the name suggests here. In-house means you have a department or the people in SOC working within your own company. So if I was to give you an example, I could say that, let's say I work for Cisco and my SOC team is also employees of Cisco, and we just have a separate department that sits in our head office and they perform SOC duties from there. So that's an example of an in-house SOC. Now, the duties of an in-house SOC, the people working for in-house SOC might have a larger set of duties as compared to the other two, because these people are trusted and are using the same infrastructure as everybody else on the organization. Okay, so they are a part of your organization, and they're not a third party vendor, or they're not a partner. They are on your payroll of your own company. You have vetted these employees, they come and work on your infrastructure. So they might have a higher privilege of having access to certain tools and technologies so that they can do their job in a better manner. So when I say this, you have to think of certain cases where there might be a case that the SOC is able to detect an attack, and they see that, there is real time data exfiltration happening within the network. So when that kind of an activity is detected, what the SOC will do is they will try and connect with people who can take an action to stop this activity. So let's say I work for SOC and I detect an activity where I see that, okay, a large chunk of data is going outside to a bad reputation IP. I need to stop this communication. I need to talk to somebody on the firewall team to just block this IP address so that this communication is stopped, right? In some cases, this whole communication might take a little bit of time. So I see that in real time, these events are happening. And then there might be a process through which I have to connect to the firewall team. So let's say I raise a ticket for the firewall team and I mark it as urgent. And then I just mention all the details, I mention the evidence, and I assign that task to them. Now, they might take a little bit of time to look at that because they might be working on certain cases themselves. And what this means is that the attack is prolonged further uh, than probably what you would have as best practice. So in certain cases, internal or in-house SOC have a higher access in which they are able to access the firewall themselves, and they are able to create these rules where they're able to stop these attacks. So that's one important point that you have to know when we're talking about in-house SOC. Okay. That's a consideration when you're creating a SOC for an organization also. Now, the next part or the next type of SOC is the managed SOC. It's also known as external SOC. So what I do here is I try and outsource the security operations to a third party vendor or a partner. Okay. So let's say I'm an organization and I do not have the expertise or the resources to have or build a security operations center, and I really don't know what's the cost involved going to be. Let's say you come in as a managed SOC vendor and you tell me that I can provide you this service. You can outsource me this service, and I have a team of resources already ready. I know what needs to be done. I have the expertise to run a SOC for you. So you just need to give me certain things and I can provide you this service. So over there, what happens is you basically outsource your security operations of the department to a third party, okay, or a different vendor who's offering you these services. That kind of an environment is called as managed SOC. Now, this type has been really popular because a lot of organizations, they have a very small deadline, and usually we see that these people wake up from their sleep when they have to really show some kind of a compliance in an urgent basis, or whether there's some kind of an incident that has already happened on their environment and they want to, you know, just put a, let's say, a first aid tape on that incident. So in those cases, they will go out, they will look for certain people who can come in fast and do the work fast in, let's say, about 2-3 months time, and they just offer these services as an outsider to an organization. Okay. Now, in these cases, the amount of access that the SOC has is lowered as compared to in-house SOC, because these individuals or people working for SOC are on a different company's payroll. What at most what they can do is they can create tickets for your team to work on certain cases or certain tasks that is required for the SOC. Okay. So that's the basic difference. Now, the third option here, or the third type here, is the GSOC or the global SOC. Now, the global SOCs are, you could think of them as uh, as a huge entity that collects data from various different SOCs all over the world, and they work in collaboration with all the other huge GSOCs that operate on a country level or a state level. So you could think of teams called as CSIRT, Computer Emergency Incident Response Teams. And basically, these teams are created based out of each country. So if I was to give you an example, I can say that the US have their own CSIRT teams. India also has a CSIRT team. There's nations in Europe that have a CSIRT team. And the job of the CSIRT team is to collaborate with all the other stakeholders in security and function as a SOC on a global scale or a global basis, right? Okay. All right. Now, over here, I would also like for you to know certain phrases that you might hear in security operations a lot, or certain things that you might have to take care of when you run a security operations center. Okay. So a very important phase in security operations is the SLA. All right. So let me go back to my whiteboard. Okay. So the term that I was talking about is called as an SLA. Okay. What do you understand by an SLA? This is also known as a service level agreement. Okay. This is an agreement which is signed between a security operations center provider, the service provider, as well as the stakeholders on the organization. So let's say this is the organization stakeholder, and let's say they even have, even if it is an in-house SOC, they will still have an SLA in place. So organization as well as SOC, what they do is they sign an agreement which is known as an SLA. What this means is it defines the acceptable period in time that the SOC is going to be able to respond to the incidents. Okay, let me give you an example. So when we are working for security operations, you will have incidents, but the priorities of these incidents would be based on the severity of the actions that are happening. Okay, so you could say that there can be four types starting from P1 to P4. P1 being the highest priority and P4 being the lowest priority. Now, how are priorities or severities defined in SOC? Very easy example. Let me give you an example where you see that there is some kind of a malware which has been detected at a receptionist's laptop. Okay. So an organization has a receptionist, and in the SIEM logs, you see that there has been a malware detected on the receptionist's laptop. Okay. That's case one. And in the same time, you also see that there has been a malware detected on the CEO's laptop. So the CEO of the company has also had the same malware detected on his laptop. And both these events have happened in, let's say, within 5 minutes of each other. Now, of course, you would probably put a priority which is higher to the CEO's laptop, right? Because CEOs will be dealing with much more amount of confidential data. They are a more important part of the organization. So any kind of an incident which is detected on a CEO's laptop is treated as, probably you can say, as a P2 or a P1. So that's an urgent incident that needs to be taken care of. Whereas the same incident, it was to happen on a receptionist's laptop, it would have a lower priority or a P3 or a P4 priority. Now, this priority also has an associated time in which the SOC team has to respond to each of this. So let me mention P1, P2, P3, and P4. Now, there will be two SLAs here. One of them is going to be your response SLA, how fast you are able to respond to these incidents, detect as well as respond. And the other one is going to be a remediation SLA. So how fast you are able to perform a root cause analysis as well as remediate this incident. Okay. Very important to understand the difference between the detection and response SLA as well as the remediation SLA. So detection and response is when you first detect the incident. So in the logs, as soon as you see that there has been an infection in the CEO's laptop, what you do is your SLA would get triggered for detection and response. So
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, and much more from the IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. Repeat. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards a career growth in the field of cybersecurity. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the primary purpose of Kali Linux? Your options are A. A graphic design, B. Web development, option C. Network security testing, and lastly option D. Video editing. I hope by now you have commented your answers in the comment section. Now let's continue with our session.
basically, in the real world scenario, the response SLAs are smaller. So you could say that there'll be a 5-minute time frame for you to detect a P1 incident. Okay. And let's say there'll be a 10-minute time frame for you to detect a P2 incident. And then over here, basically it gets to 12 hours, and P4, you could say 24 hours. And then the remediation SLA, since of course remediation takes time, it takes more effort, it involves multiple departments. The remediation SLA, you could say, can be 24 hours here. And you can say it could be 24 hours here also. You could say this can be 48 hours and this can be 5 working days. So now this table of incidents, as well as the time I take to respond to these incidents, as well as remediate these incidents, this whole matrix of information is something which is known as the SLA. So I promise the organization that if I detect a P1 incident, I promise the organization that I will be able to detect it in 5 minutes, and I will be able to remediate this incident in 24 hours time. Okay, so that's basically just a promise that I put to an organization when the organization is asking for SOC services. Okay, and this whole information or the whole matrix is something which is put into an SLA here. Okay, service level agreement. So this is the service that I'm providing, and I'm agreeing with the organization or the other party that I'll be subjected to these conditions when I'm responding to these incidents. Now, what happens if I am not able to keep this promise? Okay, what happens if I am not able to respond to the incidents, or if I had to use the word? What happens if the SLA is breached? So in the same agreement, there will be also a clause which will mention the consequences of what will happen if I am not able to respond to these incidents within the specified time in the SLA. Now, this can be anything ranging from a penalty which is of financial nature, or it can also be a penalty where I might have to send a certain email, and after 3 emails it might result in a financial penalty. So something on the lines of a warning letter, you could say, and things like that. So uh, really something which you would not want as a security operations center. Okay, so SLAs, very important part of security operations, because this is directly related with the operations that you provide on a day-to-day basis. Okay, we hand over to internal teams such as P1. Okay, yeah, in some of the cases, uh, your response SLA is what is going to matter. So as soon as you see the incident, how fast did you detect it? If you are not able to even detect that incident, then it becomes a problem. So let's say there was a malware on the CEO's laptop and it was on the logs as well, but you did not create an incident, or you did not raise a ticket uh, on your internal SOC team within 5 minutes, and that would also be counted as a breach in the SLA. Okay. Yes, if there is a handover involved to another team, you are still within the SLA. Then that's not a breach of SLA. So in certain cases, escalations are required, and if you have escalated it within the time frame mentioned in your SLA agreement, you've done a good job. VIP tickets come as P1 or P2. They can come in as P1 or P2, or it depends on what the organization really wants. So usually all C-level tickets or identities that are associated with C-levels, anything that happens with their laptops is considered a P2 or a P1. Usually it's a P2. P1 is very rare because that, of course, is the highest priority, and it is considered when there is significant amount of damage to the cybersecurity triad. Now, I hope you guys know what the cybersecurity triad is. So when I say cybersecurity triad, I mean confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Yes, correct. Okay, Mr. Haldar has asked, how will I get those slides? Okay, Arindam, I've actually talked to my internal team also. And since the slides, these slides are about 40 odd slides. And how I conduct my sessions is I go through like 4 or 5 slides in each session. So if I was to send you the PPT, you would get the 40 odd slides in one go. So that will not make a lot of sense for you or for me. So how we do this is once the sessions end, at the end of the sessions, I will share the PPT with you so that you are able to make sense of each and every slide that we have been through so that it can help you in revisions also. Okay.
So NIST CSF 1.1 stands for NIST Cybersecurity Framework 1.1. Before we delve into the framework, let me take a moment to let you know a little bit of history about NIST. What is NIST and how this CSF 1.1 or how the inception of this idea came into picture. All right. So NIST stands for National Institute of Standards and Technology. This is a US-based institute. Okay. So in very general terms, if I had to tell you, there's a bunch of scientists working for an institute. So these are academics, scholars, scientists, and they work on the US government's payroll. And their job is to come up with standardization recommendations on technology. In 2014, under the Obama administration, uh, the NIST were told to create a cybersecurity framework that should be a standard to follow for every kind of a business, whether it is private or public, and also government entities. So in order to satisfy that requirement, the NIST came up, the scientists, the academics at NIST came up with the CSF 1.1. So initially, in the initial days, it was 1.0, but as the security landscape changed, there was introduction of cloud also. And then, of course, there's been a lot of introduction in attack surface as well as threat vectors. So all of those got added into the CSF, and then we came up with a more stable version, which is CSF 1.1 that covers more points in details. So the framework came up as CSF 1.1. Now, what is a framework? Framework is an underlying structure to support the basic idea of your overall goal. Okay. So in a way, you could say that the door, if you think of a door, you know that wooden frame that supports the door is the framework for the door. So in the same way, when you are overall creating security operations, when you're overall trying to better the security posture of an organization, you need a framework to work on. You need some pointers of where to start and how to achieve a certain level of security. And what's going to help you here is going to be a framework. One of those frameworks that people use, or the organizations, the security people use, is CSF. Okay. So if I had to give you a very theoretical definition, it's there on the slide also. So let me just begin the slideshow so you can see it a little better. So the NIST was told to identify and create a prioritized, flexible, repeatable, performance-based, cost-effective approach, including information security measures and controls that may be voluntarily adopted by owners and operators of critical infrastructure to help them identify, assess, and manage cyber risks. Now, to sum this up, what they wanted was to create a set of security controls that can be put by the owners of businesses or organizations or people who own assets that are important technologically. And what they needed to do was to identify, assess, and manage cyber risks on their assets. Now we'll talk about cyber risks also in detail. So right now you can just take that word as it sounds, but later on we'll get into the details of what vulnerability assets as well as threats and risks are. I remember one of the uh, attendees had asked the question where he was asking the difference between the threat and a risk. So we will also look at the differences with all of these 3 or 4 terms that I've said just some time back. Okay. So this framework basically is a set of security controls. When I say security controls, what do I mean? Security controls are nothing but guidelines and recommendations, and how these are classified. These are classified in 5 different categories, and these are sequential categories. So you see that arrow over here, it's always sequential. So this means that this is a step-by-step process that you must do or follow in any organization, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then once you do this, there is a certain guarantee that your devices and assets as well as information is going to be protected. Okay. Now, this is also an internationally recognized frameworks, and a lot of organizations are currently using this framework. Their security operations are using this framework, as well as their different security departments, such as cyber risk, also are using this framework. Okay, it's a very important conceptually and very important topic overall for cybersecurity as well as security operations. Okay, the current version is 1.1 for CSF. NIST has already worked up a 2.0 version of CSF, but it's in draft state right now. So when I say it's in draft state, that means that there is still certain things that need to be added on that draft. It's still not finalized. It is up for review with the people working with NIST, as well as the contributors who have put their information, knowledge into the newer version of the framework. 1.1 is still going to be good for at least 1 year following this. And I expect that 2.0 will be rolled out probably in Q4 this year. And then the adoption, of course, takes time after that. There's not going to be a lot of change also in the 2.0 draft. All of this documentation, I recommend that you go ahead and read on your own also. I will explain these concepts to you, but I recommend that you go through the white paper. This can be found. You just type in Google NIST CSF 1.1 and you'll get a PDF for the same that you can download, and you can read everything there in the detail. Okay. All right. So let's move on to the next slide. We say here that cybersecurity strategy works on a certain framework. And the framework that we're talking about here is the CSF: design, implement, and continually improve a cyber discipline aligned to NIST cybersecurity framework, or NIST CSF. How to do this? To do this, we need to follow a sequential process of each of these phases that the NIST CSF talks about in a step-by-step process. And what are these phases, or what are these categories? These are identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. Okay, so these are all functions. There are 5 functions on the NIST CSF. And let me go ahead and take you to the next slide so that you could see a little bit more detail, and this will become much more easier for me to explain to you also of how this information is arranged in the CSF. Okay, so the framework consists of 3 parts. Okay, the first part that you see starting from the left hand side, the first blocks here, right, where my cursor is right now. Can you guys see my cursor, by the way? Just need some positive on the chat, please, so that I can guide you along with the slides also. So yes, it is visible. Great, super. All right, so on the left, when you see these blocks here, these are known as functions. So these are basically functions that you are focusing on when you are at a certain stage of the framework. All right, so there are in total 5 functions. Now, the definition of these functions, or a broad picture of what each function does, is the next data which is mentioned here. So when we talk about the first function, it talks about identify. So what this means is to identify what exactly you are working with in the organization right now. So this means everything. It means data about your assets. It means data about your business environment. It means collecting data about the kind of governance that is currently in place in your organization. It also takes into account risk assessment or figuring out what can be a possible risk for the organization. We'll talk about that in detail later. If you are not understanding the risk concept right now, don't worry about it. I'll go ahead and I'll explain that in detail later, okay? And then it also talks about the current risk management strategy that your organization has as of now. So identify function completely focuses on identifying what is the inventory, the processes, as well as the details or the information that the organization currently has. All right. Now, each of these functions are also further divided into categories. So the categories are mentioned over here on the right hand side. So every function corresponds to a certain category, and then these categories also have subcategories. Okay, so you can think of it, when I say this, what I mean is that the identify function is divided into this many categories, or let's say 5 categories here. And then each of these categories also have subcategories. Okay, these subcategories will have security controls or guidelines of what you need to do in order to satisfy the framework. Okay, we'll talk about that also. We'll take a look at that also when we move the slides. So if it sounds a little bit confusing, when you see the next slides, you will get an idea of what I'm talking about. We'll talk about all of these categories as well as their subcategories in detail. Okay, first we need to understand the functions. So identify is a function where you identify what is on stock currently in the organization, what you're dealing with in the organization, how is the threat landscape of the organization right now. Once you know all of that, then you start to map of what is the current scheme of protection in your organization. Now we talk about the next function here, which talks about protection. So in this function as well as categories, you will see that there would be controls which would require you to figure out how a certain thing is being accessed in your organization. Is there a security control to prevent it? How is a hierarchy of identities as well as assets being used in your organization? When I say identities, I mean users. When I say assets, I mean devices. So identities and assets always have a relationship between each other, right? If I had to give you a very easy example, every employee of an organization will have a laptop assigned to them, right? The laptop becomes the asset, and the employee to which that laptop is assigned to is the identity assigned to that asset. All right. Now, how I interact with the asset becomes the access control or the access that I have on a certain asset. So in some cases, it will not be necessary for me to have admin controls on lots of assets. I might require some based on my designation in the company. So all of that information we deal with in the protect function. Okay, there's a lot of other things also that come in the protect function that we must be aware of, and we'll talk about all of those when we cover this function in detail. And we're going to go into the details. We're going to go into the details of a function, its categories that we've got on the right hand side, and we'll also look at the subcategories so that you are able to completely digest how to achieve each of this function. Okay, the basic goal, the primary goal of the framework is to achieve each of these functions In a way, you could think that you just need a check mark next to each of those categories that you see on the right-hand side. Okay. How to get that check mark? Again, to get a check mark on each of the subcategories of those categories. Okay. All right. Now, after protect function, we talk about the detect function. Now, in detect, the framework wants you to identify what are the controls in place for detection in case something goes wrong. So this is where Security Operations Center comes into picture, or SOC, primarily as a requirement, comes into picture. So detection mostly is done by security operations. The responsibilities or the categories over here, you can see there are certain categories mentioned, and we'll take a look into the details. So right now, you just need to understand that the detect function deals with detecting, or the capability of detecting, a certain anomaly or a malicious event on the organization or the infrastructure. Okay. All right. After that, once you've detected what you do, you should also be able to respond to a detection once you've made that detection. So how do you know what needs to be done once a malicious event is detected? You need to know how to stop this. You need to know how to respond to it. You need to know how to either contain it or completely mitigate it. So all of that comes into the respond phase. So basically, if I have to give you a definition, it's right on the slide there. Develop and implement the appropriate activities to take action regarding a detected cybersecurity event. Now, if you look at this complete framework, it does really make sense that you have to go sequentially. And now, if you understand a little bit, you'll agree with me that it really makes sense that each of these phases are sequential phases. So first you identify, then you figure out what's the current level of protection on my devices. Then you have a detection mechanism. And if you detect something which does not uh, or is not acceptable to a protection mechanism you've set in the previous phase, what you do is you create a response policy for that. Okay. Now, once you respond, you should also, in some cases, be able to recover from an incident. So in some cases, you might be late in detection. And in some cases, that might result in, let's say, a loss in any of the three important characteristics of security, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So let's take an example where you see that some kind of a ransomware attack has happened on a device. Let's say it was a database server. And now the ransomware has come onto that server. And what it's done is it's made all the data there encrypted, and it's basically become useless. Now you've detected this attack later in life where you've seen that, okay, my files are already encrypted. Now, in order to recover from that situation, in the current example, what you can do is, if it's a virtual machine, what you could do is you could look for certain snapshots that you might have created previously on the devices. So that kind of a activity, or that kind of a sanitation, where you create a policy saying that, okay, if I have a VM, what I'll do is I'll create a copy of this VM every day at this time. So some kind of a policy that has those objectives, where you save or backup or try to have a recovery procedure for a certain security characteristic, is covered in the recover phase or the recover function. Okay. Now, the enablers or the categories that you see on the right hand side, I said they also have subcategories, which is going to be the guidelines established by the framework for you to achieve a certain category. All right. So let's take a look at those subcategories, which will make it easier for us to identify each of these categories in detail. Okay. Now, we have the first function, which is identify, out of which the first category is asset management. Now, this category again is split into more subcategories or more functions. These functions are listed here. Okay, you can see on the right hand side. Now, how are these used when we are writing it down, or when we are creating a table, or when we are explaining certain things? You see the way in which the information is mentioned here. So the function is identify. So we've got the denote of ID there. And then the category is asset management, which you see here also. So you see ID.am, which stands for function identify, category asset management. And then when we divide this further into subcategories, you see that we've added a number next to that denote. So now you have ID, identify, AM, asset management, and this is the first subcategory below the asset management category, the parent category as well as the child subcategory. All right. So identify function, as I said, is a way in which you need to look at an environment and understand what you currently have in your inventory. The first point, or the first section category that you're dealing with in identify is asset management. So the framework wants you to look at all the assets which comprise on your organization's network, which comprise on your organization's infrastructure. Okay, so the first subcategory within the asset management category is physical devices or hardware asset list. Now, if I wanted some examples here of what exactly is hardware, that's basically all the devices that you see which are a part of the infrastructure on your organization. So starting from laptops which are connected to network, starting from switches to routers to all kinds of networking devices as well as firewalls. Now there can be multiple type of firewalls here also. There can be a hardware firewall, an external firewall, and there can also be something like a WAF, which might be required in some cases where the organization uses cloud. Now, in the first section, we are only dealing with physical devices, the devices that you can touch or see. All right. So over here, you would keep an inventory of all those devices, as well as servers, as well as databases, as well as your laptops, as well as your switches, as well as your external firewalls. Okay. So all of that information has to be documented as well as ready with you to understand what are the physical devices that your organization comprises of. Okay, I hope I've made this clear. Physical devices, something that you can touch and you can see, part of your infrastructure. Examples are laptops, physical devices, switches, routers, firewalls, CCTV cameras. All of that information has to be captured and kept documented. So that's the first point of business that you do when we talk about asset management. The next thing you do is you also keep an inventory of softwares. So softwares would include everything in a software format. Like if I had to give you examples here, it can be your operating systems, it can be your firmwares, it can be a production software that you use for ticketing, it can be a production software that you use for documenting. So for example, even MS Word, MS Excel, all of those things become softwares and they go into the software asset list. Okay. So first point of business, keep a list of hardware assets. Next thing you do is you create a list of software assets that are there on your infrastructure. Next thing you do is you also map communication as well as data flow. So what this means is that you understand what is the use of a certain device or an entity on a network. So let's say if you were to create a data flow, or if you were to create a communication flow diagram between, let's say, a database server and the rest of the devices, you would say that certain teams, or you would see that certain teams have more interaction with the database server, and they talk to the database server, which is internal flow of information. Okay. Now, this database server is not allowed to talk to anyone on the outside. So database server, basically, it only has access to internal teams, and you see a certain amount of teams that contact this database server more. So that kind of an information also needs to be documented. It helps in creating policies where you see a certain behavior. If a system is not allowed to be talking to someone on the outside, if there is a data flow which does not allow a system to respond to a certain query from the outside of a network, or let's say a different team on the inside of the network, that also needs to be mapped. So over here, what you map is the current situation of communication as well as data flow between devices, servers, or other entities that you use on the organization, and you keep documentation of that. All right. Now you also keep track of external information systems. Now, what do I mean when I say external information systems? Now, in some cases, organizations cannot have all functions within the same organization. Sometimes we also have to interact with partners. Sometimes we have different vendors doing a certain outsource activity for us, and those become external information systems. So when your devices or your people on the network are talking to their devices on the external network, those information also need to be mapped and documented. So when we talk about asset management, we talk about four things here. We talk about physical device asset list. We talk about software asset list. We talk about communication as well as data flow mapping. And in the end, we also take into account external systems that we are talking to, and we keep a detail of that also. Okay. All right. So moving forward now, one of the categories is explained now to you. So now, if you were to implement this framework, the first thing or the first line of business for you in that organization to do would be exactly how I've explained these categories as well as subcategories. So once you go into the organization, you're told that, okay, now you need to look at the security posture of this organization. So you say that, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow the CSF 1.1 model, and I'll approach the overall security based on the CSF. So you go into the organization. First thing you do is you figure out or identify asset management, and then that's the subcategories that you take care of. So you look at the hardware list, you look at the software list, you look at the communication as well as data flow diagrams. You also look at what are the external systems that you are talking to. Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and check the chat once again, just to make sure. Okay, there is a question. Is cloud subscription an external information system? Yes, it is. So when I talk about asset management, you need to take into account your cloud systems also. Whatever infrastructure you've got on cloud, it will have its own external hardware as well as software list. It will also have an external point of entry, which you might provide to your employees to log in. And those servers, again, will become something like an external system that you need to identify. Okay. How is CSF and ISO 27001 different? So basically, ISO 27001 is also talking about security controls, but it is not a framework. ISO is a compliance requirement. So CSF talks about a framework which has these different sets of categories or functions that once you implement, you will be able to show the compliances like ISO 27001. Okay. So In certain cases, you will be able to map these subcategories into different compliances rule, not only ISO, but you will see that there are certain security controls which are also mentioned in other compliances like COBIT or ISO or something else that somebody has to show. But CSF as a framework has all of these already mapped to the functions that we are talking about. Okay. Okay. All right. So Arindam has asked me to explain IDAM3 once again. So when we're talking about communication and data flow, what I mean by this is that you need to figure out how are systems supposed to talk to each other. If I had to put it in a very easy language, you just figure out how systems are supposed to be talking to each other. So in certain cases, there will be internal servers that are only talking to internal devices. And these servers never make any request to an outside IP address. So mapping that, understanding what are the internal IP addresses or subnets that this server is supposed to be talking to, and whether this server is allowed to talk to any external IP address or not, that documentation is IDAM3. Okay. Like rules creation, yes, you could say that it is basically rules creation, but it's not only talking about firewall, it's talking about internally also. Okay. All right. Okay, I think now we have a clear understanding of IDAM, asset management, and the subcategories. So now we can move on to the next category. So which is going to be IDBE. Again, you see the denote has changed here. And now last time it was AM for asset management. And now we've changed it to IDBE, which now becomes understanding or identifying the business environment. Now, identification mostly deals with a lot of documentation, guys. So in a lot of cases, organizations would have a documentation with them, and you just need to go ahead and validate that documentation to make, a check mark next to each of these subcategories. So business environment, I'll quickly go ahead and explain you these subcategories here. Now, the first thing you need to do here is to identify the role in the supply chain for your organization. Now, what do I mean when I say role in the supply chain? So as I said, every organization does a certain production activity, and there will be only few organizations in the world who would be able to completely own a supply chain by themselves. Okay. So what I mean by this is, let's say if there is a certain organization that makes fighter planes, all right. Now there are certain elements of the fighter plane which are not manufactured primarily by that organization. So they are importing a set of different elements of that fighter plane, and then they are assembling those elements into a fighter plane. Okay. And then if they need to do a certain research, if they want to add a new component for that also, maybe there is a different entity or a different organization that does that. Maybe there is a different organization that is supplying the manpower for this activity to the parent organization. So that role we need to identify for our organization first. Okay. So where exactly do you lie in that supply chain? All right. And what are the predecessors as well as successors in your environment? So understanding what you're taking from and where you're going with, in a way. Okay. Input as well as output, identifying where you're taking the inputs from, if it is an external party, and where the output is supposed to end up, which is going to be another external party. Okay. All right, that's the first thing you would identify. That's the BE1. on that list. BE2 talks about the industry sector identification. So, uh, of course, I think I would not need a lot of explanation here. When I talk about industry sector, it means just identifying the vertical of business that you are in. So you can be somebody like a Flipkart who is an e-retailer. You could be a tech giant like Microsoft. You can be somebody who is into military as well as defense equipment like Lockheed Martin. Uh, you can be, let's say, into industrial sector as well, industrial manufacturing sector as well. You could be in shipping business, Maersk, for an example. So all of these are identified as your industry sectors. You can be a part of manufacturing, you can be a part of technology, and you can also have subcategories after each of those verticals or sectors. Okay, so that identification also comes into identifying your business environment. Now, all of this information is very necessary, and you will get the idea of why it is necessary later on when we talk about risk assessment. Okay, so based on what your role in the supply chain is and based on what sector you are in, you would have a certain threat actor that might be trying to harm you. Okay, so for example, if I was somebody, let's say in India, who was responsible for generating power for the government of India. Okay, let's say I generate power for the government of India. I'm a green energy producer in the Indian market, and I have these huge HMI and SCADA systems. These are, of course, industrial IoT devices, which are very expensive, very huge machines, but they also have a software component that connects to the internet to do some of their work. Okay, so there might be a greater risk of state actors attacking these services, rogue nations, hackers sponsored by rogue nations attacking these services. So that threat now, if I owned a different business, would not be as much of a concern for me as it will be if I own something which is providing a service to the government, and it might have extremely high implications if I was hit, right? So if I was hit on one of my power plants, and if my IoT devices was compromised, the electricity would stop, right? And we've had some examples where this kind of attacks have happened. There was a facility in Iran. So I don't know if you've heard about Stuxnet botnet or not, but that's one thing that you can read about. I'm not going to cover that in detail. There's also been a lot of attacks recently in the US. We've also seen a lot of attacks in India also on a lot of industrial IoT devices where Chinese hackers as well as North Korean hackers, and in some cases even Israeli hackers have tried to attack these infrastructure. Okay, so that's why all of this information is necessary. Okay, now the next thing after the industry sector is to understand what the organizational mission and business processes are. So what this means is understanding how your organization works internally as well, and how are certain duties and responsibilities taken care of internally in the business. So who is responsible for what? Now, this is very much a requirement to have this documentation earlier, because in case if there is an incident, you need to have a point of contact soon, and you need to be able to connect to the right person at the right time, correct? So you need to be able to understand that, okay, if somebody is managing a certain service or a device, I need to connect with this guy if I'm having a problem with this service or device. Makes it much easier for you to do a remediation. It also decreases the time that you spend in fixing a problem. Okay, very easy, very commonsensical thing to do, right? All right. The next thing that we document is the dependencies for critical service delivery. And what this means is to understand what is critically necessary for the organization. Now, criticality and priority is going to be different for each of this company. So as I gave you an example, if somebody is doing a certain activity like generating green power in India and supplying electricity to Indian government, they will have huge SCADA systems or IoT devices. For them, the criticality of these devices or the networks connecting to these devices is more than, let's say, the IT infrastructure on their head office, right? So if there was a data leak on their head office from reception, let's say somebody was able to infect a machine in reception and was able to uh, take the details of who visited the office that day, they were able to get that information. That's of a much less priority and criticality than, let's say, an IoT device getting affected or compromised, which might lead to a bigger problem. Okay. So that kind of a thing also needs to be documented. And this is why you require to understand the dependencies for critical service delivery in a business environment. All right. So BE also has more subcategories, but I've kept this very relevant for the crowd based on what we really require. So I'm not going to give you a lot of extra different things, materials that you do not need in order to focus on security. So I'm just giving you what is basically very much required when we talk about security. And by the way, I've already implemented these controls, so I know what kind of documentation also comes along with this. I can give you certain examples in certain cases, which will help you understand these further. All right. So let's move ahead now from business environment to governance. Now, before we move on to governance, we'll just take a small break and let's take a little bit of a breather. Let's be back at 9 p.m. sharp, and then we can pick up from where we've left, and we'll talk about the rest of these categories as well as subcategories also. I'll speed it up so that we are able to move a little bit more faster through the framework here. All right. All right, guys, I'll see you at 9 p.m. sharp. Okay. Please don't be late. We'll start the session on time. So now we can move forward to the governance category of the identify function. Okay. So from the name itself, you could identify that this category is going to talk a little bit about what kind of governance is being followed within an organization. Governance is something you could think of a rule set that is created already within the organization in a way that is able to drive production in a sustainable form. Okay. So when it comes to governance, the first subcategory that we talk about is organizational cybersecurity policy, or understanding the organizational cybersecurity policy. So what does this statement mean? Let me give you one example that should make this point clear for you, this subcategory clear for you. So let's take a very popular example. I'll give you two examples actually. So when the COVID period happened, there was a certain policy that was implemented by a lot of organizations because COVID meant that we could not work in a office environment. So the work from home policy was introduced. Now, if you think from a cybersecurity perspective, or let's say even for a network perspective, you would think that now you would have to add a certain policy of connecting your users, connecting a large number of users through VPN to your organization. Now, this was not a problem for a lot of businesses who were operating production in the cloud. And that's very easy to guess because the people were able to connect through some kind of a VPN to the cloud. But it was a little bit of a problem for people who had their infrastructure on-prem, because then they had to add a certain security control, or they had to add a certain hardware or a software to provide that service. So that whole process of creating a requirement, to putting the security controls in place, to identifying the requirement, and then completing the set of actions required to provide that requirement. All of that goes into your cybersecurity policy. So let's say that you needed a VPN policy because of COVID. You would create a policy, you would create a certain VPN tunnel from your firewall to, let's say, an agent device. You will install an agent on the uh, identity endpoint or the person who's using the laptop, and then having all of those things and having all that information in a sequential manner. Okay, step 1, 3, 4, 5, that becomes your cybersecurity policy. So that's one example that I'm giving you of the cybersecurity policy. So like this, there will be multiple policies that an organization will have based on the kind of goal that they want to achieve within the organization. Okay, so that is known as having the details of an organizational cybersecurity policy. All right, let me give you one more example. In certain cases, you might have heard about one policy called as BYOD. People who are not aware of BYOD, what that means is organizations allow you to carry your own device into their environment. You can connect to the Wi-Fi and start working from your own laptops also. So that's known as BYOD, or bring your own device. So in those cases, you could say that the IT would have to worry about certain things like the user already has admin access to that machine, right? That's the first thing that you'll have to live with as the IT. The next thing is that, you know, this machine is also used for personal use. So what that would mean is that you would not be able to maybe stop the user from a certain number of actions that you would not like him to do, right? So now the IT has to live with these two situations, and they'll have to figure out a policy so that if at all anything bad happens because of these actions, they should be able to stop it. So what they do is they maybe go ahead and install another agent, a proxy agent, maybe. They can install a malware detection agent, maybe. They can install an EDR or an XDR agent on those devices. They can have that protection enabled on the cloud environment. So that way, you could create a policy and solve that problem. Again, the creation of that policy and the steps that you take from, let's say, step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all of that becomes your organizational cybersecurity policy. So when we talk about identifying the governance and the organizational cybersecurity policy, those are the policies that we want to document and look at. Okay, so what is the organization currently doing? Do they have a policy like BYOD? Do they have a policy like a VPN connection? So do they have all these policies and how it is achieved? That information, identifying that information is your GV1. Okay. Now GV2 talks about role and responsibilities communicated as well as aligned. So having a hierarchy when it comes to certain actions in the organization, having that hierarchy and having the roles and responsibilities of each of the identities in this hierarchy is your GV2. So basically what this means is, you know that a certain person would have admin rights on a certain device because he is from the security operations team. So his role, as well as the responsibilities, as well as the access that he has been defined because of his designation. So this is the example that you can fit in to IDGV2 here. We're talking about roles and responsibilities are communicated as well as aligned. All right. GV3 talks about legal policies that come with governance. So in case, if at all, there was a legal requirement when we talk about security. So if I had to give you an example, you could say that, again, you could take the example where a laptop gets stolen. A legal team also might have to intervene in certain cases where they go to the police station and they file an FIR, and then the legal follows up with the police because they're aware with certain legal perspectives of that incident. So that policy is also whether the organization has that within their governance model or not. That detail, that documentation is what you're looking for when we talk about GV3. Okay. So those are the three information identification that you need to do when we talk about identifying the governance of an organization. This is again one more category covered in the identification phase or the identification function. Okay. Now let's move on to the next one here, which is very important. And this talks about risk now. So now will be a good time to talk about what is the threat and what is the risk and what is a vulnerability and what is an asset. So I'll try and answer this question very easily. Okay. Let me give you one word of definitions for each of these, and then let me maybe create some kind of a relationship between this so that you're able to identify each one of them. Okay. So the first thing you need to be aware of is the asset. So anything that you are trying to protect becomes the asset. Okay. Again, first thing you need to know is what's the asset. All right. Anything that you need to protect becomes the asset. Okay. It can be confidential information. It can be a device. It can be a certain password. It can be access. It can be anything that you are trying to protect and not leak. Okay. So anything you're trying to protect is the asset. That's the first thing you need to know, right? After that, you need to know what's the threat. So the threat is anything most of the times on the outside environment that is trying to intentionally or accidentally, let's say, trying to obtain, damage, or destroy one of these assets. Again, since we are all focused on SOC, I want you to think of threat as something that is trying to damage the CIA of your asset or anything that you're trying to protect. Okay. Now, the next thing we talk about here is the vulnerability. All right. A vulnerability is a weakness or a gap in our protection efforts. All right. So let's do a quick recap here. Asset is something that you're trying to protect. A threat is some actor on the outside, let's say even on the inside sometimes, that is trying to hamper your CIA on that asset. Vulnerability is a weakness or a gap in our protection efforts. All right. Next, the risk. So the intersection of assets, threats, and vulnerabilities is your risk. All right. It becomes very easy for you to understand because what is an asset? Something you're trying to protect. What is a threat? An entity which is trying to hamper the CIA to this asset. Vulnerability is the gap that you might have in the protection efforts of the asset. And risk is the intersection of all these three elements that we have talked about. So if you were to take an example of this, let's say the asset is a server which is running a web server. Okay. Let's say it is running an outdated software of PHP, a MySQL, or any kind of a web service which you can think of. It's running an outdated version of that service, right? And the threat is, of course, somebody on the outside who is trying to, let's say, hit on maybe, let's say, availability of the asset, right? So now the threat knows that there is a vulnerability. And now this is just basic knowledge that there is a vulnerability, that the server is susceptible to a certain attack because there's a vulnerability with the software on that asset. Now, the vulnerability, the asset, as well as the threat, all of that information contributes to your risk, and it creates one policy or one point at risks. So when you mention risk, you would mention that I run a web server on this asset. It has a certain vulnerability, and I have seen maybe from the logs or some kind of a behavior, that a certain threat actor from this country is trying to cause a denial of service attack on my server using this vulnerability, right? Now, the most basic difference that I can give you here in certain cases, if I had to give you another example, is that risk is something that you can control, but a threat is not something that you can control. Why? Because it's an external entity and it's already out there. It's not in your control. Okay. A threat will always be there on the outside, trying to hit something or trying to hit your assets and trying to exploit the vulnerabilities on your end. Okay. Risk is something that you can lower. Let's take an example here so you understand. Okay. Now, risk, when I talk about threats, these can be unintentional threats also, right? So let's say you are about to start a data center and you choose the location. Since you are a local of Japan, you choose a location in Japan. All right. Now the threat here is that that area of Japan, let's say for example, is highly susceptible to earthquakes. All right. Now this becomes a threat for you. Why? Because if there is an earthquake, that means that the data center, the availability of the data center will be hit, right? So you know there is a threat. This is an unintentional threat. It's a natural disaster. There is no controlling this disaster, but you can control the risk. How can you control the risk? You can shift the location of that data center to, let's say, somewhere where the susceptibility of an earthquake is negligent or very less. So now you have mitigated the risk by mitigating the threat, lowering the threat, right? You cannot control it, but you can lower it based on a policy that you've put because you know that this can be a threat. Okay. So now I hope we are all clear about the distinctions for each of these terms: asset, vulnerabilities, threats, which all contribute to risk. So when we talk about identification of risk or risk assessment, that is exactly what we do here, right? So all of the things that we talk about, we create an information, or we just get all the information of the terms that we talked about. So the first thing that we need to figure out is we need to figure out what are the vulnerabilities that our assets are dealing with. So I gave you an example of a software vulnerability, but it can also be a hardware vulnerability. It can also be a physical vulnerability. All right. What do I mean when I say a physical vulnerability? It can be something like a data center which is not protected by a biometric access. Okay. So anyone can just go into that room, open the door, and be able to access those devices physically. So this also becomes a threat. This also becomes a vulnerability or a gap in our own situation that a threat can utilize. Okay, that's the example here. That's the first subcategory of risk assessment. That's the first thing you do when you assess the risk to a certain asset. All right. Next thing, from a security perspective, we look at risk assessment CTI integration. What is CTI? CTI is cyber threat intelligence. What is threat intelligence? Threat intelligence is a database of all the bad actors on the internet. That's the easiest way in which I can explain this to you, right? So you could think of, in general terms, how police keep a crime record for each criminal. In digital terms, CTI would refer to the same thing. So over here, the criminals become, in certain cases, IOCs or informations or TTPs, or information like IP addresses, information like domains, information like hash values. So each of this becomes a CTI component or threat intelligence for each of these categories. So how is this data calculated? So there are devices as well as technologies that give us protection.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, and much more from the IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. Repeat. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards a career growth in the field of cybersecurity. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is one secondary function of security operations? Your options are A. Managing access control system. Option B. Conducting risk assessment. Option C. Developing security policies. Option D. Monitoring physical security measures. I hope by now you have commented your answers in the comment section. Now let's continue with our session.
From a lot of cybersecurity elements. So if I had to give you an example, I can say that Cisco owns a lot of firewalls, right? Cisco owns a lot of other defensive devices, technologies also. So over time, they collect data that hits these devices, and they identify certain actors that are classified as bad traffic or certain people who are trying to do something malicious. And then this profile is created. So profile is created based on certain information like websites, IP addresses, as well as hash values. Hash values would correspond to files or viruses, trojans, things like that. IP addresses would correspond to bad actors or servers outside which are trying to contact you, trying to hit you. Domains or websites in general would become something that once you click on a link on a website, you are redirected to a certain page where a download starts without your information, and then it infects you. So that kind of websites where you don't know what exactly happened, but some kind of an action triggers the result, which might be malicious, right? So all this information through sources, integrating that is also a part of risk assessment. So whether or not you're doing it, identification of that binary, whether or not the organization is digesting any CPI or not, is it integrated? That's the next thing that you do. All right. The third thing, the third subcategory that we talk about is the threats that you need to identify. Now, this is where, if you go back a slide, you would see that we looked at business environment also. This is where the information that you've collected previously also comes handy when you're making this identification. So let's say for somebody who owns a web service, who owns a website that he needs people to take a look at, let's say any e-retailer like Flipkart, their whole business is focused on having people be able to access that website, right? So that means that the biggest threat actor over there for them would be something that tries to attack their web servers or the accessibility to the websites, right? So if there was, let's say, for example, a huge denial of service attack on Amazon or Flipkart, and let's say the website was not accessible to legitimate users for 1 or 2 minutes all over the country, that would result in huge loss for the organization, right? So those things need to be documented. This is going to be focused on threats. So you need to identify the threats out there and what's probably going to be the impact. Next point talks about the impact that hampering a service or a threat might have on a certain organization. Okay, I hope that example clears both of those points. So RA3, RA4, both of them are related. So once the first thing is that you identify threats,
The next thing is that you identify if those threats are successful, what is the potential business impact that happens, or the potential loss that the company might suffer because of that. Okay. Now, risk calculation on vulnerability and threats. What this means is you come up with something known as cybersecurity risk register. Now, creating that risk register again is some kind of an expertise. If you want to take down notes, you can also refer to other NIST frameworks that specifically focus on how to create CSRR or cybersecurity risk register. So that's probably where you'll find the information. Now, then again, NIST also gets divided into A, B, C. So you will see that that document, which I've mentioned there again, gets divided into 8286A, 8286B, 8286C. And that's like a very detailed document where you get to know how to create the risk register. Okay. Basically, as I said, it is the intersection of assets, vulnerabilities, and threats. And based on each of that intersection, you create a risk score. And that's just the general idea of how a risk register is created. All right. Now, once you understand the risks, you also identify a risk response. So what is the current risk response for each of these risks present within the organization? So very important thing to focus here is you are still in the identifying phase, okay? You are still in the identifying function. So you are only taking account of what already is there with the organization. You're not creating anything new here. You might be creating a risk register, but you're not creating any policies. You're just documenting and looking at what is the risk response in case something from the risk register was supposed to happen. Okay. All right. So let's move ahead. That concludes the risk assessment part of the identification function. Now we can move ahead to risk management, which is going to be fairly shorter version of risk management, risk assessment. Once you've done risk assessment, what you do is you come up with a process where you identify how you are going to deal with these risks, and you also figure out a risk tolerance score. So when I talk about risk tolerance, that means that the resiliency of the organization to a certain risk. So let's say, again, we can take the same example where you can say that, okay, Amazon is hosting their website and it is under an immense denial of service attack. And let's say what Amazon does is it has regional servers. So let's say one of the servers, which is only accessible to the state of Andhra Pradesh, is getting hit, and the rest of the country is able to access the website. Only people in Andhra Pradesh is not able to access this. So that becomes the level of tolerance that Amazon can take based on a certain threat and based on a certain attack, right? So the risk or the loss will be less as compared to, let's say, some server which provides access to all the users in a country was to get hit, right? That score, that index that you create here, identification of that index contributes to your risk tolerance score. That's what you do in risk management. And that concludes the identify function of the framework. So now we can move on to the next function, which is protect. So now the identification phase is complete. Now you know everything about the organization. You know what are the assets. You know how devices are communicating. You know how they are protected. You know what is the governance model in picture, and you also understand now what is the risk, and you also know what is the risk management strategy that is there in place in that organization. So now you move on to the next thing in business, which is to protect. In simple terms, there is a definition mentioned on
the slide also. Develop and implement the appropriate safeguards to ensure delivery of critical infrastructure services. So this deals completely with the things that you will do for protection of your devices or assets. Okay. So this is denoted by PR, and the first category in this function that we are going to talk about is going to be access control, which is mentioned as AC over here, initial. Okay. And I hope you guys are not getting bogged down with all of this information. Okay. I really hope that. All right. Okay. So moving ahead, protect access control function also has 5 subcategories. The original subcategory is access control, which talks about identity management, authentication, as well as access control. All right. So now what you'll do is you'll start taking a certain action. In the first phase, you are only connecting information. But now what you do is you start putting certain controls, security controls in place, okay, based on the kind of information you have detected in the first function. So the first thing you do is you identify identities and credentials are issued, managed, and audited for devices. So what this means is identities is nothing but people who are working for your organization. Of course, when they are authenticating to a certain service or logging into the devices, the thing that they use to log in, the password or some kind of passphrase, or let's say a biometric access or some kind of an MFA, all of that becomes your credential. So the first thing, or the first security control, talks about identities and credentials are issued, managed, and audited for devices. That's the first point of business that you need to take care. So you need to ensure that all of the identities on your organization are being issued credentials which are getting managed, and there is a policy for management, and they are also getting audited to their access for devices, right? So what this means is you're having one layer of protection there. Identities who are not able or don't have access to passwords are not able to get into the system. Very basic, right? Also, there is a policy when it comes to passwords. So let's say in 30 days, you have a policy to change password. Let's say you want them to create a password which is 12 characters long. It has certain special characters as well as lowercase or uppercase letters or something else that you might feel is very hard to guess. Okay. Audited, also you're keeping track of who is using what, and there is not a case of somebody switching those roles also. So people who have access to a certain thing are the people who are using those devices and not anybody else. All right. That's the first subcategory. Next subcategory is physical access to devices are managed. Now this means that physical access, like I said, in certain cases will be very restricted. So you don't want anybody to be handling your data centers because a lot of data is there in the data center machines. And if you've seen a data center, you would know that these are huge air-conditioned rooms, and they have racks. And on those racks are certain servers that run your data centers. They have a lot of connections, a lot of Ethernet cables connected to them. In certain cases, they have different cables connected to them so that they are able to provide their service. Such servers or access to such servers is protected through biometric devices. Okay. So if you are ever to visit a data center, you would see that they take care of a lot of security controls even when somebody who has access is going in. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of gates where you need to again and again use biometrics or something else like a passcode, and then you are able to get into the data center. So that is what you need to manage in this subcategory. So this subcategory tells you to have a certain isolation in place or physical access to devices, and it's getting managed, okay, for all the resources that you're using, your infrastructure. All right. What next? Next, you look at remote access and you make sure that that is also getting managed. So this was a big thing in COVID, since a lot of people were working remotely. How are they able to connect to your infrastructure? Of course, they cannot just go ahead and directly access something on your internal network, right? Before they are allowed into the internal network, they might have to authenticate through certain mechanism. They might have to get into a VPN connection first, and only then they'll be able to have the remote access, right? So all of those policies that we talked about, authentication as well as connecting to a VPN, this is again something which you need to manage, and this is what the sub control talks about. Okay. Next, it talks about permissions and authentication management, or authorization management, I should say, for each and every identity. So this is also something that you'll need to do. You will need to have segregations based on the kind of access that the users have to certain data. So in certain cases, you could say that a CEO is able to access a certain file, but a normal employee is not able to access a file, right? Very easy example. So let's say business deals or something like quotes or tenders, all of that information, a CEO can be able to access that information easily. If it's on a shared resource, anybody else accessing it would not be allowed. So that's what this subcategory talks about. Now, it also talks about one cybersecurity concept, which is called as least privilege or zero trust. So over here, you start with zero trust with everyone, right? So what this means is that only people who require a certain information are given access to that information, that also for a certain period of time. Okay. So in most of the cases I've seen, when organizations are implementing least privilege, what they will do is they will ask you to separately have an email where you ask for a certain resource and you tell them that, okay, my designation is this and I need access to this resource. They will give you a temporary password to log in. You can use that password, you can log in, and then you can access that detail, and then your access goes after a certain amount of time. What that means is that you're following a least privilege approach where nobody has access to a certain resource or an asset until explicitly required. Okay, that's one example. All right, next thing is network integrity is protected. Now, when I talk about network integrity, you just need to make sure that there is nobody snooping on the network. All the communication on the network is happening through secure channels, and there are no loopholes when it comes to networks within your organization. What can be these loopholes? These can be communication being passed on the internal or the external network on HTTP. So if you have a login page on HTTP, let's say, somebody sitting in on that network, if he's using a tool like, let's say, Wireshark, and sniffing that data, he will be able to retrieve information of credentials in plain text. All right. So making sure you're using some kind of encryption within the network, making sure the integrity of the network is protected, that also becomes a part of the protect subfunction PRAC5. All right. So take a quick look at chat also before I move ahead. So Naidu has asked here, we are talking about only authentication and not authorization. So we're talking about both here, Naidu. So we're talking about access permissions also and authentication management also. So access permission is nothing but authorization, and authentication management is nothing but your credentials that you use. So both of them. Yep. All right, moving forward. Next control is also being focused on a lot, and this has been really being talked about a lot, guys. If you follow cybersecurity, you will know that I'll give you the statistics when I start the sub modules here, or the sub categories. So uh, this talks about awareness and training of your employees. Okay, so one of the ways in which you can protect the infrastructure or the environment is through training a lot of resources in cybersecurity attacks and events, and what they need to do, the do's and don'ts in their jobs. Okay, because not everybody is able to grasp cybersecurity, and not everybody knows what are the risks or the threats out there that you have to deal with, and they might fall victim to a certain cybersecurity attack. Now, if I had to give you a statistic now, 71% of attacks start from some kind of a human error. In a lot of cases, it is a phishing attack, right? So even if you might have read about the Uber hack, uh, once the attacker had the password, they had another layer of security after the authentication through password. So Uber was also doing an MFA check after the authentication of the password. But the attacker, what he did was he just kept on doing the password entry. And what this did for the user, the actual user, was that the user got irritated with so many messages for MFA. And instead of contacting security, what he did was to stop those, he just said accept, and then he closed it. And as soon as he hit accept, of course, the person who was doing authentication, the hacker, got access. So that means that there was a lack of training or lack of knowledge with that person who just hit accept to end his inconvenience at that point, which resulted in a lot of damage for that organization. This is why awareness and training is really important, guys. Okay, so now we look at the subcategories. The first one here is that all users are informed and trained. So what you do here is basic cybersecurity training for all the users on your organization. This means everybody, including people who don't even have access to systems. All right, just giving them something where they're able to understand the concepts of social engineering also. If they're just answering calls, there can still be somebody out there who is trying to call you in a call center where you don't have a system. You're only answering calls on the desk, but will still be able to grab some information out of you. So even they need that training. Okay. Next, privileged users understand their role. Privileged users means people who have a higher level of access, and hence, since they are at a higher level, their risk rating increases, because if their accounts are compromised, that would mean that an attacker would have access to privileged information, which of course is a part of their user group. Okay, so they need to understand their role as well as the risk that comes with their role, as well as general security and awareness training. Next thing, third-party users also need to understand their role. And we see that in a lot of organizations, what happens is a lot of organizations employ workforce from different contractors or vendors. So let's say I have an organization and I need support for a product. Okay, I have an organization that has built a product, which is an Android application. And in case somebody has a problem with that application, what he does is he looks at the app, he sees a phone number of the contact help desk, and then calls me to get support. Now, I don't have that manpower with me. So what I do is I employ somebody else or a third party to provide that service to me, right? Now, what this means is that that team of people who are answering those calls are using my production environment, but they might necessarily be sitting in my on-prem environment. So those people also need to be aware of the risks as well as cybersecurity, malicious activities that they might fall prey to. Okay.
So this means educating your third-party vendors as well as partners also, right? Next thing is senior executives understand their roles and responsibilities. Senior executives means somebody who is at a much higher level of the food chain, somebody on the C levels. If their accounts are getting breached, of course, that will result in significant amount of damage. So for them, this training would be of a different intensity as compared to the other people that we've talked about already. So that difference over here, with them understanding their role as well as the risk that comes with it, goes in this subcategory. Okay. Very important, even the cybersecurity personnel understand their roles and responsibilities. So what this means is if you are working for a cybersecurity firm, the firms put a clause on you where they have a confidentiality agreement where they mention that, okay, you cannot mention which client you're working for. So let's say if there was a managed SOC service provider and they were subscribed to, let's say, some organizations and they were providing security operation services to those clients, the employees of the provider of the service are not allowed to disclose who they are providing service to. That is a consequence that comes with their job role and designation in cybersecurity. So that kind of information also, when it is delivered to these personnel, that part is covered in this subcategory 85. Okay. All right. So very fast. Easy to understand, I guess. We can move forward. And now we can talk in a little bit of a detail about protection of data security. So the first subcategory over here says that data at rest is protected. So what this means is whether you're using some kind of an encryption on the data when it is in the database. So if I had to give you an example, S3 buckets by default also use an encryption mechanism on the data that is stored on them, right? You can select that and you can make that data encrypted and more secure. So that's what basically this subcategory is talking about. Okay. Next one, data in transit is protected. So when you are sending this data, it is being sent or being transferred in a secure manner. So one way of doing it is that you can have data encrypted at rest and then also use another encrypted service when you are transferring this data to another device, right? So if this is confidential data, you could think that you first encrypt the data at rest, which is confidential, then you use a VPN connection to send it to another part of your system to complete the communication. So both ways, the data is protected. So data at rest is also protected. And when it is getting transferred, you're using a sort of mechanism to make that transit protected also. Okay, that's the DS2 or the other subcategory over here in data security. The third subcategory is asset management, removal, transfer, and disposition. Now, in a lot of organizations, there will be a lot of assets. And of course, these assets or devices come with a lifespan, right? So let's take an example where you think of a laptop device, okay? And then you should have a policy of how this laptop is going to get removed from the system, transferred in case there is a different user going to use it, and then the disposition or the end of life of that asset also. So that policy is what data security is talking about here. Okay. Fourth subcategory is talking about capacity to ensure availability. Now, this means having backups as well as alternate data centers in case your main data center's availability is hit. So what is the provision that you have in place just in case if something was to go wrong with your main data source, right? So how do you make sure that there is some kind of an availability in case even if some of your systems are hit or compromised, right? So that's what
DS4 talks about. Okay. DS5 subcategory talks about the protection mechanisms that you have in place for data leaks. So whether you have a firewall in place to detect this kind of activity, whether you have an endpoint security tool to detect this kind of activity, or whether you have some kind of a protection against this activity where your devices might communicate to somebody on the outside and send huge chunks of data to that device or a server. Okay. So what kind of uh, protocols, services, or security controls you have in place to protect this activity. Okay. Next thing, integrity checking mechanisms for software as well as firmware. So what this means is to check the integrity of a file. When I say the integrity of a file, it means basically to check whether the file has been changed or not. Now, why is this important when it comes to security? So a lot of Trojans, a lot of viruses try something called as obfuscation techniques or detection techniques, which avoid detection in antivirus softwares or EDR. How do they do it? They try to inject code into an already running process. Okay. So you would see that the name of the file, svc host, is legitimate. And if you look at it just from a point of view of a user, you would probably think that, okay, this process always runs on my system, and there is nothing wrong with this process, even if it is using an extremely high amount of CPU. Maybe there is some kind of a Windows activity that I'm unaware of. But all right, this is a legitimate process. It, of course, says Microsoft Windows also in the name. So I know for sure that, okay, this is a trusted process. So in those cases, what the user does not know is there has been an injection into that process that makes it do other things also. So these other things are not always beneficial. They are most of the times malicious. So that is why checking the integrity of each of these files and processes is very important, right? That's why it says software as well as firmware there. So making sure there is no change in hash values of the files, making sure there's a certain process has not been shut down in the middle and then again restarted due to some reason. Those kind of things or those kind of detection mechanisms are there in place when we talk about data security. Okay. The last subcategory, DS7, talks about having separate environments for different activities. So if you were to think of a company or an organization that creates, let's say, a software, okay, they build a software. They would like to add certain new modules to their software. They would like to add, let's say, new functionalities to their software. And they might also want to test what happens when we add this to the already deployed software. Now, there are different environments for each of this activity. So the development activity in our example is going to happen in a different environment. When I say environment, I mean a different system and a set of systems. So those servers are going to have their name as development servers, and that complete environment would only be dedicated to development activities. Okay. Similarly, when you have to test whether the module is working with the rest of the software or not, you would have completely different set of servers, devices that are a part of that environment, and you would have probably name it test environment. And from where you are providing production and where your application or software is hosted and is accessible to end users, that will be your production environment. So the framework within the protect function in the subcategory of data security says that you should have different environments for different kind of activities that you do within the organization. Why? Why? Because if there is a bug in the development phase, you cannot just go ahead and add that module directly to production. Because if you discover that bug in production, that means that there are possibilities that that bug has already been breached or been exploited by someone. So that's why you create a module first, you test it out for bugs in a different environment, and once you're sure that everything is working fine with it, then you move on and then you attach it to your production module. Okay, so that's the example within this subcategory of protect data security 7. All right, this finishes our protect function also, or I should say the category, the data security category also. The function still goes strong. See that it has more categories also, right? Said to his scientists basically that you need to create a framework or guidelines for all the businesses, organizations, government as well as private, to follow certain rules that will help them with their cybersecurity posture. So due to that requirement, due to that order that came from the US government, NIST created CSF 1.1. Okay, so it's a 5-function or a 5-phase framework that has a set of security control guidelines for each of these functions. So each of these functions that you see below on the screen, identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover, these are sequential functions, one after the other, step by step. And each of these functions are divided further into categories as well as subcategories. Okay, so when I move ahead in the slide, you will see that on the left-hand side, the boxes that you see here are the functions that are mentioned in the CSF. Functions basically mean what you need to do or what is the purpose or the idea behind your other data sets or other categories that are mentioned on the left-hand side here. So the first thing when you are following the CSF is you identify what you're dealing with in your organization. So the first function says, identify what you're dealing with first. So what do you need to identify and how do you need to identify is focused on the categories here. So the categories here on the right-hand side, you look at this and you see that first you need to have asset management. You need to identify your asset management, business environment. You need to understand what is the kind of governance that you have. You also need to perform a risk assessment and you need to have a risk management strategy also. So this is just you identifying what you're dealing with within your organization first. Now, once you have identified, you also look at what are the security controls that are protecting this identified information now. So in the protect function, what you do, again, you have here categories. And again, these categories are also divided into different subcategories, okay? And I think we've already covered 2 of these functions. So identify, we have looked at the categories and we've also looked at the subcategories. Protect also, we have looked at the categories and we've also looked at the subcategories. So if I was to move my slide further, you will see that we have yesterday covered each of this function, which is here, category, which is here, and then for each category, you have a subcategory, which is mentioned here. So subcategory is basically just telling you a way through which you need to perform your asset management, okay? So first thing you do is you follow the function, which is identification of your organization. Next, you move into the category, and first you understand asset management or asset identification in this function, okay? And then once you go to the asset management category, you further classify subcategories where one by one, you create certain asset lists or identification mechanisms through which you are able to identify certain things on your organization. So asset management talks about having a hardware asset list, mapping your hardware, having software asset list, mapping your software, mapping how the communication and data is flowing within your network, how many subnets you have, what's the way in which servers are communicating, which servers are internal, which servers are external, things like that. Also, in certain cases, if you're using technologies like cloud, you need to figure out what exactly is there in the cloud. So which servers are located in cloud, how many systems or virtual machines are running in the cloud, all that information also you need to have an inventory of, okay, need to identify basically. Next, we moved on into the business environment. So you should also know what your organization is dealing with as a business. So where do they sit in the supply chain? Which is the industry sector or the vertical they belong to? You need to understand what is the mission of the organization and what is the business process that they follow, okay? And why are they using a presence on the internet? Very important point there, okay? All of this still, by the way, is the identification function, okay? So right now you're just identifying how the organization works and what are parts of this organization, okay? So understanding what are the parts of the organization, as well as understanding what the organization does, basically is what this function focuses on, okay? Governance, we talked about yesterday. We understand what are the policies that are exclusive to this organization. So we talked about bring your own device. We talked about VPN connectivity for remote working, things like that. Okay. Are they also dealing with the legal team? Do they have an internal legal team? What are the processes that the legal team follows and how that responsibility and roles can be communicated? Same thing talks about here also. So roles and responsibilities communicated and aligned within the organization. Okay. Risk assessment, we talked about threats, vulnerabilities, assets, and risks, and how risks can be mitigated, but threats cannot be mitigated, right? So we talked about those things. We talked about how you need to identify your asset vulnerabilities, how you need to be sure that you have integrated CTI, cyber threat intelligence. So whether you're using a threat intelligence or not within the organization. If there are any specific threats that the organization need to worry about, are they identified or documented? If there is a potential business impact, in case a threat is able to compromise an asset, what is the potential business impact in those cases? Risk calculation on vulnerability and threats. So this is basically a matrix which is created based on all the details. And this is something known as cybersecurity risk register. In a lot of organizations, they create cybersecurity risk register, and the framework also tells you to create a CSRR for your business, okay? Risk responses are also identified. So in case there is a risk, what is the response if something goes bad, right? Risk management, we talked about what are the policies that the organization has for risk management. What is their risk tolerance? So the intensity of risk which they are able to handle before having a significant impact is something that comes under risk tolerance, okay? Then we moved on to the protect function, and in protect function, we looked at the category identity management, authentication, authorization, and access control. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing a revision of all of these. Then we also talked about data security. So what is the protection mechanism used to protect data at rest? Data at rest is nothing but data on the hard drives. Are you using any kind of encryption? Data in transit is nothing but data getting transferred from one asset to another. So things like whether you are using HTTPS connections, whether you are using a VPN or not. Okay. Asset management removal, transfer, and disposition means that after the end of life of an asset, or when an asset is moved on to another entity, what are the processes that are being followed? Okay, so there is no data leakage when, let's say, a laptop from one person is transferred to another person. Okay, so when is this case arising? When somebody leaves the organization and their asset is taken from them. An image reset is done on that asset, and then this asset is given to the next person, right? So how is that process happening, and whether it is happening securely or not? Okay. Capacity to ensure availability, protection against data leaks, integrity checking mechanism for software and firmware. So all of these three are pointing towards what are the security controls in place to protect specific things like availability, data leaks, and integrity check. So you can think of things like, when I say about availability, you could think of a DC or a DR. So when I say DC or a DR, you could think of a server which acts as a backup server just in case the main server fails or is not available. Okay. Data leaks, you could think of something like a firewall or a web application filter where you have a layer of security that is preventing unauthorized access. Okay. So this can also mean audit controls that you put in place. What do I mean when I say audit controls? There might be certain files that only have access to certain people. Okay. So certain people only have access to certain files. So what you're doing there is you are doing an audit control on those files where you make sure that, okay, this is confidential information, and I'll only be sharing this folder with specific set of people who need to access it. Okay. And then integrity checking mechanisms, you could think of EDR tools, antivirus tools, which are able to detect certain code injections into files. They are able to detect Trojans. They are able to detect malicious files and codes. So all of those can go into the subcategory there. Now, the last point there also states that each organization has different phases when they are operating. And for each of their phases, they should have a separate environment. So development, test, and production environment should be different. Okay, so that's the summed up recap for everyone. And now we will be moving to the detect phase or the detect function of the CSF framework. Okay. Now, detect phase is going to focus on implementing and developing appropriate activities to identify the occurrence of the cybersecurity event. So if I had to give you the gist of this, this is where the position of a SOC lies. Okay. So this is where the SOC comes into picture. Now, what are the duties of a SOC? The SOC uses a certain tool or uses a combination of tool that is able to detect any kind of a malicious activity on a network or an organization. Okay. So the detect phase will talk about things and responsibilities, most of which we will also be covering when we work in a security operations center. Okay. All right. So let's move ahead with the detect function. Now the detect function stands here, and then you have different categories mentioned here, right? Key enablers, which are mentioned here. And each of these categories again have subcategories, which are mentioned here step by step. Okay. So the category that we're going to talk about first is anomaly detection and events, right? Now, first we need to understand what is an anomaly and what is an event. So event is nothing but log data that you ingest in SIEM. Like I said earlier, what happens is you tell the devices all of the devices on the organization to forward logs to one central repository, which is the SIM tool. Okay. Once you have all the logs in SIM, your job in security operations is to detect an anomaly. So all the logs received from each of these devices become your events. Okay. And something that has a relevance to a security incident or something which looks a little bit out of phase, a little bit out of picture, becomes an anomaly. Okay. So you could say that some kind of an abnormal behavior within the events becomes an anomaly. Okay. Let me give you a very easy example here. Okay. So let me pick one name from the participant list to give you this example. Okay. So I see Hiral. Okay. I'm going to pick Hiral here for this example. So let's say Hiral works for an organization. Okay. And I'm assuming Hiral is a female. So excuse me if I'm wrong there. So Hiral always comes to the organization or office at 9 a.m. sharp. And then she works for uh, 8 hours, 9 hours, whatever the shift is. And then she leaves at 6 p.m. Okay. So every day, Hiral comes into office 9 a.m. and then she leaves at 6 p.m. This is the normal behavior of the employee. All right. So now if I was to talk in terms of what are the logs that I will see for Hiral, I would probably see a biometric system sending me log that, okay, Hiral has punched in and her biometric login was done at 9:05, 9:02, 9:03, something like that. Okay, I'll see that event. After that, if I was to look further into it, I could see that she also logs into a certain laptop that belongs to her. And by 9:10 timestamp, you could see that, okay, she's logged in and now she's working. Okay, so she's a part of production. And then again, the same thing happens at 6 p.m. also. She logs off. I see the logs that, okay, Hiral is logged off. And then I see that the biometric also has a bye-bye sign where she is just punching out and she's leaving the organization. One fine day, I see that Hiral has come into office at 2 a.m. and she's left the office at 5 a.m. So now this event here becomes the anomaly that I'm talking about. So this is something which is thrown off from the normal behavior or expected behavior of anything. It could be anything. Now, in this case, we've taken an example of an identity or an employee to make it simple, but these can be devices also. So this is something that the SOC focuses on, something which is not normal, something that is not behaviorally acceptable for either a device, an identity, so people, or some kind of a technology that is being used on the device. All right. So that's what this module or this category is going to talk about. Okay. So the first point when it comes to anomaly detection and events is to have certain policies in place, a baseline for network operations and expected data flows. So the first thing you need to do here is to have certain policies in place where you either put a rule on network operations or you put a restriction on network operations. So what do I mean when I say network operations? If I had to make this simpler, if I had to give you an example, I could say that, let's say you don't want your employees of the organization to spend a lot of time watching YouTube videos or spending a lot of time watching videos in general. Okay, so you know that when you watch videos, a lot of bandwidth is spent on those videos. So you could put a policy on the network saying that, okay, this level of employees will only be provided by 5 gigs or 10 gigs of data per day. And you activate that policy. And then you create a baseline for an expected data flow there. So that kind of an activity will be covered here in the first section. So basically creating rules as well as establishing an expected data flow for your devices for the technologies and for the assets of the organization. That's the first thing that you do. Okay. Next, AE2 talks about detection events which are analyzed in detail to understand attack targets and methods. So once you detect an anomaly, you further try and increase the confidence of that anomaly or the incident. Okay. So the 2 points here, AE2, the subcategory AE2, as well as AE3, both of these talk about how you increase the confidence of an incident. Okay. So let's say you detected a phishing attack on your organization. Your SIM tool alerted you saying that one of the employees has gone to a website which is known as a phishing website. Okay, this is a very well-known phishing website, and your threat intelligence has picked up this website, and you see in the logs that okay, one person has gone to this website, and there is a log that says okay, person A went to this website, and this is something which is known for phishing. Now, that's not the only thing that you need to detect to make sure what has really happened, right? You need to look at a certain timestamp for that user, and you need to increase the confidence, or you need to increase your understanding of what really happened that triggered this event. Okay. So what you do after that is you take a look further into these events which led to the person going to the website. So then you see that the person before this activity had downloaded some kind of a browser extension. So from the logs, you're able to identify that, okay, this person is using Google Chrome. And just before this redirection happened, or just before this person went to a phishing page, he had downloaded a website extension from somewhere. And after that, this event has happened. And then your confidence is increased a little bit more. Then you check different set of logs and you figure out where that extension came from, or what is the hash of that extension. So let's say you were able to determine the hash of that extension or the name of that extension. You look up Google and you figure out that, okay, this extension is a malicious extension. So now the confidence about this incident and the event has gone up further. Then you realize that, okay, this is the extensions doing that even when I type the name of a legitimate website, the extension will redirect me to the phishing page instead of the legitimate website, because you see that, okay, the user has made an attempt to go to a certain website, but the extension kicks in, and then you see that, okay, the redirected URL is taking the user to another website, which is of course a phishing page. So all of these steps, whatever you have done, is to increase the confidence of the incident. And every time you get a new evidence, the confidence of the incident increases, right? And how you do this is basically the analysis factor that you put into each of these incidents. Detect phase talks about increasing that confidence by analyzing the detection events to understand what is the attack targets and methods, and also looking at logs from different sources. Okay, so you're not only checking firewall logs, you're also checking your file system logs to see that, okay, there was an extension downloaded on the file system, and then the user clicked on an exe, and then it just got activated on their browser. Okay. All right, so those are the two subcategories that we look here. The first thing, to analyze each of these events in detail and find out the root cause analysis. And AE3, which talks about look at multiple log sources when you are doing a certain kind of a detection or trying to increase the confidence in the incident. Okay. Now, once these two things are done, you move forward and you go to AE4, which talks about impact of the events. So now you figure out what is the impact of the event. So now you know that as long as that extension stays on that browser, it's going to keep doing the same thing. Then you also figure out how to remove this extension, as well as whether the user has already put their details onto the phishing page. So what you do is you send an email to the user and you ask them whether they have seen this phishing page or not. And if they're unaware, whether they were, well, gullible enough to enter their details on the phishing page. So that is nothing but understanding the impact of events. Based on those impacts, what you do is you plan out your further strategy. So in case, let's say, if the user has already put in their username and password in those phishing pages, what you'll do is you'll ask the user to immediately change their username and password. In some cases, username cannot be changed, so you just ask them to change their passwords. And then you'll also check on their machine whether there's been an external connection that might have happened, and whether there was any other logons done on any other devices through this user, right? Just to make sure. So that is how you determine the impact of each of these incidents as well as events, okay? The next point, AE5, talks about incident alert threshold is established. Now, in certain cases, you might also have to deal with alert thresholds. Now, what is threshold? Threshold is any value that is tolerable, right? So if I had to give you an example, let's say user account lockout happens after 5 incorrect logons, right? Now that 5 is the threshold for the activity to happen, right? Similarly, you also put these thresholds when you are creating alerts. So in case when you are creating incident alerts, in some cases, you will have to put in a threshold like, okay, if, let's say you have created a threshold for brute force attacks, you would probably look for failed logons. And since most of the brute force attacks happen through some kind of a script or in an automated way, they will try passwords really fast in a very small amount of time. So through that, you can probably put in a threshold like, if, let's say, 100 fail logons are detected within a minute or 60 seconds, please trigger this alert. Now, why do we even need to do this? The need to do this is to eliminate false positives. What do I mean when I say false positives? False positive is something that might look like a true alert or might look like an anomaly or an incident, but it is actually normal behavior, right? So that's what I mean when I say false positives. And in a lot of environments, in a lot of organizations, the essence of SOC or the quality of SOC is determined based on how well as a SOC you are able to reduce false positives and only detect true positive events. Okay. So that is one of the reasons why it is important to have thresholds in certain cases when you are detecting anomalies as well as malicious incidents. Okay. So this covers the first category of an anomaly detection. The difference between an event and an incident. So events are normal flow of logs that come into your SIM tool. So the difference between an event is an incident is where you have really detected with confidence that this is some kind of a thing that can impact your confidentiality, integrity, or availability. Okay. So incident is when you are really sure that something bad has already happened. Events are just normally logs that you're receiving. So let's say receive firewall logs like denied connection from outside from a certain IP address, right? Then you check the IP address and you know that this is a bad IP address. And then you just close that event as something normal, right? Connection was denied. It's a bad IP, but the connection was already denied. That's an event. Let's say a connection was accepted from an external IP, but then you see that the external IP is good. So this is somebody from your organization connecting from outside and it was accepted. Again, this becomes an event. Now you see that there is a bad IP address from the outside and a connection is made from the inside, which is sending data to this bad IP connection. So you see that 100 MB of file is being transferred from your internal network to this external network, which is a bad IP address. Now this will become a potential incident. Now again, you follow DEA2 and DEAE3 to make sure that this is truly an incident. So you understand, you go into depth of these events, you look at other events, you correlate, and you figure out whether this is really relevant when we're talking about anomalous or malicious activity. Okay. Unidentified error is an incident. It can be in certain cases. So unidentified error, let me give you an example of that also. So let's say your developers are using S3 buckets on Amazon. Okay. Now in Amazon S3 buckets, you can have these S3 buckets open to public also, and you can make them private also. So let's say the developer is storing confidential data, but as an error, what he has done is he has made the bucket public. Now, to his knowledge, he doesn't know when or how he has made that change, but this becomes a configurational error, which is again becoming malicious for you. It is becoming an anomaly for you because open S3 bucket means anybody outside in the world can access that confidential data, right? So it can, in certain cases, become an incident. Yeah, I think Neelkant has explained it quite well there. So I hope it clears your confusion now, Sajid, once I've given the examples now. What is a security incident? I think I've already explained it, so that should clear. Can every event be an incident? No. But in every incident, you can say is an event. So the reverse is true, but every event cannot be an incident. Some events correlated, and identified as malicious create an incident. Okay. I make this laptop send logs to an SIM tool. Okay. So what that means is that everything that I do on this laptop will be recorded in logs, and that recording of logs is going to be sent to the SIM tool. Okay. So now let's say I'm doing legitimate activity from my laptop. So what I do is I log into the laptop using my correct credentials, username and password, and I push enter and I'm able to log in. Okay. So now this becomes an event. Okay. So my login is legitimate and a log is created for this login saying that this person has logged into this laptop using correct credentials at this time. Now this information is forwarded as a log to the SIM tool. And when I see this information on the SIM tool, that becomes one event. Okay. So that's an event. All kinds of activity that I do on the device are events. In general, whatever is generated from the network, from the device, from the organization are events. Now, in these events, certain events will tell me or give me an idea whether something bad is going to happen to this laptop. Okay. So let's say I see that somebody else has also logged in to this device and it's not me. So that is also an event. But if you are an analyst working in security operations, you would look at that event and you would say, okay, this is not normal behavior because this laptop belongs to
a different person, but now somebody else has logged in. How do I know that? I know that because this device is sending logs to the SIM tool. Okay. I know the name of the device. I know the person who uses the device also. So now I see that the device is the same, but the person using it is different. This is also an event, but this is an event which might be malicious in nature. Okay. Now, if I was to collect more evidence and more events that point me to the direction where this is really somebody else who's trying to harm or trying to take details off of my laptop, if there is enough evidence in the logs or events to understand, then it becomes an incident. Okay. So we talked about confidence. When the confidence in the collection of events you've made in the SIM is high enough for you to make sure that this is a risk to security, that's when you create an incident. So a collection of events that might be malicious in nature with a very high confidence becomes a security incident. Otherwise, all activities going on assets are events. Okay. So I hope this really makes this concept clear, and I hope everybody is able to understand it now. Okay, Eva has asked a question saying that we can't index all the logs into SIM. I'll come back to that question, but right now, we don't need to answer that question, but I'll definitely answer that question later on in the later sessions. Okay. All right. All right. So finally, moving forward, we move on to the next category of detect function, which is security continuous monitoring, which is, of course, the basic idea of SOC. What does a SOC do? SOC continuously monitors your organization and the devices as well as your security controls for anomalous activities. Okay. Continuously means 24/7. Okay. So whichever SOC you see out in the market, you would see that what they offer is they offer 24/7 services, because a SOC needs to be active all the time, right? Because internet never sleeps. The attack vectors can be, the threat actors can be somebody in the US or somebody from Japan. They can also be somebody from New Zealand. They can be a group of hackers from Russia. So that means that around the globe, around the clock, you need to monitor what is happening within your organization's assets, right? So that's the category that we're going to talk about now, security continuous monitoring. And then we also have subcategories for security continuous monitoring also, right? The first thing is very, very, very self-explanatory, which says monitoring for potential cybersecurity threats. So this is nothing but understanding what are the threats that you'll be dealing with and whether you have the capacity in place to monitor these threats. So the capacity itself is the SIM tool. The people that you need to do the triage as well as monitoring is your SOC. And then when the people sit and look at the SIM tool and analyze the events and figure out potential incidents, becomes your monitoring for potential cybersecurity threats, which is CM1 here. Okay, very self-explanatory. Next, CM2, physical environment is monitored for threats. Now, this is talking a little bit about your perimeter security, which is also a part of cybersecurity. So what I mean by this is having CCTV cameras in places which you think are critical security. So let's say the entrance of a data center, you might want to have a CCTV there just to make sure that the physical security of these devices is not compromised. Okay, so that also counts within the detect function and continuous monitoring. Next, we talk about personnel activity.
So when I say about personal activity, think about it as an insider threat. Okay. Now, when I say this, I gave you in the previous slide the example of an employee who logs in at a certain time and logs out at a certain time. So when you monitor these activities, you start to create a profile for each of these identities that are there in your organization. So when I say you create a profile, I mean you just know what is the normal behavior for these identities. Okay. So you know a certain employee works in the night shift, so he will probably be logging in at different time than the rest of the people. So that is nothing but one example of personal activity which is being monitored for threats, right? Now, this kind of activity, this kind of monitoring has become really popular in the recent times. Why? Because in the past, we have seen certain security incidents that have happened due to people on the inside committing malicious activities. For example, one example, if I had to give you here, there's a really huge bank called Capital One in the US, all right? And they were really well known for their security. They have most of their infrastructure on AWS cloud, all right? Now, usually what Capital One did was they employed partners also to perform certain tasks, okay? So what this means is they just had some expertise hiring done from a different company. So let's say I am Capital One and I've got a new product called WAF, Web Application Filter, for my organization, but I don't have the technical expertise to work with this WAF. Okay, I want to install it, I want to configure it, I want to use it properly and to the best of its output. So what I do is I go in the market and I look for a partner, a different company that offers me resource that will do this kind of activity for me. So I go out in the market, I find somebody and I say that, okay, you've got a resource that works on this technology or WAF. Please, could you lend me your resource for 2 months where they will come onto my site and they're able to properly configure, install, and make sure that my WAF is doing what it needs to do. So then that partner sends over certain resources and you have them work in your environment. Okay. So Capital One had certain partners to work on their WAF. And one of the partners, one of the employees that was hired through a partner, what they did was, since they worked on the WAF, they created certain maintenance accounts with very high privileges. Okay. Maintenance accounts usually are always created on devices which usually are required to do general cleanup work on these devices. Okay. So what that partner did was, usually these maintenance accounts are created with very less privilege. What she did was she created one of the maintenance accounts with very high privilege. And after 2 months, she was told that, okay, you've done a great job. Now you can leave the company. And as she left the company, what she did was she knew that she had already created a maintenance account with high privilege on Capital One's infrastructure. So through some kind of a proxy, she logged in to their WAF console, and then she logged in using the same maintenance account that she had earlier created 2 months back. And since this was a high privileged access account, she was able to get deeper into the network. And what she did was she synced an internal confidential S3 bucket to an external S3 bucket. So when I say sync, you need to think of this in a way where what she did was she just copied all the contents from the S3 bucket to some bucket on the outside. Now see guys, this is the reason why you require layers in security, right? So the first thing they did was they did not look at the personal activity inside. on the Capital One bank side. What are the mistakes that they made here? First thing, they hired somebody on the outside. They did not do a background check. They hired them. Then they gave them access, certain accesses, which were higher than their privileges, where they could create accounts, of course, with even higher privileges than them. Third, they did not do any kind of a personal activity monitoring. So what are these people doing? What accounts are they creating? And what is the privilege level for each of these accounts that they have created? Fourth, they have also had a vulnerability through which the person was able to log in even after leaving that organization. Fifth, data at rest was not encrypted. So we talked about this even in the protect phase, where even if the data on the S3 bucket was encrypted, it could have been saved, because if it was encrypted, it could not be decrypted without a proper decryption key. But since it was not encrypted, as soon as the data got synced, the attacker had the access to a lot of confidential data. So what was this confidential data? This was credit card numbers, addresses, phone numbers, as well as personal identifying details, which were there in one of the S3 buckets that the attacker was able to transfer. By the way, this person was a female that did the attack, which is very rare in cybersecurity cases. And she was a contractor, of course. She did not work with Capital One directly. And she did it just for fun later on. She said she was depressed and there was nothing interesting going on in her life. So she just wanted to be famous on certain dark web portals, and that's why she did it. Malicious code is detected. So CM4 talks about having a certain security control where you are able to detect malicious code and you are able to log it also in the SIEM. Unauthorized mobile code is detected. Now, since we also have a lot of Android devices, we have a lot of mobile devices that are also used for production. You take data from them also. So you have something to detect unauthorized mobile code also within your organization. External service providers are monitored. So anything that is also offering you services externally, they are also monitored. Now, I could give you one more example that I think I've talked about previously also. So external service providers are somebody that you reach out to when you don't want to do that service yourself. So let's say you are an organization that manufactures an Android application. Okay, so you've made an application, you've made it available on Google Play Store, and your people work on making the application better, and they work at coding, and they work just to make sure that the application is functioning properly. You don't want to support, you don't want people to answer calls based on support. So what you do is you hire some call centers and you say that, okay, you lend me people. And what I'll do is I'll give the call center's number to my customers. And if they have some kind of an issue with my app, they will call and the call is going to read out to your people in the call center. Now, these call center employees get some kind of a training just to answer the questions that the customer might ask. Now, in certain cases, some calls are not benign by nature. In certain calls, what the attacker tries to do is he tries to gather information. Okay. Either they're going to try to gather information or they'll just try to somehow manipulate the asking person or the answering person here to give out confidential information. So that is why you need to monitor external service providers also, whether some kind of security gap is occurring within the services which are provided by your external partners or external service providers. Okay. Unauthorized personnel, connection, and devices are monitored. So somebody that does not belong to your organization, if at all he's seen within the organization, if at all he's using a device, if a third person who does not belong to your organization is using your network, that is, of course, the biggest thing that you should be able to detect, right?
So that's what the ECM7 talks about here. CM8 talks about proactive detection. So what it wants you to do is to perform vulnerability scans yourself. All right. So this is one of the ways in which you combine red teaming as well as blue teaming activities. Red teaming means offensive security. Blue teaming means defensive security. When you combine both of them, that activity is called purple teaming. So a lot of security operations center, a lot of SOCs today, and a lot of organizations are gravitating towards purple teaming activities because they want their offensive security teams to try and attack the network constantly so they're able to detect vulnerabilities. And then since these are known people, the only thing that they're going to do is detect, and of course it will not cause any kind of a harm internally to the organization, and then the blue team can fix those gaps or vulnerability scans. So that's the basic idea that the ECM8 tells you there. It wants you to take the ownership and perform some kind of a red team activity also for the organization, which in this case is vulnerability scan. Okay. Detection processes. So now under the detect function, there is also a category that deals with detection processes. So what you must focus on here is to create a standardized process for the detection of an anomaly or an event or an incident within the organization. And the subcategories are going to in detail talk about each of these processes. Okay. So let's look at the first one here, which talks about the roles and responsibilities. So roles and responsibilities for detection are well established and well defined. So now over here, what this means is, and now we are talking in terms of detection. So most of this is going to start focusing towards Security Operations Center as the department. Okay. So when we say roles and responsibilities, you must think of it in a way where we are already thinking about Security Operations Center and their roles and responsibilities. Okay. So let me give you one example here of how you need to make sure that these roles and responsibilities are well defined. Now, in Security Operations Center, the SIM receives real-time log data. Okay. So when I say real-time, what this means is that the log streams or the sent logs are always sent to the SIM. And this is sent in real time. That means that you're receiving logs every second into the SIM. So the analysis of these real-time log data is usually done by the L1 associates in the SOC. Okay. So in the SOC, we have a hierarchy. At the lowest hierarchy are the L1 associates or level 1 associates or level 1 analysts. If you go a little above that hierarchy, you will have L2 associates, level 2 associates. A little bit more above that hierarchy, there would be an L3 or a level 3 analyst associate. And then you can probably have a shift manager or a team manager. Okay, so that's the basic hierarchy which works in a SOC or a security operations center setup. So when there is real-time data and when there is analysis of this real-time data, the job of the L1 analyst is to look at the alerts and incidents found in the real-time data. And the next responsibility of the L1 is to escalate certain incidents which require further triage or further analysis. So why is this so? There are two very commonsensical reasons for this. So L1 associates are hired from the batch of freshers. L1 associates usually have lesser experiences. So for them, their technical expertise might not be at a point where they could really look into things which require a higher technical expertise. Okay. The next very commonsensical thing
of their responsibility is to escalate and not waste a lot of time looking at this data. Why? Because their job is to look at real-time events. And as I said, real-time events just keep on flowing real fast. And if you start wasting time, what that means is you're not focusing on identifying events and incidents in real time, but you're just probably looking at a certain incident that has happened before, and you are wasting, let's say, 2, 3, 4 hours just looking at one incident. So your monitoring for the real time part of the events has gone for a toss, because the person who's supposed to do that is now focusing on a deep dive on that different event or the incident that he found out. So that's one example where the roles and responsibilities have to be well defined for detection. Okay, so everybody has to know their role, and everybody has to focus on the job in their hand, so that the SOC can work in a manner which is highly acceptable as well as highly profitable for the organization. Okay, so that's the first point. That's the first subcategory under detection processes, one of the processes that you should have. Next, DP2. Detection activity comply with all applicable requirements, right? So what this means is that you should have sufficient tools, you should have sufficient manpower, and you should have sufficient logs that are being sent to the SIEM to make sure that you are in a position to perform an analysis. Okay, so for example, if I have 12 servers which are facing externally, and if I'm only monitoring 2 servers out of those 12 servers, what this means is that I'm not really picking up logs from all of those servers. And this means that I have a blind spot in some of these positions because I not pick logs from any of those servers. Now, if there was an incident that starts at one of those servers which are not being monitored, this was result in a security incident that I did not monitor, and then it might spread to all the other servers, and I might come to know about this incident only when it gets to a server which I'm picking up logs from. So that is one example, one very easy example to understand what really this DP2 talks about. So it talks about setting up a process where you know that you've got all points covered, and setting up a process where you know that at least a minimum set of requirements are being fulfilled so that you can do your job properly. Okay. Next, I'm sorry. Next, DP3 talks about detection processes being tested before they're deployed, right? So this is again a point where I would like to talk about false positives. So let's say you want to create a use case or a rule in the SIM tool, and you know a certain behavior that might be classified as malicious. Okay. And then what you do is you write a query in your SIM tool to detect this behavior, and then you save it as a rule on the SIM tool. Now, when the rules are triggered, what usually happens is an email is sent to the SOC team as well as somebody who owns the device that, okay, this alert has triggered on your device. Okay. Now, if this is a false positive, so let's say if the thought up activity is not really malicious, and if there is a certain internal process that also triggers a certain activity that mimics the activity or the rule, that triggers the rule, that means that the owning party as well as the SOC will be flooded with false positive incidents or alerts that you have to deal with. So this is not an ideal situation. So detect mechanism, detection process, in order to better that process, DP3 talks about having these use cases tested before you deploy them on production, right? So first you test them properly, you have them there for a month. When you are completely sure that it only picks up true events and it only identifies true incidents, then you go ahead and you put it in production environment, okay? DP4. Event detection information is communicated. So when you are dealing with events, security incidents, it's not just the SOC who will be doing certain things to contain, mitigate, or work on these incidents. There will be different teams that will be coordinating. So you might be talking to your IT team, you might be talking to the person who owns an asset that got compromised. In certain cases, you might be talking to network team. In certain cases, you might be talking to an external entity like uh, uh, some kind of a police station as well as legal also. So over there, it is very necessary to have all the details of the incident logged. So when I say logged, it means that you just go ahead and write all the details and attach all the evidences within your documentation and communicate it with the rest of the parties so everybody is on the same page. DP4 talks about having a process where you have all your analysts follow this method where they're able to document each and everything along with the evidence so that the communication between the rest of the parties as well as the SOC becomes easier. Okay. Next thing, that detection processes as a category talks about is improvement of detection processes. So as you know, uh, as SOC is maturing, so are the threat actors or the people who are attacking networks also. So they always come up with new ways to hack a certain device. They always come up with the new ways to exploit some kind of a vulnerability. They always come up with the new ways to detect and make use of zero-day vulnerabilities. So it becomes very necessary for the SOC also to keep on upgrading as well as updating their detection processes. So you might have 200 use cases in a year in a SOC, but then you also need to add 100 more based on the threat landscape or based on the activities that you detect. And you might have an intuition saying that, okay, this might be something that my organization might be vulnerable to. So then based on all of that information as well as identified risks, you find a way to improve your detection processes also. So maybe you create more use cases, maybe you give some kind of a training, maybe you have some more tools put up in your organization. So all of these things, whichever make your detection process better from a previous point in time, this covers your DP5 or detection processes 5 subcategory. Okay. All right. With this, we complete the detection function or the detect function of the framework. So up till now, we have covered the identify function, the protect function, as well as the detect function, its categories, as well as its subcategories now. So now we move on to the next function here, which is the respond function. Okay. So the response function is focused on implementing activities as well as actions regarding detected events. So what do you do once you detect a certain event? And what are the things that you need to follow once you are sure that, okay, you might have detected a cybersecurity incident or something bad on your organization's infrastructure. So now we move on to the respond phase. All right. So again, within the respond phase, there are categories. There are 4 categories, but we are going to cover only 2 of them because 2 are the most relevant ones through a point of view of security or SOC. So we will be only covering analysis and mitigation in this section of the slides. Okay. So first we are going to talk about analysis. Okay. RSAN is the denote for this, and then the first subcategory within the analysis category is notifications from detection systems, right? So the first thing you need to figure out in order to respond properly is to have the notification enabled from your detection system. So think of it a way in which the SIEM, once an alert is triggered on the SIEM, how are these alerts reported to somebody who will take action? So how are these alerts reported to the SOC, and how are these alerts communicated to SOC? So you could think that you can have a mechanism in SIM where you could send an email out to the analysts or the SOC. You can also, in some cases, have some technology which can send an SMS or a WhatsApp message to your analysts also. Okay. In some cases, technologies can also make calls to your employees. And that means that as soon as an alert is detected, your analyst will get a call on his cell phone. And once it picks it up, he'll be given a small detail about the incident. And will just say that, okay, there has been an incident detected on the SIM at this time, please take a look. So it alerts the analyst or the person who's supposed to take care of that incident. Okay. So that's what this subcategory talks about. So having a notification system in place through your detection systems. Next, AN2, impact of the incident is understood. So this is where you decide the priority or the severity of the incident. In mostly all of the cases, the incidents are categorized in 4 or 5 categories. Okay. P1 being the most severe incident, up to P4 being the most informational incident. Okay. So P4 is the lowest category. Moving forward, P3 becomes a little bit higher. P2 becomes significant, and P1 becomes critical. So having that hierarchy of decision making when an incident is triggered is something that your SIEM should be able to figure out. So impact of the incident, as well as calculation of severity of the incident, you are able to display that information also when an alert is triggered. Okay. Next, forensics are performed. So when you are responding to an incident, there might be certain cases where you will have to perform forensics also. Now, in a lot of security operations, there are different teams for analysis and forensics. So in certain cases, you will have to use specialized tools to perform forensics. And what this subcategory talks about is to have that operation ready when you are having to put this framework. So having the capability of forensics enabled is what the AN3 is talking about here. Okay. Next, AN4, incidents are categorized consistent with response plans. So now you could think of this point as having run books or playbooks for each of these incidents. Okay. So what is a run book or a playbook? So it is a step-by-step process document that tells you what you need to do, or that tells the analyst in a SOC what he needs to do when the incident is triggered. Okay. So it becomes very easy for the analyst to make up his mind and do the decision making if he is referring to a document or a knowledge base. Okay. So let's say an incident has triggered, and it's triggered with a very specific heading like malicious connections to outside network detected. What I will do is, when I was creating this use case, I will also create a document that says that, okay, whenever this alert triggers, look for this thing first, look for this thing, contact this person, do this, and once everything is done, do this. So this step-by-step process document that makes it very easy for anybody to perform those steps when there is a detection is known as a response plan. So having that response plan is what the AN4 is talking about here. Okay. So that's basically your analysis category here for response function. Okay. So having certain processes in place when we talk about response, and these are specifically focused on the analysis part of it. Okay. Let me take a look at the chat since I think some messages have populated. So let me just check. So Sugathan has asked to whom all the required to be communicated as per DP4. So DP4, let me go back and show you the slide where we talked about DP4. So let me go to DP4 first. Event detection information is communicated. So whenever there is an event detection, there has to be a format to have an information, and then this information is to be sent to another department that might be working on the remediation with you. All right. So what this means is, in an organization context, is, let's say there was a threat that came into one of the devices through a known vulnerability. Okay. So let's say, for example, okay, this is just an example. Let's say there is a vulnerability in the software that you use for virtually connecting to a network. Okay. So something like AnyConnect. So your employees are using AnyConnect to connect to certain remote servers, and there's a vulnerability in the AnyConnect version that you're using. So one of those devices got compromised because of that vulnerability in the software that you were using. Okay. Now, when you have this information, you would contact your IT department saying that, okay, this has happened because of a vulnerability in AnyConnect client. Now, along with that information, you would also tell them that, okay, you know, not just this compromised device, but the rest of the people on this network also are using the same version. So please go ahead and patch all of those devices. Right. So you give a reason and you also give a remediation. So give them a step-by-step process that they need to follow to fix and make sure that the security is hardened there. This information, along with the event detection, is sent to another department who's supposed to carry out certain actions on the organization to stop these attacks. Okay, that's one example. So yes, incidents are also reported through SOAR. And in most of the cases, what I've seen is organizations usually will have a SOAR capability where they will have SOAR closing out P4 incidents by themselves. So informational or low-level security incidents get closed automatically by SOAR, which reduces the load on a security operations center. Well, this is probably one thing that I've seen. So example of forensics tools, I'm not going to spoon feed everything to you. So you can check out forensic tools. There are even some Linux distros that are performing forensics, which are basically created only for forensics. So you can check out those distros. There's also some different OSs that come with a lot of tools enabled for forensics. So you could think of tools that provide you functions like disassembly, recovery, file system monitoring, file system integration monitoring, things like that. If we talk about AWS, you also have images. So something like an FIM or an image monitoring software. Can I give you more information about forensics and the type of work? Forensics, I'm not going to cover in detail because that's, again, a different department when it comes to SOC. So we only cover basics of forensics here. I don't think you delve a lot of time in forensics, okay? How forensics are performed? Forensics is nothing but, you could think of it of, in a way, performing reverse engineering, okay? So a lot of questions about forensics. So guys, as of now, I can tell you that in forensics, what you do is you collect certain known as an artifact, okay? Let's say there has been some kind of a malware infection on a computer, all right? Let's say there has been a malware infection on any of the devices or servers. What you do is you keep a snapshot of that copy which is infected, and then you roll back the device to a version where it was not infected, okay? So what you do is, as a backup, what you do is you back up your system to a different point in time where there was no infections, but you also keep a copy of the image of the operating system that is infected. Then you take this copy in an isolated system. Okay, you put this copy in an isolated system and study the behavior of the malware. So now you for sure know that, okay, a malware was detected, and you take it to an isolated system and then you study the behavior of that malware. So what are the files it has changed? What are the IP addresses that it is trying to connect to? What are the processes that it is trying to inject code into? What are the file names that is changing? What is the kind of evasion policies that this software is using? So all of those things you note down in an isolated environment and you study malware. So you could think of malware reverse engineering as being a part of forensics. And you could also think of recovering files after deletion as a part of forensics. So when we talk about mitigation, we are talking about activities that you do to, again, mitigate an incident. All right. Now, there is a difference between containment as well as mitigation. Okay. So, I'm sorry. If you look at this subcategory here, MI1, it says incidents are contained. The first thing the framework wants you to do is to contain them. And the next thing it wants to do is to mitigate the incidents. So the difference between these two terms here is that mitigation is anything that you do before the incident, okay? And containment is something that you do after the incident is detected, okay? So that's basically the difference between these two terms. Let me give you an example. Let me think of an example first to make this understanding proper and cemented. All right. Let's take an example of COVID. Okay. So when we say we want to mitigate COVID, we have policies like social distancing. We have policies like isolation. We have policies like using sanitizers. So all of these things are done before you have contracted COVID, right? So what people want you to do is, in order to avoid getting an infection of COVID, you stay away from a lot of people, you use sanitizers, you use a mask, and all of these are defensive techniques that you put in place to minimize your chances of getting COVID, which is the mitigation, okay? Now, containment is once you are already infected with COVID, okay? Now you know that you've got COVID, the test result came out positive, unfortunately. You are in a hospital, kept isolated in a ward, along with the medicines which are provided to you. That is containment, right? So you have been taken out of general population and you are kept in a containment center away from everybody else until you are cured 100%, so that the infection does not spread to the rest of the people who come near you. That identifies as containment. So that's the difference here. So what the framework tells you is to be able to contain the incidents in case there has been something bad on the network. So let's say there has been a malware infection and you see that it is spreading to different devices. What you do is you contain or isolate those devices away from the rest of your organization network, okay? Mitigation is something that you do proactively. So when you're putting rules on firewalls, when you are creating use cases on the SIM tool, when you are buying and using a new EDR tool and putting that EDR tool to use on all of the endpoints on your organization, that's something that counts as mitigation. So incidents are mitigated means that the probability of having an incident is reduced. That's what mitigation means, okay? The next point in the subcategory talks about newly identified vulnerabilities are documented as a risk or mitigated. So this is really a cyclic event which keeps on ongoing activity. So every time within 3 months, 4 months, 2 months, or even a month, what you do is you keep on looking for new vulnerabilities, and you try to use security controls, or you try to create security controls where you try to mitigate these newly identified vulnerabilities. Okay, so this is what the subcategory talks about, that you should always try and make sure that even the new vulnerabilities, you are able to detect them, document them, as well as mitigate them to be in perfect shape of cybersecurity. Okay, so these are the three subcategories covered under the mitigation category of the respond function of the CSF framework. All right, this completes our respond function, and now we can move on to the recover function, which is going to be really short and sweet for us. Recover is nothing but your plans for resilience and restoration in case something has gone wrong. All right. So as I gave you the old age example, let's say your database server, which is very critical for you, has been hit by a ransomware attack, and all of the data is now encrypted. What you can do is you can have restore points where you can just roll back that system to one day where it was not infected. You can have a snapshot in case it was a VM, virtual machine, and you can revert to that snapshot, and then you will have the data with just 1 day's loss of data instead of all of that data lost, right? So that's some kind of a thing that recovery covers. Okay, it only has one category and one subcategory, fortunately for us. So there's just one subcategory that talks about recovery plan, which is executed during or after a cybersecurity incident. So what the framework tells you is to maintain and manage a recovery plan all the time. Okay, so you have to think about doomsday scenario here, and you have to just be in a position where you're able to have some kind of a recovery mechanism that is possible in case you are subjected to an attack beforehand. Okay, that's the only thing that the last function talks about, which is recover, and that completes our NIST framework coverage. I'm not going to cover the communications part here in the recover module, because this is basically just commonsensical knowledge. So if you could just read those subcategories, you'll be able to figure out that it's only somebody on the organization talking to a person on the outside. So basically somebody just going in there and telling the rest of the world that, okay, we had an incident, but it is now mitigated and our SOC team was able to stop the incident, something like that. So it's some kind of a damage control that you do just to save maybe the reputation of the organization, or to save the organization from potential losses like falling share prices. Okay. All right. So now we can move on to more technical aspects of SOC. And now we'll get into the working of the SOC and what we are going to deal with when it comes to SOC. Okay. I should say any device which is using Windows as the operating system would generate Win logs. There are 5 categories to these logs, which are application logs, which are generated by the applications, security logs, which contain event IDs, which are in reference to security, setup logs, which capture information about setup details, system logs, which capture information about changes made in the system or system files, and then forwarded events. That's nothing but something from a third party picked up. All right. Now, if you are going to be in SOC, there is one more add-on which sends a much more detailed quality of log from Windows system. Now, this is an external add-on. It is not a part of Windows. So if you are working in SOC, you could give a recommendation where you could say that you can enable sysmon logs on Windows devices. Now, sysmon gives you a much more detailed log where the logs contain very relevant information like process name, process ID, and the amount of CPU as well as memory used by each of this process, which becomes very, very relevant when you are doing analysis and triage. Okay. So once again, sysmon is not a part of Windows, but it is a separate entity or software. It's a small piece of code that you can install on Windows machines, and you can have sysmon logs generated from devices that will have more relevant information that you can put into logs and forward into the SIM2. Okay. All right, let me check the chat real quick. All right. So we'll talk about these just further. So what about other devices? Let me move ahead in the slide and show you. So the next type of logs, which cover a greater variety of logs and devices, are known as syslogs, and this is the most common format that is used by a lot of other devices that send logs to the SIM. Now, over here, you can see that these originate from Linux as well as other syslog devices. So Unix, Linux, any kind of a different operating system apart from Windows, this is going to be the log that is being sent or forwarded from here. Okay. The format and category, syslog by itself is also a protocol. So if you want to look at the syslog protocol in detail, there is a white paper on that. And syslog also has different formats based on the type of vendor who is using the logging mechanism or the protocol. Okay. So if that becomes a little complicated or confusing for you, syslog, you can think of syslog as a protocol, and using that protocol, vendors create their own kind of logging, but the fields, they still map it to the syslog protocol and add some of the new fields onto that, which might be very vendor specific. And then those logs are also categorized as syslogs. Now, one important thing that I should tell you here is that you will see that logs received from different vendors are different. So the kind of logs you get from each vendor might be a little different from each other. What do I mean when I say vendor? So let's say you are taking in logs from firewall devices, and let's say one of the vendors is Cisco, one of the vendors is Palo Alto, one of the vendors is, let's say, somebody else like Checkpoint. So all of these will have a different format of log. It will still count as a syslog, but the format, when you look at those logs, is going to be a little different because these are all custom created logs using the framework of syslog, but still some fields added because it's a different vendor. Okay. Now, what do logs look like? I've got 3 screenshots here from different devices, and you can see that the first one is from Windows Firewall, right? So now, since it is from Windows Firewall, this kind of a log is going to classify itself as a Win log. Okay. So all kinds of Windows devices or all kinds of Windows firewalls would use this kind of a log format. And if you look at that log, it's in plain text. It has different information mentioned here, which I've also marked, and you can figure out what that piece of information means. So the first piece of information is signifying the timestamp as well as the date of when this was generated. The next one talks about the action that has been taken by the firewall. The next one is the protocol that was using on the packet. So whether it was a TCP or a UDP connection, the kind of connection. And then the fourth one is, of course, the most important, source IP as well as the destination IP, along with source port as well as the destination port. Okay. Then it talks about size of the packet, and then it tells you what really was there on the packet. So what action was there on the packet itself, right? So you can see that these logs differ. Over here, you can see one of the packets was dropped, and this was on port 89. This was on port 443, and the rest of them were on port 53. So if you guys are able to figure out what services run on these ports, that will be very impressive. But I can give you a hint there on at least two of those, right? Now, next, we also look at a different kind of a log here from another firewall. So this is from a Cisco firewall, and you can see these always work. These logs always work in a way where you have a field and a value pair. So when I say that, I mean the top columns that you see here, the top row with different columns, this is the field information, okay? So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fields. These are different fields. And then for each of these fields, you have different values, okay? So this is what I mean when I say field value pair. So you can see date here has, of course, so many values here. Time as a field has, again, so many values here. Syslog ID is something that the vendor themselves have introduced. And what this means is that each of this ID is going to refer to some kind of an action that the firewall has taken, okay? So a good way of understanding this would be to go and check the documentation of the vendor based on the ID, okay? So message ID, event ID, any of those fields, if you find in logs, you can refer the documentation provided by the vendor. So let's say you have a Cisco ASA firewall, you've captured some logs, and you see in those logs, there are certain message IDs or event ID fields that have a certain number on them. For example, let's say over here, it says 302014. So this is nothing but a message ID or syslog ID. So you can go to the Cisco website and you can find your product there, Cisco ASA, whatever the version is. And then in the documentation, you can check out logging. And in that logging, you will find a clause where it says that, okay, this syslog ID or this message ID corresponds to this action that the firewall has done. This is very helpful in case you're writing use cases or creating rules on an SIM tool to detect certain events based on message IDs, event IDs, or syslog IDs. Very useful. One example, let's say if I'll give you a very easy example. Or let me give you a different example, because I don't want to give you the example where I talk about failed logons and successful logons. So there are two different event IDs in Windows that are created for failed logons as well as successful logons. I think everybody knows them, 4624 and 4625. I don't want to give you that example because that's on everybody's head anyway. I'm going to give you a different one. And this I'm going to focus on based on compliance, okay? Now, there's a lot of compliances that want you to make sure that your logging service doesn't stop on Windows devices, okay? Once again, there are a lot of compliances that want you to make sure that your logging service is never stopped on your devices. Let's make it simpler to understand now, okay? Now, let's say my organization wants to follow the PCI DSS compliance, okay?
Now, when there is going to be an audit held for PCI DSS, the auditor is going to ask me, do you have a rule where you check whether the logging service has stopped on your devices or not? So let's say I have Windows servers in my organization that are logging data or sending log data to my SIEM. Now, in order to send log data from my Windows server to the SIEM, there is one internal Windows service that runs on that server, and that service is called logging service. Okay, Windows logging service. It should always be run on those devices. If that logging service stops, that server will stop sending logs to my SIE. So what that means is then that device has become invisible for me. Okay. So a lot of compliances want you to track that logging service to make sure that no devices turn invisible. In a lot of cases, some malicious softwares, what they want to do is they want to stop that service so that the activities that they do on that system, nobody comes to know because they've stopped the logging on those devices. Okay. So there is an event called 1100 on Windows system that gets tracked or updated when a logging service is stopped. So whenever a logging service will stop, there will be an event ID generated with 1100 event code. And you can write a rule based on 1100. If at all you are able to detect that on your organization, you can create an alert based on that. And you can say that, okay, I have this rule on my organization. So I serve one of the clauses of the PCI DSS compliance. And then the auditor will just give you a smile and move forward. In most of the cases, if he is a good guy, okay? Otherwise, they give you a lot of trouble. Anyway, one more example here of log files. Of course, you can see that all of these are different. The way in which these are arranged also are different, but most of the information within these logs appear to be similar. Okay, so two types of logs. One of them is Windows logs. The other one is sys logs. Windows logs come from Windows system, and sys logs generated from all the other devices, networking devices, as well as Linux system and all the other operating. Or you would be taken to a window where they'll ask you to put in some information and create an account. Now you'll need to create an account with Splunk in order to download this, okay? So this is the same link that I've got here. So if I was to copy this link and paste it on chat, that's going to be the link that you would go to download Splunk. For emails, you could put your own emails, or you could put a work email. If you've got a work email, that should work great. If you don't have a work email, you could use an email that your institute gives you. So in certain cases, institutes, colleges, universities would give you an email address, and that should also work. Okay. So you can use both of those. Temporary emails should also work. That's fine. I have not tried temporary emails, but if it works, it's great. You don't want to receive a lot of spam from Splunk. That's probably the way to go. You can create a temporary email and use that. You can do it on either machines. You can also create a VM and install it, or you can just go ahead and install this package directly on your primary machines also. That's not a problem. You can go ahead and install it in any of the machines, really. That's your opinion and choice. It will work better, faster searches if you install it on the primary machines. That's the reason I want you to go ahead and install it on the primary machine. Once you download this package, the installation process is very straightforward. This is going to be an MSI package. So once you double click on the MSI package, it's just going to run like a basic setup screen where it asks you to put in some information. You just go next, next. Then you put in a name for the user as well as the password. So the password that you put there, please make sure you remember that password, because when the service starts running,
and we have to log into the console, we are going to use those credentials. Okay. So this is going to be free.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, and much more from the IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. Repeat. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of cybersecurity. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is a common technology used for monitoring network traffic in a security operations centers, SOC? Your options are A. Virtual reality, option B. Machine learning, option C. Augmented reality, and lastly option D. Blockchain. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's continue with our session.
For 60 days, and it will allow you to ingest about 500 MB of data per day. So you could still load some logs if you want to from your local machine or from an external source also. Now, once you download Splunk and Splunk service is running on your environment, you can access the console through a web interface or a browser. So let me show you how to do that. I hope you can see my screen right now. Just need some positives on the chat, please. All right. So if I was to type in localhost, the service runs on port 8000, and then you can download that MSI file for the demo version of Splunk. All right. Once your download is complete, you can go ahead and install that MSI package on your machines. How to install? Installation is very simple. You just double click on the MSI file and go through the setup process like how you would install a normal software on your system. The setup will ask you for a username as well as a password. So make sure you enter legitimate values there, because you're going to be using those values when you log into the console here also. So this setup is completely safe to run on base machines, primary machines, whatever you want to call it. And you can run this package as an administrator also. That should not create any problems. You might get Windows-based warnings, but you don't need to worry about it. If you're still worried about security, what you can do is you can check the MD5 hash, which is mentioned on the website, and compare it with the file that you've downloaded. Okay. All right. So I'm going to move forward from after the setup is complete. So once the setup is complete, to access Splunk dashboard or Splunk console, what you're going to do is you can open up any browser and just go to a new browser window. So let me close this so I can show you once again. Just open a new tab and type in the address of your localhost. Okay. So localhost address is always going to be 127.0. .0.1, and then you just want to put a colon mark here and say 8,000. Okay, 8 with 3 zeros. So what this signifies is that you are connecting to port 8000 on your local host. This is where the Splunk search head runs on your machine. Okay, so if I was to say enter after this, I will be taken to the Splunk Enterprise login machine. Okay, so once you do that, you will be taken to a login page where you can put in your username and password. So the username is going to be the same username, admin, and the password is going to be the value that you provided in the setup. Okay. So once you have this figured out, you just click on sign in and you'll be taken to the console window here of Splunk Enterprise. On the left-hand side, you click on search and reporting, which is the module that we are going to be interested in. And then, of course, you are welcomed to the Splunk search and reporting homepage. Okay. So over here, if I have to show you what this consists of, it says the brand name Splunk Enterprise here. And right next to it, it says applications. We'll talk about this later in detail. Now, this is your user panel window where you can see who has logged in and you can change the logging entities preferences and settings, and you can also log out from here. After that, you've got messages. So these are console messages in case of errors or in case of any new updates. This is where you see Splunk populating messages. Okay. After that, you see settings here, which contains a lot of categories, which we will talk about, but not right now. As of now, you just need to know that this is the settings panel on Splunk Enterprise. Then we've got the activity drop down and the help drop down here. Okay. Now, if I was to again take you towards the left, you see the search panel here. It also has an analytics panel, which on click takes me to another page. It has a panel that says data sets. It has a panel that shows me reports, alerts, and dashboards. So right now, we will start with search and we will slowly move towards all these other elements that we see here. Okay. The main thing that we got to focus on with Splunk or any other SIM tool is the search criteria. Now with Splunk, you see that this is the search box. Splunk queries are most of the times written in SPL. And that query is written here. We will talk about some of the keywords and how to frame a query in Splunk, but not right now. Take a look at that in some time. Right now, we're just getting familiar with the console and its UI. So this is the search box where the Splunk query is to be written. This is the time frame window in which you want the search to run. So if you look at this, you will see that there are presets available that you can select. What this means is that you could go back in time and say last 30 days, and the search query is going to look at the logs from last 30 days when you perform a search. Okay. So by default, it is last 24 hours. But in our case, what we're going to do is we are going to most of the times use the option here or the preset here that says all time. Okay. All right. So this is just the intro basically into Splunk Enterprise. And once you are in with the install, once you have completed the installation, and once you are up with the console on a browser, we can go ahead and we can now get in the data set that we are going to work on. Okay, so the data or the log files that you're going to work on. All right. So let me take you to the stages of how to get data in to Splunk in this case, the data which we will be working on. All right. So we're going to use a data set that Splunk uses for its capture the flag exercises. All right. So where to get that data? This data is loadable through GitHub. So let me just mention here bots v3 and I go search and I'm taken to a page here through which I can download this data set. So let me paste this link for you here. Okay. So once you are on that link, you see this option here that says bots v3 dataset just below download. You click on this and you download the TGZ file. So if I was to click on this, you see a download begins and I start downloading this file here. So I'm not going to download this again, but that's what you need to do. So once again, once your Splunk has been downloaded, once you have installed Splunk, the next thing to do is to get the data set that we'll be working on. The data set that we are going to use is going to be the bots v3 data set. Where to get that data set? I've already pasted the link on the chat. Once you go on that link, you find the download section and you click on the bots v3 data set here. Okay. This will again start downloading another file, which of course is going to look like this. So I hope everybody is on the same page here. We're not leaving anybody behind way too much. All right. I see some of us have already downloaded Splunk and the data as well. So guys, in case if your data network is a little slow, and if your downloads are a little bit slow, don't worry. It's all right because these sessions are going to be recorded and kept in your LMS anyway. So in case if you feel you are lagging a bit behind and you might not understand how to move forward, you can always refer to those recordings and you can go ahead and do these steps one by one again anyway. So Neil is asking me for the installer again. So let me just paste this link here one more time. So Neil, this is the link for Splunk download. It might require you to create an account on Splunk. If it does, please go ahead and create the account and download this to your primary machine. Okay. So I would recommend that you do not connect this Splunk instance that you've just installed with your organization, because this is a demo instance that Splunk provides you, okay? And it has a very limited capability of ingesting data. So this is going to stay free for 60 days. And after that, it will stop the search functionality. So if you're installing this for an organization, you might run into a lot of trouble after 60 days. If you want to go for some freeware SIEM, I would recommend that you try ELK. It's not as user-friendly as Splunk, but ELK stack on its own is a great tool to have. So ELK is Elastic and Kibana for GUI. It's basically 3 tools combined as one: Elastic, Logstash, and so GitHub process is very, very straightforward. So I'll just paste this link again. You just go to this link and Once you are on the link that I just provided you, scroll down to the download section and click on the bots v3 data set here, and it should start with the download for you, which is going to be the data set that we will be using for these exercises. All right, so now I'm going to move forward and I'm going to show you how to put this data set into Splunk. Okay, now this can be a little tricky. Okay, so please pay attention on how you need to install this data set on Splunk. Okay, now since this is already pre-indexed data, this will not count as data which is ingested by Splunk. Okay, so this is not going to consume any of your license on Splunk. So let me show you how this actually works. So once you've downloaded this file here, what you need to do is you can copy this file from your downloads folder in total. Okay. So if I had to go to my downloads here, and if I had to show you, let me just go into the folder first. You see here bots v3 data set. What I want to do here is I want to copy this file. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this file here, copy, and then I'm just going to minimize this folder here. I want to paste this file into a folder where Splunk belongs or Splunk has been installed. Okay, so once you copy this from here, I want you to go to your program files folder under C. And in order for these changes to take effect, you must restart your Splunk console or the Splunk instance also. Okay, so how to do that? There's two ways of doing it. You can also do it through the GUI, and you can also do it through the command prompt. So for the ease of use right now, I'm going to show you how to do it through the GUI. So you go back again to your Splunk Enterprise window, and then you click Settings, and you go to Server Controls, and then you just click Restart Splunk. Okay. And when you click on Restart, it'll just ask you again, do you want to restart? You just say okay and let it restart. Might take a little bit of time restarting, but that's fine. Okay. So one more time. Once your extraction is complete, you must restart your Splunk instance for all these changes to take effect. All right. Now, in order for those changes to take effect, you must restart the instance. How to restart Splunk instance? You click on Settings here. You go to Server Controls, and then you just click on Restart Splunk. If there is another pop-up that says, do you really want to restart? You just say okay, and then you wait for it to restart. And once it restarts, it might ask you again for a login. So just go ahead and re-log in into that window. All right. So if you're not able to unzip the file, what I recommend is you can download a free tool like WinRAR, WINRAR. Let me paste that link also so that it's not going to be a challenge. Download this unzipping tool free of cost from this link here. And you can install that tool and then use it to unzip or zip files. Okay. So once you download the data set, this data set is pre-indexed Splunk logs from different devices. Okay. Now, when I say different devices, it means it is from different technologies like AWS, Cisco ASA, and you see this list is huge. So you can see the type of logs that you'll find in this data set. Now, for each of this data set, the format of the log is different. As I also mentioned in the previous sessions, every log has some kind of a changes based on its vendor. Okay. Now, in order to understand these logs and read these logs properly, Splunk needs something known as TAs or technology add-ons. Okay. So if I was to take you again to the Splunk page, you will see that there is a section that says applications or apps. So these apps are those technology add-ons or modules that you would need to add to your SIM to understand the format of those logs that we just ingested. Okay. So here, since we have already downloaded and ingested a data set, what we need to do now is to make Splunk understand those ingested logs. And for that, we will go ahead and we will install some applications that are going to be in context with the contents of the log. Okay. So if I was to scroll down on the GitHub page once again, where I downloaded the data set from, here, let me paste it again for you. Now, if you were to go to that GitHub page again, what you will see is, if you scroll down, you will see there's a list of add-ons that you're going to need to install to Splunk to be able to read these logs. Okay. So what I want you guys to do next after the restart is to go to each of these links. All right. So what I do here is I just click on this link here, and it takes me to another page where it asks me to download another file. Okay. And this is nothing but a technology add-on, which I need to put on Splunk as an additional module so that I can understand the format of logs that I've just ingested. Okay. So basically, in a way, this is just one more module that I need to add to Splunk in order for me to read the logs properly. Okay. So what you do here is you just click on download, and then you just check these two boxes, and then you agree to download, and you see that there is a download here. Okay. Now this is just one extension, guys. So all of these need to be installed. So I'll give you some time where you can go ahead and click on these links and download each of these add-ons. And once these add-ons have been downloaded locally, they still need to be added to the SIM tool or Splunk. So that also I'll show you. But for now, your priority is just going to be downloading all these files so that we can make use of them in Splunk. Okay. So in some cases, right, as Ashish has pointed out, in some cases, if you want to download Guard Duty app here, it might not allow you the download because you see this app has already been archived. Okay. So what this means is that this app is out of service. It's been an old app, so you cannot download it. No worries. What I want you to do is just go back and download a newer package, which is down here, which is going to be your app for AWS Cloud. Let me share the link for you because I don't think that link is mentioned here. So let me just go ahead and mention that link for you. But barring this second link, I think you should be able to download all the other ones. So please go ahead and download those. Again, guys, if you are having trouble installing, if you're having any kind of trouble with understanding what is going on, You can stop and not get confused. You can go back and refer to this as a recording. And for now, you can just focus on my screen, because I don't want you guys to be focused really on installation and downloading and then forgetting what our true purpose here is. Okay. All right. Now, let me show you how to add those apps or TAs or add-ons that you've just downloaded into the Splunk console. Now that you've downloaded these files, you must also install them on Splunk. So how to do that? All right. So again, I'm back on my instance window. I'm showing you how to install the downloaded add-ons and applications into Splunk console. Okay. So what you do here is you go on apps. All right. You click here on apps. You click on manage apps. Okay. And it will take you to another window here, something like this. Then what you do is on the right hand side, you click on install app from a file. Okay. I'm going to do this one more time. Now, my purpose here is to install the applications that I have downloaded from this Splunk knowledge base into my local Splunk enterprise console. So I go to apps and I click on manage apps option, which takes me to this place or this page here, okay, which says install app from file on the right hand top. So I click on this button here and a new window opens up, which asks me to install app from a file. Okay. So once you are at this window, you want to choose the file that you wish to install, and you just choose the file that you have downloaded. And one by one, okay, let's take an example, one file here. Okay. So I'm just going to select this one installation file and click open. And then you see that the name of the file gets mentioned here. And then you just click on upload. Okay. And it will start installing that file as an application on your local Splunk instance. It might take a little bit of time, but once it is complete, it will tell you that the application installation is complete. So let me show you how this works also. So let me just say upload. So don't panic or don't worry if it takes a little bit of time, because this is natural. Okay. What this is doing is it is just extracting those files again through the GUI to your apps folder. Now over here, it shows me an error because I've already installed this file one time. Okay. But in your case, you should be able to install the file without any errors. So once you install these files, I want you to do the same thing with all of those plugins that you downloaded, okay? One by one, just go ahead, choose the file and upload those files one by one, okay? Once you have completed all of the installations, just restart your Splunk instance once again so that all the installations are complete and loaded, okay? So one more time, I'm going to repeat the whole process. Now, in order to understand the format of the logs, Splunk needs technology add-ons from the vendors through which these logs are being pulled. Okay. How to install these technology add-ons? First, you download them from the Splunk knowledge base or Splunk base, like we did. And then you go back to your local Splunk console. You go to apps, you go to manage apps. Okay. Which takes you to another page where you click on install app from file. And then you just choose the add-on that you have downloaded, and then you just click on upload, and it should then be added to your local instance. Okay. All right. I'm going to give you guys 5 to 8 minutes to install all of those add-ons. Once you've installed all the add-ons, you would go ahead and restart the Splunk instance once again. How to restart the instance? Like I showed you previously, you want to go to settings and then server controls, and then just click restart and click OK here. And that should restart your instance, okay? All right, in the meantime, I'm still here. So if case you've got any questions, please go ahead and put them on chat because I'll be checking out the chat now, okay? So Thomas, if you wish to do that manually, that is also possible. Like if you were to manually copy those files, paste them on the apps folder, and then extract them there locally, that also works, but we would rather just use the GUI to do that because in certain cases, we see some unforeseen errors due to some weird reasons in Splunk. So it's better to just go through the GUI. It's much more easier, and you don't see those unforeseen errors that happen sometimes. So Emil has asked a question where he says, extract the files to the Splunk folder and then upload manually again. So Emil, the first file that we uploaded manually was the data set. So that's the logs that we will see on the Splunk instance. Now, in order to understand those logs, because these logs are collected from various technologies like AWS, Cisco ASA, and all the other vendors, the format of the logs within that data set are different. For Splunk to understand those formats, we need to add the technology add-ons. So right now, when we are uploading manually, these are technology add-ons that we are adding to Splunk. So if it asks you for app setup, you just say later and move forward, okay? So you can say setup later, or you can just close that window. Yes, it would serve the same purpose. If you were to manually take those files and then unzip those in the same folder, it will still work. But I have seen that there are certain troubles with that kind of approach. So to be on a safer side, as well as to explain it a little easier for everyone here, I have shown you the GUI way of doing it. But that is possible the way that you've thought about. That's also one of the ways you can get the files uploaded. So if you're getting any errors with apps, don't worry about them. Just close them and focus on the next app. Okay. Just restart your instance and move on to the next app. Okay. If the apps say app setup required, just close it out. Just say app setup later and move on to the next app. Okay. You just need those for the TAs and not for the app. So TAs is nothing but a text file which has the breakdown of the logs, which I'll explain you later. Okay. So most of these apps, we're only using them to understand the format of the logs. That's all. All right. So now I'm expecting most of you have successfully installed all those add-ons. So Yashwant has asked a question where he says, sometimes it is showing that it's not supported. It's all right, Yashwant. If it shows it's not supported, you can close that download and you can move on to the next application. Mukund, if you're stuck somewhere, that's still fine. The recording is going to be available to you. So right now, just focus on the session and you can later install the application on your machine and you can practice on it. Okay. And this actually is for everybody who is a part of this session. If you are stuck somewhere, if something is not working for you, if your local machines are misbehaving, if you're stuck somewhere, it's okay, it's fine. Don't worry, just focus on the session and what I'm doing. And later on, through the recordings, you will be able to practice yourself. Okay. The only reason I want you guys to have this on your own instances is for practice, because I don't want you guys to, just be able to look at something that I'm doing, but I want you guys to be able to access all of this yourself also. So still, I'm going to give you a little bit more time, everybody else who is installing the apps. So few add-ons are not getting installed. That's completely fine. That's completely fine. If the add-ons are not getting installed, that's okay. Just restart your instance and try installing the other applications. Okay. So if the app asks you for a setup, just say setup later and move on to installing the next app. If you click on setup now, it will take you to application setup, and then you would be faced with a very weird looking window which you would not understand. You can explore those things later, guys, but I need to be able to show you guys how exactly the work is going to happen on Splunk, so we can answer those questions later. Okay. If the apps are not installing, that's completely fine. Just restart your instances and move on to the next apps. If the app asks you to go for a setup, don't go for the setup. Just say setup later and go ahead and install the other applications. Okay. That's what I want you guys to focus on right now. And once all of the apps have been covered, it's okay if some of them have not installed. So just to clarify this, okay, let me just mention it one more time. So guys, please look at the screen. In some cases, if you go to this AWS Guard Duty app, you are not able to download it because this has been archived. What that means is that this app has become really old and there are new versions of this. Okay. So where to get that new version? It's mentioned here. Okay. So you just copy this and you paste it, and then you have the newer version of the app here. Okay, I think now I can move forward. In case if you're still stuck, in case if you're still installing, that's fine, guys. I want you guys to focus on my screen now so that you can start learning. You can use those things that we've already done for practice later. You can also refer to my. All right, so now that the application setup is complete, we have already installed TAs. We've also installed the data set into Splunk. Now you should be able to have some logs into Splunk that you can work with or you can see. Okay. So in Splunk, logs or any kind of data is stored into buckets known as indexes. All right. So if I had to look for a specific index, what I type in search here is the command index with an is equals to sign and then the name of the index. So in our case, all the data that we've already put into Splunk has gone to an index called bots v3. Okay. So what I do here, now since this data is old, it's not going to show me results for the last 24 hours. So once you put this query, which I'll also put into chat here, what you do is you change this search criteria to all time and then you hit search. And you will see a search run similar to what you can see on my screen. And then you will see the logs getting populated over here like so. Okay. Again, so what we are doing here is we are looking at an index called bots v3. This is where we have put the data in our case. Okay. Index is something that Splunk uses to store data or logs. All right. So the command goes index is equals to the name of the index, which is POTS v3 in our case. Okay. Once you fill this data, you just change your search criteria to all time, and then you hit search, and you will be presented with the logs like you can see in my screen. Now, when you see the screen, you will see that it shows you on the top left the total amount of events matched to the total amount of logs matched to your search query. Okay. This is a timeline through which I can look at events based on when they occurred. Okay. What is the timestamp on the logs for each event? So since this is already a pre-indexed demo data set, it's only for one date, and you can see the date here, September 1, 2018. Okay. Now below, I see this is the raw logs that are visible on my screen. So this here, you can see my cursor, is a raw log. And if I was to click on raw text, it will show me exactly how this log had arrived into Splunk. Okay. Now logs are always in categories of field value pair. Okay, very important, guys. Logs are always in categories of field value pairs. What I mean by that is, if you look towards your left hand side of the screen, you will see that you've got a list of fields here mentioned. Okay, so you could think of fields as placeholder for values within the logs. Okay, so multiple fields here with a lot of values between them. So if I was to click on any of these fields, you will see that each of these fields in the logs is holding some kind of a value. All right. And this is a very important concept in Splunk or any SIM tool or any log hunting tool, because the search queries will also work based on field value pairs. Okay. So whenever we are searching something, we will try to have a search query that focuses on field value pairs and a way to find values within these fields that will make sense for us. Okay. So for example, let's say if I wanted to filter out events in any of these fields, let's say host field contains the name of the device through which these logs have originated. Okay. So let's say I wanted to look for all the logs from this machine here, bstol-l. What I'll do is I'll just, one way of achieving it is to just go ahead and select this field here and click on this value here. And Splunk itself already adds this search query to your existing query. So now we are looking at all the logs from host bstol-l. Okay. And you see the search query is also modified to host is equals to bstol-l. And you see now the host is only filtered to one host here. Okay. And you see there are more fields now getting populated for the logs that we have for this device. Okay. Similarly, if I was to take you again to a very important field here, guys, which gets indexed in Splunk, is the source type field. So this field allows you to capture the name of the technology through which these logs were received. Okay. So when you click on this field here, you will see that it gives you an option of selecting one of these technologies that will show you all the logs received from that technology only. So if I was to just be looking at AWS logs from my environment, what I will do is I will choose this option here. So I choose the field as source type, and I choose the value here as AWS CloudWatch logs. So let's see what happens when I do that. So now you see automatically my Splunk query has changed to index is equals to bot v3, source type is equals to AWS colon CloudWatch logs. And here I get logs which have been indexed. So this is how very basic you can filter logs based on the fields as well as field names. Now, in case of security operations, there will be some things that would be more relevant in our case. So something like this keyword here that I'm going to use is, of course, more relevant in a security operations center, right? So such keywords can also be used in searches. What you need to do here is to just mention those keywords directly. Okay. So what you do here is you just use the keyword. For example, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the keywords access. Okay, let's say if we can find anything through access, or let's say if we are able to find anything through denied keyword. Okay. So once you do that, you see that more logs show up from 9 hosts and 5 source types that have the word denied in them. And this is an important find, you can say, because you see that there are certain connections that have been denied to one of your internal machines here. Okay. So each log telling you a little bit of a story, and you can figure out what exactly is happening here through the logs. Okay. Now, if you take a look at the source type, you see that this is actually from the Cisco ASA. So this has come through a firewall. And the firewall says that, okay, at this point in time, August 20th, 1517, this firewall, that's the name of the firewall, Frothley F1, an inbound connection from an external IP was denied towards an internal IP here. Okay, so that's the information that you can figure out through this log. Okay. So just an example of how search works with Splunk. And right now I'm trying to give you very easy examples, but this is going to get a little complicated in the next session, guys. I will also show you how to club together 2 or 3 conditions where you really dig deep into the logs and you figure out root cause analysis, or you figure out some troubling activity through multiple sources of logs. Those things also will be covered, but they will be covered in the next session, okay, not this session. So for this session, I just want you guys to take a look at the logs and get familiar with the logs. And the rest of the session today, what I'm going to do is to try to get everyone back to the same page here so that you guys are able to practice as well as have this running on your computers. Okay. So let me stop this here and let me go and check the chat again in case if someone's got some kind of a problem. Okay. So let me check the chat one time here. So there is, okay, again, voice problem. I don't think it's my connection, guys. My connection is pretty stable, so you might want to check your connections. All right, Sugatan says that he's not able to get any logs in the index. So if you're getting 0 events, please make sure that you change this time field. So once you click on all time, it should show up. If it is still not showing up, if you use the filter all time, and if you say index is equals to bots v3, and if it is still not showing up, I want you guys to go back to the point where I had told you to extract the data onto the folders. So Sugathan, this is for you. If you are still not seeing any kind of data, even after changing your time frame to all time, what I want you to check is to go back to the folder where I told you to put Splunk, okay? So just say I go to C drive here, and then I go to this folder here, and then the etc apps folder.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, and much more from the IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. Repeat. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of cybersecurity. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the primary goal of implementing a cybersecurity framework? Your options are A. Enhancing employee productivity. Option B. Improving customer service. Option C. Protecting digital assets and data. Option D. Reducing operational cost. I hope by now you have commented your answers in the comment section. Now let's continue with our session.
Make sure that this folder here, bots v3 dataset, is not inside another folder, okay? So I don't want you to add one more folder here. The path should be program files, Splunk, etc, apps, bots v3 dataset. In some cases, what you people might be doing is you might actually extract this like so. Okay, and what this does is it creates one folder extra. And that's why Splunk is not able to read it. Okay. So just make sure that this folder is a standalone folder, and inside this folder, you have the other folders like so. Okay. So once you have the data set, what I want you guys is to practice on this data set a little bit so that you get accustomed and used to these field pair values. This is a lot of logs, guys. Even this is training data set, you deal with a lot of logs, and this really helps you build an understanding where you understand what these logs look like. So if I was to show you how these logs look like, these are different for different technologies. So as I showed you, AWS CloudWatch logs, these were different. And if I was to show you something from Stream, of course, this information and the log format, as well as the fields, are going to be different. So you see how this log has now changed. Most of the times, what we are going to do is to go through these fields and find a very relevant field value pair for us to create search queries. Later, what you can do is you can save those search queries as reports, alerts, and you can also create a graphical interface where you save those reports and searches as dashboards.
These are three incidents which have happened earlier during the year. The SpiceJet also suffered from a ransomware attack. It did suffer from a ransomware attack. It was a ransomware attack or some sort of a cyber attack. To be very honest, I have not yet followed too much into SpiceJet attack. I've followed these ones. Okay. So what does this tell you? This tells you that today, no matter what the situation is, today you can have the best security posture. So what is the conclusion from these attacks? Today, even if you have the best security posture, there would be an area of some level of risk which could be compromised by a cyber attacker, which could be compromised. So that's the fundamental by a potential attacker. This is the situation, friends. This is what we are facing in today's times. Okay. So what I would appreciate is that keep a tab on the latest threats that are happening around the globe. There's a lot of learning that you can do. Okay. At some stage, I'll give you a walkthrough of all these. Yeah, US airports taken down in the DDoS attack. That's right. That's another thing. US airports taken down in DDoS attacks. Okay. You know, I can talk a lot about airport and airline industry. There are so many areas of concern, and it can be an eye opener for most of y'all. Like there are so many areas that are still left compromised, but I think that's not the intent. Our class is more towards cloud security. So, when these attacks keep happening, what is the industry response to it? The industry response is two specific things. One is there are two specific things. The first part is we're talking about establishing a zero trust architecture. That's the first thing you're talking about. Okay. First fundamental thing is you have to establish a zero trust architecture whereby you don't even trust your internal users. As simple as that. You don't trust them. The second part of the story is establish, do a thorough due diligence, okay, in conducting third party risk assessment. This is very, very important. Okay. There have been past too many attacks, where Verizon and their partners, Verizon's partners suffered a cyber attack, and thereby Verizon also had to pay some, they had to pay some fine. So the point is very simple. You're looking at within yourselves, within your own organization, you are trying to establish a zero trust architecture. For your partners, you are doing thorough due diligence in conducting third party risk assessment. These are extremely important paradigms. And only if you are through this, still there would be some area of concern. And the third thing is you need to invest in have cyber insurance. Very, very important, because in today's times, despite all the best effort, your cyber security effort can be on best effort basis. You cannot completely eliminate everything. These are three fundamental principles. It doesn't matter if you're on cloud or if you're on premise. This is the most fundamental. Stick to it. Okay. Second point example. So that's a good thing. So when we talk about conducting thorough due diligence, now a company has. That's a good question. How do you conduct thorough due diligence or comprehensive due diligence? So the first thing is, what are the things that are helping there? The first thing is adopt a risk assessment framework. Okay? Adopt a risk assessment framework. That's the most important thing. You have to abide by something. So choose a well-established risk assessment framework or risk assessment criteria. So what are the ready-made stuff that you can use? What gives me that kind of visibility? Let's talk about that. And let's see some of this part. Now, before I dive into this part, does anybody know about security standards? How many of you know about? I'm just asking you a question, and that's something for everyone. Let's understand what's your take on this. How many of you have heard about SOC 2? It's a very straightforward question. ISO 27001, PCI DSS, and CSA, CSA Star, Cloud Security Alliance Star. Okay, so many of you. Out of the four, out of the four, which one is the most comprehensive in terms of controls? Which is the most comprehensive? Let's understand. Most comprehensive. ISO. So we get some responses. Some people say ISO. Okay. It depends. Vishal says SOC. Okay. That's good, Vishal. So ISO actually has got, this is something you should know. Okay. Because everything comes from here. ISO has got 114, roughly around 114 controls, 114 security controls. Yeah. SOC 2 has got roughly around 450 plus controls. So that's a good point, Vishal. ISO, if you look at, it's got this much. PCI DSS has got 250 plus controls. Okay, 250 plus controls. CSA star roughly around, just give me a second. So CSA star has got roughly around 300 to 350 odd controls. Something in this range. So from that point of view, the clear winner is SOC 2. Okay. The clear winner in this category is SOC 2 out of the four. So SOC 2 is the most comprehensive out of the ones that are listed. We have not completed this entire statement yet. Okay. SOC 2 is the most comprehensive out of all the four standards listed. And to be honest, most of the cloud companies, the cloud vendors, will have all these certifications. They'll have all these certifications. SOC 2 is the most comprehensive out of all the listed ones, right? Because it has got 450 plus security controls. 450 controls is a lot more than, if you achieve SOC 2, you can actually achieve ISO. It's a matter of time. But there's another certification which is far more comprehensive than this. I'm not sure how many of you heard about it. How many of you have heard about high trust? How many? Anyone heard about the high trust framework? How many of you have heard about high trust? Okay. So high trust was a framework that was initially started for healthcare industry, but now is applicable for any kind of industry. So it's no longer with respect to healthcare. It is a very comprehensive framework. Okay, extremely comprehensive framework. High trust framework has got 2000 plus security controls, which is mind-boggling. 2000 plus security controls. So if I'm going to start assessing, I would look at high trust framework, and maybe I would look at that to begin with. The point is very simple. The question asked is, how do you go about conducting third-party risk management? I want to cover as much as I can to provide better security. So I would start with high trust framework that provides me with the most comprehensive kind of controls. So that's one part of your answer. Okay. Somebody had raised this question. I would look at the template for high trust framework, start evaluating from there. If you achieve high trust, you can achieve SOC 2, you can achieve any one of this. There is nothing left that cannot be achieved. Okay. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, you don't have to be certified, you don't have to really go through. See, if you're going for third-party risk assessment, you don't have to be certified, or you don't have to go through all these standards. I'm just letting you know from an approach perspective. You don't need to be high trust certified, or you don't need to be SOC 2 certified. No, that's not the requirement. The idea is, how do you improve upon your own cybersecurity posture? How do you go about it? The second take is, it is industry specific risk assessment. Why? Let's talk about that part. Specific risk. See, what I'm talking about is very relevant and very practical oriented. Okay, this is what exactly happens. Nobody will go to this step and tell you. So please, if you have questions, please ask me. I'll be happy to, have a brainstorming session with any one of you. Okay, so this is important. So second take is the industry specific risk assessment. Let's talk about how. Okay. Before we begin industry specific risk assessment, there is a generic third party risk assessment, not a framework, but third party risk assessment templates. Question is, that comes from a well-known organization by the name as, if you go here, Shared Assessments is one of the vendors. Okay. So Shared Assessment is one of the top quality vendors, and they have a product called as SIG, very, very comprehensive product for doing third party vendor assessment. Okay. Very, very comprehensive framework for doing third party vendor assessment. All right. So we are talking about the SIG questionnaire. You have something called as FFIEC security assessment. This is for financial industry in within United States. But the idea here is that you can pick up a lot of things from here and start developing your own framework. So most of it is applicable anyways. So you can start picking up things from here, and you can see here how comprehensive it can get. So you can see that there are various categories. We're talking about different categories here. Okay, delivery channels and all these kind of things. Okay, this is what we're talking about. So, guys, is my screen is not visible to you? Anyone to whom it's not visible? Is people, are you not able to? It is visible. Okay. So maybe Bharat, probably you can try and reconnect, because I think everybody is saying it's visible. So just try and reconnect. It will be okay. Okay. So what we are talking about is this one, which is a comprehensive framework. So as a being a CISO, what we do is, or generally whenever we are carrying out security assessments. So one second. So this is just give me a second. FFIEC, security risk assessment for financial industry. So what we do is, be working in the fintech sector. So this is how you can go about conducting, and there are a lot of questions like whether you have a third party contract, in place and all, or not, all those kind of things. Okay. So this is how you go about conducting, the risk assessments. Okay. So this is about it. Now today's topic is, what we have is, in cloud security, there are 5 or 6 different topics. We have cloud data security, we have introduction, so there are 6 areas for this. One is the cloud concepts. The second one is cloud data security. Then it talks about infrastructure security. Then it talks about application security, cloud application security. Then it talks about platform security, and then finally talks about, there are 6 modules: laws and regulations, laws and all the regulations. That's what. So we'll start with the easier topic, which is laws and regulations today. Pretty easy. We'll be able to conclude that today. So I'm just doing a recap of what we covered earlier and some insights. Now, when it comes to cloud, okay, what are the things that you're going to protect? That's the important thing. What are the things you're going to protect from a cloud perspective? So when you connect to the cloud, when you're doing, let's say you have a project to migrate this is the initial requirement for any organization. Every company has to make a cloud journey at some point in time. So we are talking about the step, data security, exactly. So what we are talking about is the initial task that every organization has to go through. You have to go towards the project to migrate cloud. That's the first requirement for any organization. So whenever you have to decide to go to cloud, the first thing is there is a shift from CapEx model to OpEx model, because in cloud you're paying for you're paying for monthly services. So monthly rental services. That's the first thing. Okay. Correct, guys. So somebody is saying cloud resources, infra, data, physical, operational. So you have monthly payment, or you could also have a yearly subscription. You can also, if you go for a yearly commitment, you will have to, it will charge you less. Okay. Now, before the first thing is you want to migrate to cloud. That's the first thing you have to consider. We are talking about the very starting element. When you move towards cloud, what are the fundamental areas that you have to cover? So you will be shifting from a CapEx model to OpEx model. That's the first thing. The second part of it is, are your GRC policies, your governance policies, governance and infosec policies catered towards cloud, or do you need separate policies for cloud? That's the second question you have to address. This is the second question that every organization has to address. So whether you have existing policies are good enough, or do you need separate policies? Then how do you choose the cloud platform? How do you choose the cloud platform? You have multiple options. How do you choose a cloud platform? Do you go to AWS cloud, Google cloud, or Azure cloud, or Oracle cloud? These are the well-known vendors. Alibaba cloud. I mean, let's talk about these ones. So which cloud vendor you want to go towards? Yeah, Red Hat OpenShift is also a part of it, but that would be pretty much somewhere like a private cloud. Okay. So the question is, you want to go towards public cloud or private cloud? That is also a fundamental question. And what you want to go about it. Okay. So whether you want to go towards public or private cloud, you have to make a choice. How do you choose a cloud platform? And are you going to be operating in a hybrid mode? These are some very important questions. Okay, it seems easy, but it's not that easy. Are you going to be operating in hybrid mode, which means that are you going to keep applications both in cloud as well as on-premises? What is the fundamental take here? How are you going to deal with this? Yeah. So Arun, we are just started with the basics. We have not started at all. I'm doing a recap of what I covered last time. Okay. So are you going to be operating in hybrid mode? That's the next question. Fifth question is, what about regulatory, legal, and any client compliance requirements? Okay. And the sixth point is, what about the security posture of the cloud vendor? Okay. What about the security posture of the cloud vendor? These are the things that we need to talk about. And finally, what kind of security tools will we use on the cloud? That's very, very important. What kind of security tools will you use on the cloud? Okay. So these are roughly 7 to 8 questions that you have to address. Now, regulatory things could be, for instance, you could be operating a data center. You could open a cloud DC in US East Coast, you know, you run a database in US East Coast and you are loading data from India to US East Coast database. Or let's say you're loading data from Europe to US East Coast database. This would lead to violation of GDPR. Now here you have to understand what is the cloud vendor's responsibility and what is your responsibility. Yeah. And what about the security posture of the cloud vendor? Yeah, you can talk about doing the security posture means that how good is the security of the cloud vendor? They are keeping your data, they are hosting your applications. Are they having proper security measures to control that, or is it just haphazard? So you want to what kind of security controls do they have on their own data center, because they're hosting the data of not only you as a cloud customer but multiple other cloud customers. So there would be a genuine concern about the cloud vendor's security posture. Guys, let's be honest, ISO certified doesn't make a difference. Okay, I'm being very clear here. ISO certification does not make an iota of difference. Absolutely makes no difference. Why? Let's talk about ISO certification. See, ISO certification, unfortunately, there is a problem with ISO. Okay. I'm not being biased, but I'm telling you the correct picture. There are problems with ISO. So if anybody is ISO certified, and if I as a security consultant look at them as ISO certified, it does not generate any interest to me. Absolutely nothing. I'll tell you for a reason. ISO certifications are actually being sold in the market for money. So you can get an ISO certification for $50,000 or $35,000. There are many third party companies who are giving ISO certification. If somebody gives you an ISO certification this way, what is the value? Right? So that kind of a scenario does not exist much with SOC 2, because SOC 2 is a AICPA standard. So there could be some malpractices, but not as much as ISO. ISO certification, any startup can get it certified for $25,000 just one day. So what is the value of ISO certification in that case? It loses relevance. We are not saying that it's not good, but what we are saying is that the credibility of ISO loses value because you have many organizations who are just selling them for peanuts. Okay. So go for SOC 2, go for high trust, go for PCI DSS, because they are more stringent than ISO. Okay. So I would look at that way. Yeah, controls at all excels at all levels, absolutely. So you would look at that way. So this is what we are talking about, and what we would be interested in is whether this organization is NIST certified, SOC 2 certified, high trust certified, PCI DSS certified, and many other certifications. Like, what is the level of CSA star certification? What is the level of CSA star certification? See, from a risk assessment standpoint, I want to add one more thing. Here I missed out one thing. When you talk about risk assessment, okay, there is something also called as Cloud Security Alliance, CAIQ. How many of you have heard about? Does everybody see this part? Is everybody able to see this CAIQ questionnaire on my screen? Everybody can see CAIQ. Okay. These are various domains within cloud. Okay. So there are various domains. This is the CAIQ questionnaire. It talks about authentication and this thing, and we can talk about this part. We are also talking about CCM. So you can take a quick look at this just to show you this part. You can see that there are different, these are the different domains of CAIQ, right? And you can map. So what they've done is they have used various abbreviations for this. So just to show you, like ANA stands for audit and assurance. Similar, this category. So there are a lot of questions here. Similarly, AIS stands for application and interface security. And this is only towards cloud. You can use this as a risk assessment questionnaire. Then we talk about BCR, which talks about business continuity and operation resilience. Then we talk about many domains, CCC, which stands for change control and configuration management. So my suggestion to you is people who are not familiar with this, use CIQ questionnaire. You should use that should be used as a single point of reference for your cloud security assessments, without a doubt. Then what is CEK? CEK stands for cryptography, encryption, and key management. And there are a lot of questions, a lot of questions that get covered, So let's take a look at the vendors may respond. So we have a point from someone who says, from Divjyoti, the vendors may respond in the questionnaire, but who verifies audit if the responses match the security postures? Two kind of organizations, friends. There are two kinds of organization who matches it. Yeah, CSA star auditors. We have CSA star auditors. Now, CSA star auditors are Cloud Security Alliance certified auditors. So if you talk about this one, they would be the people, CSA star auditors. So you can see here, these are the companies who can come and audit you. Axidia is one, Align is one, Assurance Lab, BSI, Bureau Veritas, Polfire, Control Case, DNV, DQS, LBMC, all these vendors, they can come and audit you. Okay, so if the question is who can come and audit you, they are the ones who can certify you. Okay, so these are external vendors, friends. Okay, so there are different levels also. There are certain auditors that you can see here, ISO plus CSA star certification auditors, and then you also have SOC 2 plus CSA star attestation auditors. You have lots of them. And then you also have certified auditors for C star assessment, all these. So Aditya says, what is a must for getting a job? Certificate, training, or practical knowledge? I would say a combination of all. Combination of all these things will lead towards knowledge. Yes, that's true. You cannot survive with just one thing. It's a combination of all these three things, friends. So I would say regular training anyways, even if you are professionals with 10, 15, 20 years of experience, this is what it is, right? Yes, that's right, Divjyoti. You can, if PwC is, it's not always the big four. Please make a note. Do not be under the false impression. It is a very false narrative that only big four are the auditors. Don't be under that impression. There are many auditors who do this job. Okay, you have lots of them. Don't be under that impression. For instance, this organization, Align, it's one of the biggest companies in the world. They are one of the best auditors in the world. And they are far better than any of the four. So the four certifying, consulting bodies like Deloitte, KPMG, E&Y, and anyone else, they have brand recognition, but that does not mean that there are no other good vendors. So do not always go with that notion. It is a misnomer. Okay? It is a misnomer. Don't always be under that impression. There are a lot of many other companies who do equally or even better than this. Okay. Do I need any API security tool also? WAF cannot protect API security. So we need to talk about, we will touch base upon API security also. Do I need a CASB? Do I need a sim or a, let's say, what is that? A sim tool? Do I need a sim tool for cloud? Any digital forensic tools required on the cloud? Forensic tools required on the cloud. Okay. So sim tool slash UEBA tools. UEBA stands for User Entity Behavior Analytics. Okay. Behavior analytics. Do I need any digital forensic tools on the cloud? Do I need a DLP solution, or data DLP, which is data loss prevention solution tool on the cloud? Okay. What about encryption? So as we talked about all these things, do I need a HSM for my encryption keys? HSM stands for Hardware Security Module. Okay. What about, so this is what we have talked about, next gen firewall. What about any endpoint protection tools slash antivirus on the cloud environments? Next, what about, yeah, CrowdStrike, yeah, that's right. Then next question would be, what about remote access connectivity to the cloud? So you can connect to the cloud from anywhere. So what about secure remote access connectivity? Very important. How do you do that? What about yeah, I mean, these probably should cover most of the things. I mean, I don't think. What about any IDS or IPS tools on the cloud platform? Then encryption. So we are talking about what application, when you talk about encryption, so what encryption technology do we have for encrypting data at rest? What encryption? Again, encryption. So this will most likely be server side, file encryption technology. Okay. And what about what about encryption for data in transit, data in motion / transit? How are we doing that? I mean, these are the kind of questions that you need to address. When you think about, and right now it's a little too early, because I'm just giving you a viewpoint. These are the areas you need to cover. And another question is, how do you transfer data to the cloud? This is extremely important. It seems simple, but it's not that simple. So you could be see the file that you transfer from your system to the cloud, it may contain potential malware. It may contain, so there's a high likelihood that the files that you transfer from your system to the cloud could contain malware, and thereby you may end up bringing malware on the cloud itself. So we have to have some controls in place to deal with these kind of things, right? Yeah. Pretty much it. So you have to have a standard way. So if you want to, let's say the question is, if you have to, let's say an example, if you have to push certain Excel files or CSV files to Azure Data Lake, right? Uh, it is possible that these files may be infected by malware. These files may be malware infested, and if not checked, the same malware could end up on the cloud, data lake, as a result of file transfer from on-prem to cloud. to cloud. Now in Azure, we're taking an example of Azure. You have a tool. There is a tool called as Azure ADF, Azure Data Factory. How many of you have heard about Azure Data Factory? Anyone? How many of you know this tool, Azure Data Factory? Anyone heard about it? Data Factory, guys, ADF. No one heard about it. It's a tool. It's a ETL tool. Okay, how many of you have heard about a tool called as SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio? How many of you heard about it? SQL Server Management Studio. I'm sure some people may have heard about that one. So this tool is similar to that. The difference is this is a cloud specific tool, and it allows you to transfer the data from your files on disk or from other locations to the cloud, to Azure Data Lake on the cloud, or to Azure databases on the Azure cloud. Okay, but the problem with ADF is that it cannot check. It does not have malware detection capability. It doesn't have malware detection capability. The other thing that we are talking about is let's cross check the security posture of the cloud. Posture of Azure. Let's just talk about it. Azure. Now we have got multiple services. We have got at my end, I've got Microsoft Teams, MS Teams. I've got SharePoint. I've got Office 365. I'm using these three applications. Now the question is, and this is what I covered in the last class, is what if we configure MFA, multi-factor authentication, to log to these services. So what will happen is Office 365 and let's say finally Azure portal. So let's say I log into Azure portal. The next time I try and open Teams or SharePoint or Office 365, it will not ask me to log in. And what we feel is that that's a bad precedent, because your multi-factor authentication can be also be compromised. So the idea here is that every service that you're accessing should go through a multi-factor authentication. See, zero trust, when I'm talking about zero trust architecture, okay, what we're talking about is the zero trust architecture, okay, right now. And this is what I covered in the last class. And if we look at the operating model, the operating multi-factor authentication model of Azure, it simply does not follow the zero trust model at all. It doesn't follow the zero trust model strictly. It is not following that strictly. Because if I log into Azure portal, if I'm opening Teams, I should be asked to log in there as well. If I'm opening SharePoint, I should be asked to log in there as well. So every service that I'm trying to access of Azure, it should ask me to authenticate there at that very moment itself. That would lead towards some zero trust security, but this fundamental concept is not at all a part of zero trust security. Does that make sense to everyone? Everyone, does that make sense? Why that doesn't? The default operating model is not following the zero trust this thing security. So this was just basically to give you an overview of where these things are. Now somebody had asked me a question on API security. I'm just going to spend a minute on it because that part will get covered in a better way in domain 4 or 5. Okay. And there we will also take an example of SolarWinds attack. We will talk about what happened in the SolarWinds attack, how that, what the analysis of it, how you can improve upon further upon your application security. So the first thing is that you need to know that when we talk about application security, we talk about OWASP application top 10. So we are always investigating security vulnerabilities. From we're talking about application security vulnerabilities from this standpoint, the OWASP top 10 standpoint. When it comes to APIs, okay, when it comes to API, OWASP, you has something called as OWASP API top 10, and this was released in 2019. So your API top 10 security is something that you can further, it is another dimension. It's different from application security vulnerabilities. You are here talking about the API security vulnerabilities themselves. So this is how you start figuring out API vulnerabilities in your setup, right? Thomas says, does AWS follow zero trust? Not exactly. It follows to some extent, it does follow, but not in its entirety. That is why you see cyber attacks still, keep happening. This is the top 10. This is the web application risks, 7 listing here. So 2021, this one, broken access control and all that. If I look at OWASP API top 10, you can see that there are different API related security threats like broken user authentication, broken object level authorization, lack of resources and rate limiting. So there are different vulnerabilities for APIs as well. So these are some of the areas that we need to look into. A good starting point, as I said, is start the comparison with the OWASP API top 10. It can be useful, to figure out if there are any further security issues or not. Is this part clear to everyone? All clear with this? When it comes to API, what we are talking about. Okay. So what we'll do now is we will. Do you guys want to break like 5-10 minutes break, or you want to continue? How you want to go about it? Because I will be continuing for an hour or hour and a half after this. So let me know if you want to like a 5-10 minutes breather. You can take a break and then come back, or if you want to continue, we can continue. All right. So let's take a 10 minutes break, and we meet at 10 minutes time. You can see here there's a local time of it's 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. my time. So whichever country you're part of, just make sure that you're. Do we need to have any cloud access for this course? Not really, but if you still intend to have, you can. I will recommend a good book, Neha. Don't worry. I use my slides. Along with that, I will give you a good book. I'll give you a good book. Okay. Question is, do we need to have any cloud access? So Deepankar, not really needed for this one, but you can actually, I think what you can do is, if you can open an Azure trial account, maybe that will help. If you have something like you can spin out a Azure trial account. So like something that, you may just try it out and see if that helps, just try and play with it. Or even better, you could, go for E2E networks. I mean, I've talked a lot about it the other time. Try and open up maybe a trial account with Azure I think that will not be a bad idea. If you try that out, it will not be a bad idea. Okay, so you can maybe spin out something like this. Now, going back to this part, if I talk about um, you know, so I'll talk about how we enabled. Okay, let's talk about tomorrow. I'll talk about how we enabled multi-factor authentication for on Azure for our users, how we enabled other things. So we'll talk about all of that stuff. For now, let's jump to this domain, which is domain 6, which is on your legal risk and compliance. Fairly easy stuff. If you ask me, I'll give you a lot of content and you will be well prepared for this. Okay. For anybody who is preparing for CCSP, after you finish off the classes, maybe take 15-20 days and you can appear for the CCSP exam. No big deal. Okay. So let's talk about some of the concepts here. Okay. Now, first of all, when we talk about cloud, fundamental thing is remove we are all under the impression that cloud is all about, our impression of cloud is that CCSP experience, 1 year experience is required with cloud. Yeah, so 1 year cloud experience, 1 year Dibjyoti, 1 year minimum is required. Okay, 1 year is required. Don't worry about, even if you see, I'll give you, if any cloud experience, any kind of cloud experience will do. Okay, but even if you have not undertaken, this part, what is, if you have not, even if you don't have any experience with that, I can still tell you how to go about it. Okay, so you can still apply for another cloud certification. Okay, so don't worry about that part. I'll make sure I'll cover that part for you. Okay, we'll cover that part in the first half tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll cover that. So let's jump to the topic. Right, so people who have experience with cloud, even if you don't have experience with cloud, there are multiple cloud certificates. Unlike CSC, CISSP, there are 3 ways you can go about it. Okay, I will give you a complete clarification on 3 different certifications which you can take at your own pace. I will guide you through that, and I will give you good guidance on that. So don't worry about that aspect. That aspect will be completely, I'll make it completely easy for you. Okay, so don't worry on that part. Now, maybe why don't you speak up, guys? Maybe I'll allow one of you to speak. What is the question? I've not fully understood the question, so why don't you just talk about it, and then we jump to the towards. Yeah, okay. You are willing to talk. Yeah, go ahead, Aditya. Ask me a question.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing good, Aditya. Tell me, what's your question?
Actually, sir, I wanted to ask one thing. Actually, I'm an IT professional, okay, carrying the experience of the 10 years working in a good organization. All right, okay. But I have covered, because I want to enhance my skills and the knowledge. So I have covered the CISSP and the CEH now. At the same time, I'm having the practical experience also in nowadays. So I want how to switch my job into the cyber security. Who will grab me? Who will grab me, and why they will grab me? Because I'm not having experience, the industry experience. I'm having the training experience. So how to get into that?
Okay, fair enough. So I'm taking this question live for everyone. Okay, this is a live response to this question. So everybody, please be attentive. Please understand. Okay. So how does this cloud journey helps you, or how do you make a dent towards the cloud? How do you switch towards that? Let's talk about that. Okay. It's a very easy question to answer. So first of all, I talked about that there are various domains within cloud, which is cloud data security, infrastructure, application security, platform, laws and regulations. So when you talk about these areas, what are the various cloud opportunities within these areas? What are the career opportunities within cloud? That is something you should know. So one is, you could work as a there are multiple opportunities here. So first thing is, you could work as a cloud security consultant, a generic consultant. Okay, You could work with that. So maybe with this knowledge, you can enhance your skill sets in other areas, like in one of the other areas. So let's say application security, right? So if you enhance your career in application security, uh, you have a good understanding of, let's say, application security risks. You have a good understanding of, AppSec threats. Okay, you are willing to work with some of the application security tools on cloud.
लाइव
Okay,
पूछ सकते हो आप इसमें
sorry,
क्वेश्चन हाथ खड़ा करके
you can work with some application security tools on the cloud. Okay, just one example. The idea is that pick up one area and make it your stronger area. Okay, so you can work towards this part, application security, this thing. So you can actually, you need to have good, develop good experience with OWASP tool set. Okay, OWASP tool sets, Burp Suite. Okay, develop some decent experience with Burp Suite, and you should, as I said, OWASP, API top 10 and application top 10. Along with, you should know.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking and much more from the IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. Repeat. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of cybersecurity. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is one common benefit of using Splunk for logging and monitoring? Your options are A. Real-time alerts, option B. Graphic design tools, option C. Social media management, and option D. Recipe sharing platform. I hope by now you have commented your answers in the comment section. Now let's continue with our session.
What is CSPM, which is Cloud Security Posture Management? Okay, and I can even show you a report on this. So if you get started with this, you develop some knowledge in this area, it's not too difficult to break into, work as a cloud security, application security consultant. And then further, you can diversify your career in the cloud dev SecOps area. Okay. Another important point after this is SBOM. How many of you have heard about SBOM? This is something I've never discussed before. Software bills of material. You can even, do some assessment from this point of view. So if you are having a CH background and if you understand cloud, it helps to build further on that. Now, I'm not saying that CH is the best certification. I'm not going to that. I'm not addressing that, but it definitely helps to the tools, all the backtrack. Sorry, this Kali Linux is earlier used to know 10 years or 12 years back, it was known as backtrack. So I use the term backtrack more. Anyways, I'll use Kali Linux. So this is how you can venture and get into this area. Okay, so that's one part of it. It's not too difficult. The other part is the GRC role, governance, risk management, and compliance.
आपको लैपटॉप चालू हालत में लेकर बैठना पड़ेगा गाड़ी में.
Guys, I think if somebody is talking, you could mute yourself. If we are hearing someone, so if you're not asking question, I would urge you to mute yourself. Okay, governance, risk management, and compliance is the other area. Now, this is very generic. However, if you develop knowledge in the CCM, cloud control matrix, you will do well. Okay, cloud control matrix, you will do well. This also means that getting into cloud audits. So if you understand this entire training, you can take this, an opportunity to build your career in the cloud auditing area. This is an area where I've seen a lot of people struggle, and it's a fantastic area. There are tons of opportunities in cloud auditing area. People generally in the top, the big four consulting firms, they don't have much knowledge in the cloud, related area. I'm just giving a very generic statement. I'm not saying that everybody doesn't. They have a ready-made template and they use that. Only when you use cloud, when you understand how cloud works, you can then do a cloud audit, right? See, what is a CASB used for? If you don't understand that, you need to know at least the functionality of it. How does firewall works in the cloud? Whether a web application firewall is good enough to provide protection. You need to understand those kind of things. Okay. So that entire CIP questionnaire, if you master it well, you are in for the long run. That's number 2. Okay. Number 3 is working with cloud security tools. Extremely important. Okay. So I can guide you to the areas where you can actually, and this is for all of you all. Okay. I have absolutely got no hesitation saying this. If you want to make a career in cloud security, okay, get some knowledge with cloud security tools like Checkpoint, CloudGuard. And to be very honest, I will give you links. You need to just study that free of cost. You can practice, try it, and make your career in this area. And I can tell you with absolute conviction, okay, for that training of these tools, you don't need to spend even a single rupee. With me, you will get this kind of information absolutely clear forward. So after you go through this, the idea is, see, currently there is a problem in the industry. And I talked about this earlier in this point. When I talked about what kind of security tools do we use on the cloud, there is one potential problem. Most of the vendors like AWS, most of the vendors like Azure, they are providing their own set of tools, which is their own web application firewall or their own network firewall. How many people do a comparison of that with a Checkpoint firewall, Checkpoint virtual firewall, or a Palo Alto virtual firewall? So my point is very clear and straightforward. In the area of cloud, get to work with, if somebody can direct you to the right location where you can work with, where you can get some knowledge of these tools, you are well prepared. And to be very fair, Checkpoint, CloudGuard, if you do this training, if you go for it, within a month, I can claim that you can actually get hired in Checkpoint. There are absolutely lack of professional. Checkpoint is unable to sell its product. It's a fantastic product. They are not doing very well in the Indian market or even across the world. They are doing very well in the data center market, on-premise firewalls. Why? Because they need people who can, with cloud skills, who can sell their product. Because what happens is, most of the times, customers, if I'm a startup, let's say I go to Azure, do you think I really would think about going to a Checkpoint firewall? What works for me? For me, it would be like, I may think like this in a very casual way. Okay, Azure is giving me this. I will take the web app. I am deploying a web application on Azure. I will take its web application firewall. Simple. But how does it work How does it work behind the scenes? I mean, if you start working with cloud tools like firewalls, cloud web application firewalls, you will develop a lot of knowledge. So that's one area. So working with cloud security tools, you have right now your presence with Checkpoint and Fortinet, and all this information is coming to you at this point in time around the globe, free of cost. You're not paying a single penny from your pocket. So leverage that, take it up, and go forward from here. So use this training as a base and learn those things and come out of it. Okay. So you are really taking something. You're taking a vendor neutral approach in this course, and you're further building your career from there. Okay. So you can work with cloud security tools. There's a lot of demand for this. I think that's it. And what else? You could also serve as a cloud forensic professional consultant. You could serve into this area, and otherwise you could also serve in the data privacy area, data protection officer for any of the cloud firms, data protection officer. Okay, for the cloud companies, for any organization going on cloud, right? And as I said, the generic profile is the cloud security consultant, where you could be a master of any of the areas, data security, application security, or if you can even be a master of, you could work as a data security consultant on cloud as well, because in today's times, everybody is going this area, right? So 6, 7 areas I've already listed out, and you can make your career opportunities in this areas, right? So we have some questions. Thomas says, okay, he's a pre-sales engineer, being this thing is work, but you really make good money on the sales side. Yeah, absolutely. So that's a good point. Thomas has made a good point. Actually, this is a good point. This is pretty much on the, when I talked about these cloud security tools, basically I was referring to making a career in, in these areas also, pre-sales area, whereby you can directly work for Checkpoint and can start, selling their products to the cloud. Now, this requires in-depth knowledge of the CloudGuard product line or the Palo Alto product line. So you can actually work with this. See, there are a lot of tools that require advanced level knowledge. So you do have it. You do have the option of getting these tools. So this is an area, and the seventh area is you could work as a SOC engineer. I mean, this is very generic. You can get knowledge of a SIM product like Azure Sentinel. You can get a knowledge of there are a lot of other products. I'm talking about another product which is it's very well known, not across the world in the global market, but at least in the Asia market. But it can be used very widely. That product is known as, I just forgot the name. It is known as TNIF Hyperscale. Okay, fantastic. It's a SIM and a SOAR tool. So if you master that, you're good enough. So there are career opportunities. You could work as a cloud SOC engineer. So there are quite a lot of opportunities. And then it just from there you can continue to be getting into the, like, a head of cybersecurity, a head of cloud. You can work as a cloud security architect as you gain experience. You can work as you could work as head of cloud security. A lot of career opportunities in that area. Roughly 9-10 areas I've already covered, right? So these are different areas of opportunities, and it's quite vast. I will share notes, guys. So what I typically do is, just like last time around, people who have been with me in the previous sessions, your notes will get, they will be dumped to a Google Drive link. In the previous session, I've shared the Google Drive link. At the end of the day, I will share the Google Drive link when I upload it, so that you're not missing out anything. Okay. So I hope this question is clear. Here. To move to certificate management team, Gopi, if you want to probably address a question, I can understand in a better way. I have not. Probably you could answer. So Pradeep, for application security, API security, we can actually use the CIQ questionnaire, and there's something more that I will share with you later on. CIQ questionnaire is good enough for that. Okay. So that should work for that. Okay. So for GRC roles, some certifications you need to show. We'll talk about that, guys. We'll talk about those things. For GRC, there are some certifications which you need to achieve. So we'll cover that. Don't worry. I've made a note of that part. I've made a note of this part. Probably I'll talk about it tomorrow, because I don't want to deviate too much from the session. So I'll spend some time dealing with this. Oh, you are having a DOS attack. Give me a second. Just give me a second to think about that particular tool. I'm just forgetting the name at this point in time. The tool is OpSWAT. So OpSWAT is a file scanning tool. Many companies, what they're doing is, this is a product. You could use it could be used as a cloud-based product. They have a tool called as Meta Defender, OpSWAT. What you can do is, let's say if you receive any file on your network, and if you're very suspicious about it, you can use the cloud-based scanning tool, which is OpSWAT, which can scan any incoming file on your network Okay, so you receive the file, you first, before sending it to let's say somebody has emailed a user in your organization from outside network, they have emailed a file. When that file comes to your mail server, you could first transfer the file to the OpsWAT cloud, which can start scanning the file, and if it finds some issues there, it can sanitize the file and can create a clean version of the file. Guys, please mute yourself if you're not talking. Okay? If you're not talking, please mute yourself. That disturbs the class. So with a tool like OpsWAT, you can upload the file to the cloud. The OpsWAT cloud can scan the file. If it finds no issues, it can send the file back to your email server, and it can then, from there, you can transport the file to the end user. If there is a malware found, OpsWAT cloud can even create a clean version of the file. So my point here is that you can, even if you do not have any security tools on premise, you can use the cloud-based tools to transfer the content, get the inspection done there, and then get it back to your network. So it can be used for this purpose also. So you can use security tools, pretty much like Total Virus, but different because it has a multi-scanning engine, 8 multi-scanning engines, plus the fact that it does not only quarantine the file, it blocks the original file and can create a new version of the file, which it can remove the malware, this tool OpsWAT or Meta Defender. Furthermore, so it has a DLP technology also inbuilt. Furthermore, it can do many other things. It can do content filtering and much more. What is the security with our files if all the mail attachments are sharing about? Now it depends on, the answer is very simple. You may have a single tool. Okay, this answer is very simple. You may have a single tool. The kind of information that they had, the technology at Amazon around that time at Amazon was they were using MySQL behind the scenes, MySQL database. So for the customers, because you're not expecting a lot of traffic on the websites. Okay, so they were using RDBMS behind the scenes, RDBMS technology, and all those kind of things behind the scenes. So the volume of traffic on internet, sites was pretty normal. Okay, you could just manage it with a single database or something. It was pretty normal. Then what happened? Let's talk about 2011. This was a time when cloud computing took off, right? Cloud computing took off. This was also the time when big data analytics started to come, in a big way. I'm talking about Hadoop. Okay, Hadoop technology, right? Hadoop technology started to come in a big way. Then what happened after that? New e-commerce companies started coming up, right? When I say new e-commerce companies, take for example, nobody knew Alibaba 20 years back. Alibaba really came around this time. They started the journey earlier than that, but they were very well known by this time around. Lazada is a company in Singapore. It's an e-commerce company in Singapore. It started around this time. Okay, they were roughly around this time. And the companies had to change. NoSQL technology also took off, but in a big way. And mobile phones, Android phones were a common feature around this time, right? This is the scenario around 2011. In 2022, what is the scenario right now with the data? We are using big data analytics in a very large way. But what has changed is, in a large way, but what has changed now is AI and ML, artificial intelligence and machine learning, has taken off in a big way, right? Secondly, around the globe, there are too many, there are billions and billions of gadgets. And when I say gadgets / IoT devices, I'm talking about smart TVs, smart, we're talking about smart TV. I'm talking about a smart watch. I'm talking about, all these kind of IoT devices. So it's taken off in a big way, right? You talk about an Apple iWatch, all these kind of devices, iPod and all those kind of, so it's really taken off in a very big way. Right? A smart bulb, yeah, that's right. So you have a smart bulb. Yeah. And today, in today's times, we are also talking about smart cities. The concept of smart cities is what we're talking about. Concept of smart cities, right? We're talking about 6G, 7G, and 6G, 6G and 7G evolution. By the way, in India, 5G is taking off, but the reality is that in places around the globe, in places like Norway, 6G and even 7G is taking off. So we are there right now, okay? And we are using a lot of data to identify pattern behavior. So which means that we can use AI and ML to identify, as a use case for fraud detection, for identity theft. Look at the kind of use cases that are coming up, okay? For, it could be used for many things, like this. Yep. So this is what is happening in today's times, right? We can use it for fraud detection, identity theft, okay, and many other situations. By the way, we have forgotten about cryptocurrency, which has taken off, which is currently very hot in the market. Cryptocurrency technology is also, it relies on this data and all those kind of things. And there is one thing we have not talked about where cryptocurrency is used. We are also talking about another interesting area called as metaverse / virtual reality, right? So you're not traveling anywhere. Let's say you are an airline company and you want to give your customers, some sort of a virtual experience. So, you create some kind of attractive schemes and all those kind of things. Metaverse. That's right. So this is what's happening in today's times, okay? And all of this stuff relies on, all this stuff at the end of the day relies on zettabytes of data or even more of data or even more. And the demand for data is it just continues and continues to grow and grow and grow. Right? So we need to understand that all these stuff is generating a lot of data. Okay. A single aircraft, the one it flies, a single aircraft generates on a single flight, okay, a single aircraft on a single one-way flight generates roughly around 10 GB of data or even more, right? One single flight, roughly, if you travel one way from, let's say, New Delhi, or let's say from Dubai to San Francisco, or either way, either of the places, it can generate more than 10 GB of data. This is exactly why data becomes so critical. Okay. In today's times, if I will not talk much about aviation, I just want to talk a little bit about there so that you understand the power of data. Okay. The communication that happens between, see, we're talking about data security, cloud data security. So we need to first understand the importance of data. Then we talk about the other thing. That's the way to go forward. Okay, communication that happens between a aircraft and the ground station. Okay, it is unencrypted. It is not encrypted at all. Furthermore, whatever technology that is being used in today's times, you have the uh, you have the NASA rover Perseverance, which is in there in currently in Mars. Whatever data is sending to Earth via radio waves, there is no encryption there. So the point I'm trying to make here is, in today's times, we are generating huge amount of data, and a lot of data in different technologies, in a lot of data in different industries is unregulated. There is no encryption at all. I've given you two examples in space technology as well as in aviation, whatever data that is getting communicated, there is no encryption. Okay. There is absolutely no encryption there. Okay. Self-driving cars, yes, that's right. There is no encryption there. How many of you have traveled, whenever, let's say you've been traveling internationally, domestically, wherever, how many of you have traveled and ever used a credit card to buy something on the flight? Has it ever happened? You have used a credit card to buy something to eat. Let's say you are hungry, and on the flight, you have bought something. Have you ever thought about how that credit card information, which is when you are on flight, which means that you have no internet, right, at that point in time, how the transaction takes place? You're not on ground, right? You're in flight. Have you ever thought about whether that transaction, which whatever swipe of a credit card you're making in flight, is that secure? The answer is it is not secure at all. Okay. The entire data travels through something called as ACARS communication system. ACARS communication system. Okay. Where even the company, to whom you're making the payment. Yes, the one aspect which is true is that while you are on flight, these details are transmitted, but there is still a way to, with the help of radio waves, you can transmit, right? But the successful transaction happens when you reach that underlying side, the other side. But before you can get off the aircraft, the moment you catch the very first signal, the transaction is successful. The credit card, the PII information is traveling through ACARS communication system, absolutely unencrypted. Okay. In today's times, if an attacker wants, okay, if they want, they can even they can hack the communication between the aircraft and the ground station. They can give wrong messages and they can crash an aircraft. That is what can still happen. So we have talked about the various use cases, and we can talk about how, this data that is collected, how much it is helpful. Today, you go to any e-commerce site, you may have bought a lot of things over the course of last 1-2 years on Amazon, XYZ company. Amazon can come up with a recommendation that, hey, you should buy this. How they are able to figure out that you may like that kind of a product? How are they able to give a recommendation? They're able to give a recommendation based on the fact that over the past 2 years, they have profiled your data. They have seen what kind of choices you have, what kind of taste you have. And on that basis, they have given a recommendation. So they now understand you fully. Okay. So with the help of data, we can identify what are the likely choices of a person. So data plays such an important role. Today, every one of you, okay, including me, every one of us, we have some online presence somewhere here and there. We may be doing some kind of indulging some kind of online, online purchase and all that. Your behavior, up 50% of your behavior is predictable. You may not uncover a lot of things. Some people are very open about their life, but in general, whatever purchases you make, with the help of that, we can the machine learning and AI tools can predict your character. 50 to 60% they can tell you almost that, which is a dangerous precedent because they have a lot of data to analyze about you. So data plays such an important role. You can decode an entire person with the help of data. You can, if you get access to somebody's feeds on a social networking site, let's say 5-10 years data, what that person thinks, how that person looks, what is the person's mindset, how all those things are done. It's all, you can just decode a person in just a matter of minutes. Okay, we're not drifting from this. We talked about the first part was the importance of data. Okay, this is where we are. Importance of data and why data is considered to be the new oil in the 21st century. The second part is, and this is an open-ended question for everyone. If data is such a critical field, and if we are storing our data in cloud, storing our data, please understand this question. This is an extremely important question. Okay, if you are storing our data in cloud, can we, across storing in cloud, can you identify all the day-to-day risks that are there, that are present on the data side in the cloud world? So in short, the question is, can you find all the data related, all the cloud related data vulnerabilities across the world? Simple question. Can you find, how hard it is to find this? Can you find all the cloud related data vulnerabilities across the world? In this one question, you can cover half of your auditing questions. So if you're trying to make a career in cloud or audits or cloud risk management, this is an absolute gold mine. Okay. So the idea here is, before anybody knows, across all cloud platforms, AWS, Amazon, Oracle Cloud, Google Cloud, IBM Cloud, Alibaba Cloud, is there a way we can figure out complete risks, complete new set of vulnerabilities that are happening on a day-to-day basis? Which website, Divakar? Give me a site. And I'm being very specific. I'm talking about a very specific category, which is data. There are other categories I'm not bothered about right now about it. Cyber attacks is different, friends. I'm only talking about this part. My question is just this part. Very specific, open-ended question. Nothing else. I'm not looking at cyber attacks. I'm only looking at cloud-related data vulnerabilities. So the point is, before somebody can probe something, I want to be a step ahead of something. Think about it for a minute. I'll give you a minute. Anybody knows anything about it? Yeah. Azure is providing many vulnerabilities which you can configure also for Defender for Azure. Okay, fair enough. What about any other thoughts? Yes, anyone? See, these are general answers, okay? So I'm letting you know there are a couple of sites, but one of your best repositories is go to one of the best sources of information is go to Orca website, Orca security website. They have released an encyclopedia of cloud related risks, including different categories that covers data. So, I mean, this is where you are one step ahead. So you're ahead of your game. Tomorrow, whichever cloud concept you're covering, you are doing it helps you in risk assessment. Okay, you know what is happening on a daily basis. My point is, you're not looking at your own infrastructure. You're looking at, you are a step ahead of the game. You're looking at all the risks that are there on a regular, on all the cloud platform features, and you are documenting them in your risk register, then comparing it against your own infrastructure. That's the way to go. So let's take a look at this. Let's dig into this part. So you go here, you go to Orca Security Cloud Encyclopedia. Okay, go here. So this was launched this year. Now you can see this part. Is everybody able to see my screen, friends? Everybody able to see my screen? Yes. Okay. So you go to Orca Security. I'll give the link also. Now you come here. You can see that you can see that there are a lot of vulnerabilities which are given here. What you do is look at a risk category, data at risk. You can cover this. You can cover data protection, and there you go. This is all the latest things which are there. So let's take one example. Like, let's take this category, which is Azure storage container is publicly accessible. So they have highlighted something like this. They're talking about Azure block containers, and what they're saying is that it provides a way to host your HTTPS data and all that. Now, what is the description? Any client can read the data in a blob container configured for public access. Avoid this unless explicitly needed. So they're also talking about how to, so your storage account default network access rule is not set to deny. So these are some of the default rules that similar cloud providers come up with, including Azure. Azure storage account without private endpoint and firewall configured. So this is how you can go about it. Okay. So these are data security related issues. You can take it's a huge list. It doesn't end here. You can take a look at this one. Databases with potentially PII information found. You can take a look at this part. Okay. So there are a lot of risk related to this. Let's talk about further. Load more. So they're talking about, let's take something else. Let's just take a further deep dive into. Yeah, this is another issue. Azure storage account is not using TLS 1.2 version, right? See, we end to see Azure storage sets the minimum version by default. It's a legacy version. The minimum version can be configured using as 1.2. So, I mean, these are some of the things that tend to be ignored. Okay, guys, these are some of the things that tend to be ignored. Just a second, where we are. Sorry. Yeah, my bad. So these are the things that tend to be ignored. These are day-to-day related risk. Okay, and something that you should be looking at. And the best part about Orca Security Risk Encyclopedia is that you can look at this part, this vulnerability also. This is a critical vulnerability in Azure Synapse. What was this? It allowed an attacker to access and controls customers' Synapse workspaces and leak sensitive data. Synapse is a core data warehouse of Azure. So these are the things that you should take into look. So Lumbi has a question: how up to date is it's updated very frequently, and I'll tell you why. So the question is, how frequently this Orca, risk, cloud risk, cloud risk encyclopedia, how often is this updated? Very frequently and very regularly. See, there you have to understand that, see, there are a couple of things you need to understand. Don't trust, don't use the default, don't trust the cloud service provider, CSP provider by default. Don't do that. Many times we make a mistake. Okay, oh, it's Azure. Those guys, Microsoft guys will be taking care of it. It doesn't work that. I will never look, if I have to look at the risks. See, the cloud vendor can also hide potential vulnerabilities, right? Why would they reveal it to you? If they reveal something very critical, it can cause panic to the customers. So they may take some time and just get things done without revealing anything, or then may reveal at a time of their choice. So they are not the best sources to look. So this means that the cloud vendor is the one on which you're hosted. They are the ones to pass judgment. It doesn't work that way. Okay. So always approach the CSP with suspicion. Don't go, get overwhelmed by the name and all those things. You're there. All these vendors were never known to be security vendors. You can trust somebody like a Palo Alto or a Fortinet, or for that matter, even Checkpoint. But it will be hard to digest the security layer of all these vendors. They have issues, and it will always keep coming. Okay. So look at third-party sources. Look at Orca security around this. Now the real deal is, how come Orca security can have this? The answer is very simple. Why look at third-party vendors like Orca security for cloud security risks and issues? Because Orca security is basically a CSPM tool, a CSPM tool provider, cloud security posture management tool. So I would be very interested in that. I would be interested in this, in their topology, as well as any of their competitors' topology. My goal is to make my cloud environment secure. So wherever information I can pull up, and the one that keeps up to date, is what we are looking at. Okay. So Orca, because it's a CSPM tool provider, that is why it works pretty well here, and it's a well-known one. So I hope by now you're clear with the importance of data, where to look around for data. So you could look at organizations like Orca Security and all, to look at the day-to-day cloud risks. Okay. The next thing is this part so far clear? Any doubts on this part? Anyone? Okay. Okay. Now, the next part is, we think about, approach this course from a case study point of view. That is exactly what we are doing, right? Why data is important? Where should I look out for data? I'm just training you from that point of view, just to make it simple and explicitly easy. Okay. So the third case study, the third use case, okay, use case 3 for data. I'll just make it easy. Okay. Use case 1, importance of data. The other part is second part, or this is use case 2. Okay. And now we are talking about use case 3, which is use case 3 for data. How do we secure our data in the cloud? Simple question. When you go to executive management, you have to address these kind of straightforward questions. No ifs and buts. Simple. You have to talk in a simple, plain, lucid language. So this is the fundamental question. Now, if I have to secure my data in the cloud, I have to look at different approaches, okay, to the data. And first thing, it starts with my GRC, governance, risk management, and compliance. Now, when I talk about GRC, the first thing I need to have is I need to have a cloud security policy. Along with that, you need to have a data security policy. Then you need to have a data protection or privacy policy. Okay. The fourth thing is data governance policy. And the fifth piece of it is data retention policy. And the final piece is data purging or data destruction policy. This is where everything starts. Okay, so this is where everything starts, because yes, those options are there, but you've gone a little too far. I'm just starting from the very scratch. What are all the things you need? Any company which does not have these kind of policies, they are not doing it. They are not doing justice to their data security at all. Okay. All these policies are an absolute mandate. This is an absolute mandate. Okay. So you understand the importance of cloud security policy. You understand the importance of data security policy, data privacy policy. But do you know why would a company require a data governance policy? Any thoughts? No, this is needed for everything, but cloud vendors, it is not just for cloud vendors, it is also needed for your on-prem. But in on-prem, things are somewhat different as compared to this. You need a data governance policy for cloud. Why do you need that? Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, and much more from the IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. Repeat. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of cybersecurity. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is an important asset of incident response and assessment? Your options are A. Identifying vulnerabilities, option B. Developing new software, option C. Marketing products, and option D. Managing human resources. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move ahead with our session.
For compliance, Lumbi says for how to treat data. Divakar says regulatory. Dinesh says easy to find and organize. The reason why you need a data governance policy is because you need to have a complete data inventory. Does everybody know about asset inventory? What about a data inventory? I need a complete data inventory. It's not there to safeguard. We need a complete data inventory. That's the main reason, data inventory. See, if you know what is in data inventory, what does it contain? And I'm telling you something from practical experience. A lot of companies are not doing this. So this is how you should approach. We are looking at end-to-end extremely in a comprehensive manner. If I have to secure data, what should be my approach? So data inventory will contain all links, to where, to how data is getting accessed. So it contains all data flows. So let's say you have one ETL, you have got 10 different ETL sources. How they connect to this? How do those ETL sources connect uh, to your database or data lake? That's one thing. How many different databases do you have? Databases or data stores do you have? Okay. Where are you keeping your current business data, and where are you storing your historical or archival data? Okay, this is what you need. How many different SQL connections are made to different databases that we have, from which locations? Okay, what kind of, I forgot about one more thing. You also need to have a data classification policy, absolute mandatory. What kind of data classification do I have in place? What are the regulatory compliances that my entire data set is subjected to? These are the kind of questions that we need to address. ETL is extract, transform, load. So basically you have raw data, you're connecting to it. So what we are not doing is we are not logging all connections. We just need to know different details as to how the data is getting accessed by different systems for our organization. Different links we need to know. And how are we accessing? Are there any external data sources that we are accessing? This is another question. Once you address this question, your data inventory is complete. Right? I'll come to, Lumbi, I'll also talk about data encryption. Does everybody see you have an asset inventory? Why do you have a data inventory? What kind of information you can have a data inventory? Is that clear? What kind of data, what kind of information does it contain? You can enter a Y on chat to let me know if that's clear. If not clear, and no. Right? So these are the questions you should ask. Now, if you're doing an audit or if you're doing risk management, if you ask these questions to the underlying teams, they will be, you will raise some red flags there. They will have some problems with your questions. The reason is because nobody does it in such a comprehensive manner. It's that simple. Right? Nobody does in such a comprehensive manner. It's that simple. So, you are going to raise some, unfurl some, rough feathers there. So, but any company which has a data inventory is doing a solid job in that data, in their managing their data processes altogether. Because this is important, is very important. If I, as an auditor, have to take a look, this is the kind of information I'm looking. If I want a full 360-degree view of my data visibility, I need to have a data inventory. It's as simple as that. Like how you need to have an asset inventory, we need to have this kind of ETLs can be on a high speed link lease line. It can also be, depends on where you're pulling up the data from. You could be pulling up ETL, you're doing ETLs from 10 different sources. You don't even know that. That is the reason why you need different sources from where you are doing that extract, transform, load. Okay, so this is the first thing. Okay, the next thing is, what kind of data am I dealing with? So what kind of data am I dealing with? Am I dealing with? Are we dealing with? Dealing with. Okay, so one is data at rest, data in transit, and data in use. This is where it is, right? So now we need to take a look at security controls around these areas. So let's take a look at security controls for data at rest, right? This is how you start addressing things. Yes, Divjyoti, data inventory needs to be updated. Yeah, you have to keep updating. Like, you have to keep updating your asset inventory. Similarly, your data inventory, it cannot be a static document. You need to update it. You need to go through it. You may have to update it on a frequently basis. It's a part of your day-to-day exercise. Now we are addressing the first part, which is security controls for data at rest. Yes, friends, what controls can we talk about? It does not happen like that in companies, because no company is so absolute on the data security. That is the reason why you have data leaks. Right, so we have talked about encryption. Somebody says encryption, data at rest, encryption. The question is, what kind of encryption are we talking about? What kind of encryption are we talking about? So if it is disk, if the data is getting stored on disk, then we are talking about server level, server side encryption. So for example, BitLocker encryption, okay, BitLocker encryption, or file encryption technologies. So we're talking about file encryption technologies. You can use tools like VeraCrypt to encrypt your data. Yes, that's one way of looking at things. Okay. BitLocker, yes, exactly, that we talked about, and then we're talking about this. That is on the server side. How about encryption for databases? Where in databases we are using block storage anyways. So how do you encrypt the data there? So we can use true, Dinesh. Yeah, many tools, but VeraCrypt is the open source technology. That's right. How are encryption for databases? So we need to use column level encryption. You can encrypt because the data resides in the underlying tables. This thing, column level encryption. We can use row level encryption. This is what we can use. These kind of technologies. So you can encrypt some columns and all those kind of things. Okay. And the final piece of it is object storage. Object storage, like Amazon has 3 buckets. Buckets, Azure Data Lake. They use their object, they use AES encryption purely for object storage. Now, one important part is the different file types. File types. So we're talking about ext4. We're talking about ZFS. Now ZFS can have its own data compression and encryption topology, own data compression and encryption. So you got to take a look at that kind of data. We have covered so far this much. The next part is security controls for data in transit. So you can use, TLS encryption, protocol-based encryption, TLS, etc. So you can use transport layer security there. You can encrypt your data. The other part is, yes. No, Dipankar, ext4 and ZFS, they are normal file types. ZFS came up from Solaris. It's a specialized kind of a file type, right? So ext4 is a standard Linux-based file type. Yeah. Then we're talking about security controls for data in transit. So you use protocol-based encryption, something that we know, like TLS, we know HTTPS, all that, right? And is there any other encryption technology that can be used for data in transit? Can we use something else also? So some technology for data in transit and as well as in this thing. Encryption key, yes, but what I'm talking about is something different. This is known as homomorphic encryption. How many of you have heard about homomorphic encryption? How many know that? Heard about homomorphic encryption? Yeah, Dinesh, we are yet to talk about compression. I've not reached the compression stage. That's where different file formats like PARQ, Avro, those Hadoop file formats. There are different things. I've not reached there, but it's a good point that you made. Yes, Lumbi, data in transit means data in motion. They are used. These terms are used interchangeably. They're similar. They're synonymous with each other. These terms. So the question is homomorphic encryption. Now, what is homomorphic encryption? First of all, homomorphic encryption is it's not a common encryption technology. It's not. Let's assume we have someone's bank account number, okay? Or let's say salary of person is salary of, let's say, a person named by the name James is 120,000 USD per annum. Okay. Now assume that after 1 year, James gets a hike. James gets a hike, and now his salary is 140,000 USD. Now, our take is that the salary assumption in the below example is that salary column for employee table is encrypted, and any updates to the salary column, please understand the use case. It's a very specific and a very different use case. Assumption is that the salary column for employee is encrypted, and any updates to the salary column should happen only on encrypted data set only, which means I'm not at all going to decrypt my data. That is what homomorphic encryption is. homomorphic encryption allows you to change the encrypted data to something else with, allows the value in the encrypted data set to be changed without decrypting data. That is homomorphic encryption. Okay. A good example of homomorphic encryption, if you want to enable this, a good example of homomorphic encryption is IBM homomorphic encryption, which you can enable for Linux systems. So we're talking about this one. We go here. What we're talking about is IBM homomorphic encryption, GitHub. That's it. This is the IBM homomorphic encryption for Linux. You should take a look at it. Okay, it's interesting take. Guys, you cannot hear me. Is that correct? Or you can hear me? Lumbi mentions that he cannot hear me. Is everybody able to hear me? Lumbi, I think people are able to hear me. Probably if you could rejoin, maybe there would be some network issues maybe at your end. Maybe if you could just rejoin, you will be able to do this. So the point I'm trying to make here is this example, this one. With the help of this toolkit, you can enable homomorphic encryption, right? This allows you to perform changes on the data set without decrypting data. Now, obviously, if you do this, something like this will take a long, changes on the data set will take long time because you're not decrypting it, you're operating on encrypted data set. But this is an option that is available for all of you. Right? This is another option available. Now, other security controls for data at rest, right? See, we have to think in a very holistic manner. When you're talking about this, you have to be absolutely pinpoint and should not miss out on anything when anybody's asking you this. Now, the other techniques are data masking, data anonymization, and data have data redaction, and you have something called as data tokenization. These are other techniques. Now, first of all, what is data masking? Let's assume you have a let us assume that someone's credit card number is let's say 4123 5560 4872 9980. So instead of this, if we mask data, the resulting output could be something like 4126, something like this one. 412, a star, star, a star, a star. Does that make sense? The other technique, which is data anonymization. Now, somebody mentioned the right point, which is fake data here. So what happens here is data anonymization. What we are doing here is we are replacing the actual data with fake data. So let's say we have a credit card number as this. Now, this number now becomes something like this. Okay. So let's put it this way. Let's make it 7. Okay, 7 4 5 8 8 8 9 3, right? And then I say 7 1 0 5, and then I say 2 2, a 1 and a 3. So what we have done is, now this is easy to predict. I've just applied, what I've done is I've just swapped 3 numbers. 4 becomes 7, so we have just shifted 3 numbers. But I'm just showing you how the data anonymization is done. The data anonymization pattern. So they use they use functions. They use random functions to anonymize your data. Okay. They use random functions to anonymize your data. Another technique in this example is this. I can show you something else also. So what we have is, just give me a second. Let me show you something which is related to this part. Yeah. So you can see this one, right? This thing. Now you see, if I have something like this and I change it with this. Now assume that if I'm using some sort of data mapping where where we say that B becomes F, C becomes M, I becomes, let's say, S, you can maintain a file mapping and then basically replace the data with some sort of mapping, or you can apply some kind of formula. This is the process of anonymization. So you're just faking the data with something else just to provide, it's a kind of a bluffing technique, right? That is anonymization. I hope everybody clear with anonymization. What is the tactic? The idea here is that you can use functions, internal system functions, to anonymize your data. If you're not using that, you can maintain a mapping file, or maintain a mapping. So you have 26, you have 26 characters, alphabets, and you have 1 to 9, 0 to 9 are your 10 numbers. So you can maintain a mapping between either one of them without using any pattern. It's just a random mapping, and then pretty much like any technology. It could be like that. So this is anonymization. This is it's a kind of a bluff at runtime only. So whenever somebody is about to see the data, that time is masking. Like here in credit card number, we are masking that data with an asterisk. Now this data could be something like this. If you had this is a credit card number, I could be using something very different. I could be using, instead of like this, I could be using 412F. I can be using, let's say, ampersand, let's say star F, right? Or let's say something like this question, something like this. Then I can use something like this. I can use a comma. I can use this. I can use percentage. I can use an asterisk. I can use this one, this symbol. I can use this, and finally I can use this. Now you see how different this is from this, right? This is quite different. For this credit card number, I've done masking. So we have done masking, let's say, using we have done masking for this number, this one, using special characters. Very, very different, right? So the data redaction can use some different patterns in masking. So you're not using a single pattern, but multiple patterns, which makes it very hard to predict what the number could be, right? So it's a different technique. That's so is data redaction understood by everyone? What is data redaction? Yes, no? Is that understood? Cool. The final piece of it is data in. So we have talked about this one. Data tokenization. That's interesting. So data tokenization, how it works is there is a there is a dedicated. So you have a token. Basically you replace you. What you're doing is you're replacing actual data with garbage data, but you are maintaining two databases. So two databases where in one of the database systems, one of the DBs, you are using a tokenization server. You are using a tokenization machine, server or machine, which maintains a mapping of actual data that was replaced with garbage data. So it's a very simple thing. You are running a tokenization service on one of the servers where there is also a database. The tokenization server generates a garbage data value, replaces the original data in the application, and maintains a mapping in the tokenization server's database that this value, this is the garbage value and this is the original value. So next time when you actually want the right value, it can look at its tokenization server database, and then it can pick the actual value. Okay. Is the tokenization part also clear now, everyone? What's the purpose? Here you are keeping a specialized kind of a software, tokenization software, which maintains random data, so replaces the origin data in the application. So in the original database, the data will be different. But when a proper request comes to access the origin data, it passes on the request to the tokenization server. Tokenization server looks at its mapping, finds out what the original value for this, and gives the actual server the original value. That is how it works. Okay, I'm just going to repeat this part. Look at this part, okay, tokenization, paint. So I'm just going to reiterate this tokenization concept. Just give me a second, okay? So how tokenization works is, this is the user, okay, and I have got, this is my database. I'm keeping two databases. So this is the user, okay, this is the user, and I'm keeping two databases, DB1, and this is DB2. This is DB2 and contains the tokenization server also. This is also tokenization server. Now let's say the user enters something. So in the original database, let's assume, so in DB1, which is the original database, let us say that we are tokenizing the telephone number of an individual. Okay. Now, tokenization server, I'm writing it down, is a specialized machine, is a specialized software / machine, which also has its own database. In this example, the database is this one, DB2. In this example, the database is DB2. Now what happens is, if I have to write someone's phone number, let's say there is a person called as Nisha, okay, or let's say James is the person's name. Now, James' number is, let's say, 9450-808-112. Let's say this is his phone number. Okay. Now, instead of writing this number in DB1, where James' name says, the value will be James. So in database 1, DB1, the value will be James, and then the phone number would be something like this: 754 5. So 4564. So this is the value in DB1. In DB2, the value will be stored as, this is the value, this one, and this is the value. This value will be stored. So you are maintaining, sorry, this entire value. So in the actual server, you are displaying a wrong value. Now, when the client makes a request for this data, DB1 will make a request for this data, will make a request to the tokenization server. Tokenization server looks at its database, DB2, finds out that for this value, the original value is this, 94. So for this value, the original value is this. So DB2 returns this value to DB1. Is that understood now? Tokenization, how tokenization works? Is it understood now? Others? Gopi, Neha, is it clear to you? Okay. It's a very simple concept. Okay. It's a very simple concept. It is basically a good bluffing technique. Okay? It's a specialized thing. That is how it works. So it's a pretty useful technique. It's very widely used. So now we are through with data security at rest and data security controls at data in transit, right? These are the different controls. And especially when someone connects via SQL language, that is where it is. Now, the third thing is data in use. When the data resides in the memory of a given person's laptop or resides in the cache. Now, how do you deal with this kind of data? Can you encrypt this kind of data? Divyajyoti says, do organizations follow tokenization for database data? Yes, they do. It is a standard routine practice. The only thing is, there is a cost to it. There is a definite cost to it, but it's getting utilized. It's not something, it's not an unknown phenomenon. Okay, it's a pretty standard way of doing things. Now, data in use. The question is, if the data is in my RAM or in cache, in the OS cache, how can we put any security controls there? Can we put any security controls there? Can we encrypt the data in the RAM? Can we encrypt that?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, and much more from the IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. Repeat. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of cybersecurity. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is one of the main advantages of using cloud computing? Your options are A. Increase security measures. Option B. Reduce infrastructure cost. Option C. Limited scalability. And option D. Slower data processing. You can comment your answers down in the comment section. Now let's continue with our session.
What's your take on this? Can we encrypt the data in RAM or not? In memory or not? Let's take a look at your options. Yes, no. Okay, so people who say yes, how do we do it? How can you encrypt the data in RAM? Tell me. How can you encrypt the data in the RAM? Tell me this. See, if we talk about Android file encryption, it is happening at the disk level. It is not happening at the memory level, right? Prabhakar says, why do you need to encrypt the data in memory? I want to safeguard my data. We want to safeguard the data. Safeguard the data. You know, complete safeguards. We want to apply safeguards on the data. See, we trust. The idea here is we are following a no trust, a zero trust architecture model, a zero trust data architecture model. So what if my authorized person his system may have been hacked by someone? So what options do I have there? Some security like keys. The answer is that in general, you cannot encrypt the data in memory. You cannot. But there is still a way you can encrypt. Okay, that's a general assumption. Well, RAM level encryption is difficult, but not too difficult, because this is what is happening. So your hardware processors are coming with this technology. You can see this part. Intel total memory encryption encrypts all data passing from a computer CPU with a single transient key. Such information includes customer credentials and all that. So you have this part also being used here, right? So Intel, this thing, total memory encryption can be used. That's one part of it, right? So it's not a new phenomenon. Furthermore, you can also use Intel SGX technology. So there are two technologies. One is SGX and total memory encryption. Intel SGX, software guard extensions. So what it does is Intel SGX memory encryption. So you can see here this part. Intel SGX is memory encryption engine, right? So we are talking about the CPU, right from the CPU registers and all those things, the temporary storage in CPU. You're talking about total memory encryption there. At the same time, you're talking about RAM-based encryption. Options coming from CPU manufacturers like Intel, like Intel, with technologies like SGX, software guard extensions, and TME, which is known as total memory encryption. So this is how you can safeguard your data, especially if someone is having forensic tools and all that. You can, if you are using CPU architectures like these, it is possible to safeguard your data. Does that make sense to everyone? Everyone, are we clear with this? So this is for your knowledge. So we have covered all these encryption types, right? So we have covered, what have we covered? we have covered two aspects. We have covered about from a CIA triad perspective. We have talked about, have covered data integrity, and to a wider extent, data confidentiality. What about data availability? That's equally important. How do I address this part? So there are a couple of techniques here. You can, to make the data available, you can use obviously backups. Backups and restoration is a older and a popular technique for this. Right. The other part is, if you know the rate levels, okay, if you know the rate levels, just give me a second, friends. 1 second. Okay. Okay, so I hope everybody's back. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. I hope everybody is able to hear us. All right. Let's talk about the final piece in the data topic. Let's talk about it. Now, the data goes through 3 stages. Sorry, 6 stages. Okay. First is the create phase. Second is the store phase. Third is the use phase. Fourth is the share phase. Fifth is the archive phase, archival phase. And sixth is the deletion phase, right? I hope all of you are in sync with me. So in creation phase, you create or source raw data from some external location or create the raw data yourself, right? This is the create phase. Okay. This is exactly what happens in the create phase. In the store phase, and then we will also talk about an example. I'll give you an example, example of this. We talked about terms like ETL, ELT. We'll talk about that. In the store phase, we are storing the raw data either at an underlying database or in data lake. That's it. Data lake like S3 buckets. This is what we are doing. In the use phase, we are converting raw data. Okay, we are converting raw data and transforming it with business logic. Okay, business logic, thereby converting the raw data into processed format. Okay, into processed data format. Now, when the data is in process state, the data can be then shared with users, business users, customers, or any other parties. And these parties and all these entities can consume the process data. So they can consume it. Okay. Now, when the data is consumed, when the current data has been consumed by business, it is no longer current data. Okay, it's no longer the new data because you've already applied business transformations, things like what are the activities here? Pulling the BI reports on process data. That is what happens here. In the archival phase, when the current data has been consumed in the business, it is no longer current business. It's no longer current data, and it is archived for historical retention. For historical retention requirements, right? Just use that. Once, and in final phase, which is the deletion phase, once your requirement for data retention is over, you will purge or delete the archive data in a safe manner. Okay, this is what happens. These are the 6 phases. Yes, it is archive based on policy. So basically, every company has a data retention policy. Data retention policy specifies how long specifies how long are you going to keep the data. Now, in India, especially if you're working for fintech company or in the financial sector, as per SEBI rules, the Security Exchange Board of India, as per SEBI rules, one has to retain records for retain financial records up to 8 years. And if I get a chance, I will even show you the retention policy also. There's a column called as record retention schedule. We generate raw data in the create phase, okay, by sourcing some data from Expedia, right? We are doing that. So that is in the first phase. Then we store the data, right? Yeah, that's right, Bharat. You're absolutely right. Web crawling. So I'm doing web crawling. So we have very active participants and in the class, and most of you have a very high level IQ. I must say that. So you generate the raw data in the create phase. In the store phase, so we have done that by sourcing the data from Expedia. Now, obviously, I need to save this data. So I'm on cloud. So I will store this data in, let's say, Azure Data Lake. So by doing that, Azure Data Lake, I have reached the stage 2, right? So we have reached the stage 2, which is store phase by this. So we are storing this raw data. Okay. So what we're doing is store phase. Third stage is use phase. Now this is where in the use phase, we apply business transformation logic to the given Expedia raw data. Okay. So we apply business logic transformations. Once we are through with this, then in the share phase, now I can have a portal similar to Make My Trip. I can have a portal to Make My Trip, and I can generate on a given date. If somebody wants to figure out the flight rate from one location to another, I would have that data. Absolutely. Accessing from caching for the given route. We are doing that. So we can apply that transformation ourselves. We are not using that Expedia logic, because Expedia will not share that. You can only get the raw data, some kind of this thing. Once we have done that, so once we have a client who has booked the tickets for December and the due date is gone, we may only require that data for historical retention. So flight records are up to 4 or 5 years, maybe. That makes sense. Beyond that, it doesn't make sense. So I will archive that data. So for this customer who would fly in the end of December to for a location like, let's say, Sydney, I would archive the data, keep it for 5 years. And after 5 years, I may be good to purge the record. I may be good to delete the record. This is the entire life cycle of data. What we're talking about is entire data life cycle using this Expedia example, right? So James, I hope that makes sense. I hope you're clear with that. Okay. This is how the data life cycle is all about. Okay. Now, having covered this part, we have to address there are still some security issues here. Okay, we still need to address some security controls apart from encryption, all those things. Some other security controls. See, I told you we are talking about exhaustive. When we talk about data on the cloud, we are talking about everything, not even leaving out any single thing. Okay, address some other security controls for the data on cloud. First question, how do you transfer data? How do you transfer data from on-prem to cloud? Are you scanning the files for malware before transporting the data to the cloud? Are you doing that or not? Is there any malware on the data stored within the cloud data lake or database, right? So we are doing these kind of things. So before you transfer the data, we want some control over it. Just doing an FTP to the cloud is not the right way. Who knows, you are transporting malware also. The CSV file you are sending also contains malware. So that is not a good practice. We have to apply all kind of checks and balances. The next thing is, who are the people having access to the data on the cloud, and what kind of permissions do they have? Right? So when I talk about it, there will be administrators, database and DBAs will have admin level privileges, or they will have admin level privileges on databases. So they have privileged access, and hence we need to do enhanced level of auditing of DB admin accounts. That's something you got to do. Who are the people having having permission to delete data, update data, or drop table in databases? So we want to audit their activities as well, right? So we want to audit their activities as well. The next part is, if the data is stored within the data lake, what permissions does a given user have on that data lake? Data lake, basically is accessed via HTTPS endpoint. So you want to see what kind of permissions, whether a user has read permission or write permission on the endpoint, as well as for how long they have access to that HTTPS URL endpoint. So you could actually do it time bound or something like that. Yes, Devakar, those things are there. Data stewards, data owners, users. Anyways, that is that part will anyways get covered in all these kind of things, drop table and all those. So I don't think there's much to it beyond that, right? I mean, we have already covered that part in a way. And then, all right. Now, so we have to cover this part. Now, is there anything further than this beyond in the data side? Now, are we having controls? Are we having any controls to prevent leakage of sensitive information? So we're talking about having a DLP solution in place, data loss prevention to this. So somebody could be, accessing your customer data, could be transferring that data over CC file. So what kind of DLP tools do you have? And not only DLP tools, what DLP rules you have, rules you have defined, right? This by doing this much, probably you have covered almost majority of the things. There's still a chance that maybe one or two things may be missed out, but most likely you have covered it, end to end. I don't think there is much beyond this part on the data side of things. What you could question is, you could ask questions regarding the auditing or regarding the encryption part, So what kind of encryption do you have in place? What kind of encryption? Is it symmetric, asymmetric, or asymmetric? And then how are the keys getting stored there? How are the keys to encrypt data getting stored? Keys to encrypt the data are getting stored. So what you do is, let's say you encrypt your database using data using a key. So the key used to encrypt data, okay, is known as DEK, data encryption key. Okay, it's known as DEK, data encryption key. And now the point is, anybody who gets access to this part can decrypt your data on the cloud. So what you want to make sure is that this data encryption DEK is further encrypted with something else, is further encrypted with some other key. Now this key that is used to encrypt data encryption key, DEK, is known as MEK, master encryption key, right? It's known as master encryption. Is this part clear to everyone? What is this known as? Yes, everyone, is it clear? Yeah, the question is, we had a question from Divakar. Where are these things stored? So your encryption keys are stored in a key management store, in a key management store. In Azure, it is known as Key Vault, whereas in AWS, this is known as KMS. AWS KMS, Key Management Service, right? Yeah, KMS. Now, another fine follow-up question is whether storing the encryption keys in KMS, in the cloud vendor's KMS or Key Vault, is that a good idea? Is that a good or a bad idea? That's the first thing. The thing here is, any internal employee of cloud service provider can easily get access to can hypothetically get access to your keywords, can get access to your keyword or KMS. So you cannot fully trust the cloud vendor here. Okay, you can't trust them fully. Yeah. So what you have to do is, a solution to this problem is customer managed. Okay, manage key or bring your own. Now here you can use HSM hardware external HSM hardware security modules, Google external key storage manager. Yeah, cloud external key manager there is, right? Yeah, pretty much for all these things, for hash calculation and all these things. Even your secret keys can be stored there. Okay, so you can store it there. You can also use HSM hardware security module as a service. Okay, as a service in SaaS form, and store the keys as well. Example, what is a famous example? I'm just forgetting it. Yeah, just give me a second, one moment. Let me just recall it. So yeah, Fortanix SaaS. Okay, Fortanix DSM SaaS. This can serve as a hardware security module with security as a service. So you can look at here Fortanix DSM SaaS, data security manager, right? What it can do, you can, it's over to you. You can even try it. It provides integrated data security with encryption, multi-cloud key management, so it can keep it for multiple clouds, tokenization and other capabilities from one platform delivered as a service. Simple, straightforward. Okay, and you can integrate this with any cloud platform. Okay, so you can see here in HSM as a service, hardware security. So you can see here there is something called as record retention schedule. Do you see this part? This is known as record retention schedule. And the record retention schedule, why you want to retain data in the policy, it defines that there are two kinds of records: temporary records and permanent records. So we can talk about what kind of data in intellectual property data is kept up to 8 years, data associated tax payments, marketing and sales data up to 8 years, press releases for 8 years, any record obtained via third parties or clients, unless not specified, will be retained up to 7 years, after which it will be deleted. So this is, you delete the data as per, you maintain the archival records as per your record retention. Okay. Right. So you can, because I think next time when you come around, probably we'll share something. I mean, these are my organizations, this thing, but we can definitely share something on that part, templates. Don't worry about that. It's easy. Okay. It's pretty easy. All right. So we'll share something on that part, right? So I hope now you got a sense of, you have to specify something called as a record retention schedule. What kind of data? So you can see here, SEBI regulations says that we need to retain the data up to 8 years. It's very well documented in the policy. So how long your records are going to be kept is as per regulations and as per the domain in which you are and as per certain guidelines. And your organization can also have your own guidelines. It's a combination of all those factors, and you retain or archive data up to that long period. Okay. Is this part clear to everyone? Everyone clear with the record retention schedule, where how long you retain the data, how should you retain the data? Is that part clear, everyone? That's all about this is all about cloud data security. In a way, we have covered everything. There's nothing, to be very honest. I don't see anything being done here. Just a quick recap. Yeah, final thing I want to cover. Okay, one final piece here.
Three form of the data say data is motion, data at rest, and data at rest, motion, and use. Okay, so these three things. So when you are reading or when you are going through the cloud security or CISSP or CCSP batches, or when you are going through the book of the CISSP or CCSP batches, you need to inform, you need to maintain, you need to get a fair idea how you can achieve data's these three form, how you can achieve data's these three forms in these three states. Okay, what is CIA? C stands for confidentiality and integrity, and A for availability. Okay, now you need to make sure, being a cloud solution architect or being a cybersecurity architect or being a risk manager or risk management team of your company, you need to make sure if you are uploading your data or if you are handing over your data to cloud vendor, how they are ensuring the data's CIA is achieved. This CIA doesn't mean American Central Investigation Agency. It is all about confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, when I say confidentiality means unauthorized users should not get a copy of your data. Let's say you have put your data in the cloud. Now, you don't know, you don't have fair idea, like I said, right? They can get a copy of the data because they can put anything in the physical layer to sense it, because there are, if you challenge this physical security, right? So there are devices are there. If I'll place your device next to your cable, I can get a copy of your data. Okay, and there are devices are there. Let's say a data is in a hard drive. I can place after beyond say 100, inside 100 meter, I can place some of the devices which can copy your data, which can damage your data. So in that case, how your cloud vendors is providing all these facilities, you need to be make sure on this in this chapter. Okay, now coming back to that, what are the challenges, like what are the benefits? We'll talk benefits. There are several benefits. Everybody knows that what are the benefits if you'll go to the cloud. Scalable, elasticity, easy to use, operability, very friendly, less time consuming to do anything in the cloud. But what are the demerits? The demerits, if you know the demerits, then you can identify the weakness or the vulnerability in the positive things. Okay, or the benefits. The weakness are misuse of the data, real-time abuse of the data. There are several different ways your data can be abused in the cloud. Let's say you are placing a Amazon S3, you are putting a S3 in the cloud. Now, when you are placing the S3 in the cloud, you will not keep the S3 empty, right? You will put some kind of data inside, right? Isn't it? Data in rest. Now, if you are not having proper access control, when I say access control, like if A wanted to access B or subject wanted to access object, in that case, what are the controls it has to go through? Isn't it? What is access control? Who can tell me? This is subject, this is object. When subject wanted to access object, in that case, what are the controls? What are the barriers? What are the identification he needs to provide in order to get the access? That is your access control. So if you have put a access control, which is not that much, strong enough to prevent the attacks from the, from the internet. And cloud is, there is a terminology you need to understand: multi-tenant or multi-tenancy. Has anybody knows what is that here? What is multi-tenant? Okay, this hypervisor is nothing but This is a OS or operating system which enable you to host multiple VMs on anywhere in any of the bare metal server. So those VM, right? Those are the VMs. Those VM, they don't have any idea which bare metal server they have powered on. Now coming back to AWS, let's say these are the bare metal server. They would have some kind of their own hypervisor, and they're giving a customer 1 here. This is customer 1, customer 2, customer 3, customer 4, like this n number of customers would be there. You don't have any fair idea, you don't know whether your data, where it is lying, your competitor data might be on the same hard drive or same bare metal server. You don't know that, and we don't know that. Okay, so in that case, what are the abuse can be happen? This is memory overlapping or memory. If you this AWS guys are not doing address randomization or memory management is they are not doing properly, there could be a issue of memory overlapping, memory stealing, memory leak. Everything can be possible. In that
And
case,
also somebody from, let's say, VM1 could try to hack into VM2 or
yes,
some other
that
customer.
is see, in that case, that is a bit challenging, but you can do anything in the bare metal server. Okay, so those aspects you need to think about being a being a cloud solution architect or being a cyber security architect, because now cyber security architect doesn't mean that you will work on VAPT only. So being a risk manager or being a risk management team or being a risk architect, you need to see the cloud front also. What are the risks are there? What are the third party risks are there? So those things you need to understand being a cybersecurity guy. If you don't understand, it would be nightmare for you if you're working as a cybersecurity guy. Now coming back to that. Now in cloud, let's say you, like I have explained that last class, like if you wanted to host a application in the physical environment, what was the challenges or how much time it took to host a particular application in your on-prem. Somebody said 4 to 6 months. Somebody said in the day one of our class, somebody said 3 months. Somebody said 5 months. Don't you think it's too much of time to give to a application to be powered on 5 months? Don't you think that it's a huge lot of time we are giving to doing the procurement, to establishing that network infrastructure, establishing the hardware, then configuring the hardware. After configuring the hardware, we will place a certain kind of operating system. On top of the operating system, we'll host our application. Don't you think it's a lot of time? It takes a lot of time. Yes, it is. So let's say you plan something, you plan to host a application, a critical application, and if you want to go on-prem, it will take at least a month to host that. Because if you don't have private cloud or you don't have a private public cloud in your environment, please go and mute some background noise. So in that case, it is time consuming. In order to shorten the time, in order to perform well before the time, cloud is more acceptable, because this factor availability of this CIA, it plays significant role in the cloud. But guys, there is a trick in here. Please remember, if you go to the SLA table of the cloud, right, they play very trickily. You would have seen, right, the AWS provide this much time of availability. What it means, if you minus it from 100%, how much you'll get? 1.
Actually 11 times 9s, which is
yeah, just I'm saying, be it 11 times 9s or 12 times 9s, I'm telling you, if you consider this time, right, just 24 hours into 60 a day, this is in second, right, isn't it? 24 hour into 60 minutes, then 60 second, right? Then into 365 if we'll do, and if we'll calculate this percentage, right, it will come around 10 minutes in a year. Don't forget that. At least 300 minutes or 10 minutes it will come, or be it 5 minutes if it will come, then you have a outage acceptability of 5 minutes. Let's say 5 minutes. Let's say you are hosting a banking application in the cloud. Then you should accept the risk, saying it could be down for 5 minutes anytime in the year. Okay. So please remember, those factors are very important when you are going to cloud. Now, another concept, if you're going to cloud, what is called vendor lock-in. Anybody know what is the vendor lock-in? Yes, partially true. So whenever you are going to any cloud vendor, right, they will lure you. Do you know what is lure? They will attract you by saying, we have this much availability. We'll provide you elasticity. We'll provide you scalability. We'll provide whatever you need. But you need to give a promise. You will stay with us for 1 year. Within 1 year, if you experience some kind of trouble with us, you are not going to leave us. That is called your vendor lock-in period. 1 year is vendor lock-in period. So please remember, whenever you are going to any cloud vendor, think about your vendor lock-in. How much time you have lock-in periods. Don't get lured by seeing attractive offers. You would have gone to the shopping mall, right? Buy 4, get 10. You'll make in your office, inside on-prem. That is private. It is private means it's private to you. Private property to the company. Okay? Public.
Yeah, so I have a question. So when
Cloud, whenever you are adding a sentence in a terminology into your name, cloud, that should be have some kind of flexibility to host any kind of VM anytime, any moment of time. Now, if you are talking about data center, like I said, right, if you want to host the application, it will take a lot of time to do that, isn't it? You have to buy the hardware and all these things. So in that case, that is not a cloud. Cloud, in the sense, it would be in imaginary world. So when you are, when you are powering on a VM, you don't know where the hard drive is, where the data is getting stored. Yeah, that's very much correct. That's really good. See, that is
the easy term would be actually virtualization on the internet, right?
Yeah, virtualization, you can say. Yeah, and the one you said, right, that is a characteristic or a benefit for the end user to power on any kind of facilities. Okay, any kind of VM. Okay, now coming back to hybrid. Hybrid is nothing but it's a combination of your private plus public. Now third or fourth one is the community cloud. Community cloud means, let's say you can't afford to a private cloud. You can't afford to go to the public cloud. Don't think that public cloud is cheaper. Don't ever think that. Okay. Now your friend or friend's company, there are 10 friends, they will come together and then they will host a virtualization environment, and they can separate the compute value, and they can host their own VMs, but that is never successful. Don't ever suggest to your company to have that. Okay, that's community cloud. Now
there is no separating community because anyone can steal the data.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're going to public cloud, you don't know, right, whether they're stealing or not. I'm not doing any kind of advertisement or demerits of the cloud, but I'm saying that's the true fact. Okay. Now coming back to that type of deployment in the cloud, there are 3 ways you can deploy the cloud. See, this is called infrastructure as a service. This is called platform as a service. This is called software as a service. This one I'll explain very easily. You will understand in a fraction of a second. So SaaS is nothing but whenever you are log into your Gmail, it's a kind of SaaS service, isn't it? You are putting your data in the Google's hard drive somewhere, you don't know, but you are getting email services free of cost, isn't it? Till 10 GB it is free. So that's kind of a SaaS service.
Office 365 is example, right?
Office 365, all these things are SaaS, software as a service. I am providing a software to you, free software. You can use it. You download any kind of software, and if you're putting your data inside that application, which is storing their environment, That means they're offering a service and you are using it. Okay.
The SaaS necessarily needs to be a free service. I don't think so.
No, it's not a free service.
Yeah.
In cloud, it is not free service. But in order to understand what is SaaS,
It is actually
it's a kind of service.
most expensive deployment model, right? Because they have CSP has more control than anything else. Almost everything.
But your Gmail is an example of a SaaS service. So
it's a Gmail is one kind of SaaS service. Okay. Now coming back to
OneDrive also is a SaaS service.
OneDrive. Yes, absolutely. That's a SaaS service. Now coming back to Microsoft Office 365, you can download the Office 365 anywhere in the world, and you can talk to you can log in over there and you can talk. So in order to do that, you can do online also. You need not to download also. You can log into their portable one, and they will take care of the background. Okay. But if you see here, you're standing here. You're standing here in the SaaS. This one. You're able to see my book, right?
Yes.
Are you able to see? Yeah. You're standing here. So if you see here, there are three factors you need to understand here. One is cloud provider responsibility. One is called shared responsibility. One is called cloud customer responsibility. That means this is your responsibility. This is your shared responsibility. Means me and you mutually agreed. Me being a cloud provider and you being a cloud customer, we mutually agreed to take care of these two things. One thing at every stages of the cloud deployment model. Okay. Now here, the provider will take care. Now coming back to here, SaaS. See guys, although you are using Microsoft Office 365, see what is the responsibility you have. If there would be any breaches of the data security, you are responsible for that, not Microsoft. If you want to bring any kind of governance, risk and compliance, you are supposed to bring that. There is nothing the vendor will do. Now see what is there, what is the shared, what comes in the shared responsibility. Application security. Now you downloaded a Microsoft Office 365. Okay. Now that application security also, although you downloaded it or although you are using their application, you have certain kind of responsibility. I'll give an example, then I'll come back to our.
I'm sorry, this is Thomas.
Thomas, yeah. So now let's say Office 365. You are using Office 365. I'll explain Office 365 because Gmail, Facebook is very confusing for you, right? Now you logged into Office 365 anywhere in the world because you are using as a service. That is a service been provided by Microsoft. Microsoft can install that particular application anywhere in their premises, or even they can bring a IS services by the AWS to host the application, because Microsoft is the owner, not AWS is the owner of that Office 365. Are you following me that?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So in that case, if you are using a service, then you are using a SaaS, software as a service. You are using a software as a service. Now coming back to your stuff, PaaS. I don't want to use any hardware. I don't want to use your application, but I want to host my application on your cloud. Give me a platform. Give me a OS, operating system enabled platform where I can deploy or where I can host my application. The example you provided, Facebook, a Bing application can install in AWS operating system, AWS provided applications, but the application has to be yours, not mine. Customer has to develop the application. Okay, but I will provide you the platform. See here, I will provide you the platform, but I can't provide you the application because the application is yours. Am I clear, or anybody is having challenges to understand this? What they're doing here, they are only maintaining the physical security of your underlying bare metal. They are maintaining the infrastructure security. See this, platform security, although they are providing a operating system to host the application, they are saying you should enable the security properly. If you're not providing security to your application which is hosted in my OS, your application might corrupt my OS. In that case, you got a stake of 50% of responsibility. In that case, you can't hold me liable that you.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Yeah, you can, for CCSP you can create a group, guys, if you want, but honestly saying I cannot see any value because you guys are not discussing any questions.
That's right. Yeah.
So you know my principle. So if you're not discussing, I will also say stay mute and I will log out gradually. Okay. Now coming back to AS, infrastructure as a service. Come back to here, guys. It is very important. I don't want to buy the bare metal server. I don't want to put infrastructure security. Infrastructure security means cabling, the wires, the networking stuff. I don't want to do that. I will use your compute. I'll use your platform to host my own VM. Inside VM, whatever I wanted to do, that's my responsibility. Everything from here to here, my responsibility. I will do that. Guys, see, although I am using the infrastructure, I'm installing the operating system. If my operating system is corrupted or have some kind of bug, that can affect to the physical security, the bare metal server. In that case, they are also saying you are also held liable for that if you're doing any kind of mistake to the on your hosting your OS. So this is very important for the exam perspective. You will definitely see at least 3 to 4 questions. Pass this one. Now you have an application ready. Okay. You want a OS or you want a Windows server or you want a Windows server to install your application. In that case, you will go to the VM AWS saying, give me a Windows server, Windows 2012 R2 server or 2016 R2 server. Okay, I will install my own application. In that case, you are doing a PaaS solution. Clear? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Coming back to domain, I haven't started the slide, but guys, honestly saying, at least I have completed 30 slides so far. Okay. See, you want me to read this slide or you are clear? PaaS stands for platform as a service. User can get a managed platform where they can deploy and run their application without developer worrying about the server management. Okay. AS stands for infrastructure as a service. User can purchase basic computing resource and use them for own purpose like EC2 instances in AWS. Okay. Now, shared consideration. Okay. Now coming back to the beginning. We'll go with from the beginning. Okay. Because that's a deployment model. See how the cloud concept got deployed, guys. You had some challenges in the physical environment. That's why you went to the cloud, right? Now, if you want to host an application in the infrastructure, how you will do these steps? See, first if you want to host an application in your on-prem, already discussed this. I'm just going through the slide. Understand the hardware requirements, buying required hardware, setting the infrastructure, configuring the system, and managing the system. After that, you will say you go and host the application here. You can go and install all of this needed to be accomplished before you can deploy the application. Once everything is accomplished, you can deploy the application. Now there is one more challenges I need to discuss here on-prem. Let's say you planned a compute. What do you know compute by the way? Plus
and storage.
Yeah. Storage. Not like hardware things. Okay. I don't expect that type of answer. Okay. Now you plan some on-prem case, you plan something to host a application. Okay. Now in that case, you planned it before 3 months. Now the application becomes famous. You need to increase the compute value. In case of on-prem, it would be challenging for you to increase. Again, you need to wait some more time to, increase the compute, isn't it? But in case of cloud, just 2 minutes, scalable, elasticity. You can do that in order to address the compute issue. Okay, that's one more advantage I'm talking about.
No.
Cloud concept. No. Okay. What are the cloud computing? What it offers? What cloud offers? It offers on-demand service.
Basically, 5 or 6 types of characteristics. What is listed in?
Now, this is one VM. This is one VM. This VM's data, right? It would be come as a metadata here. So there would be no relationship. There would be no there would be identifier in the hypervisor to identify the metadata of one VM to another VM. There is no way of doing the hypervisor metadata overlapping as per the hypervisor concept.
So there is a to and fro between the hypervisor and the virtual machine.
Yes.
So if a hypervisor is compromised, then
then everything is gone.
Can know
everything is gone.
Everything is gone.
Everything is gone. So that is what I'm saying. Hypervisor is very buggy, not buggy. It's a kind of very tough thing to understand. See, if your hypervisor is really good, you can do anything, whatever you want. If your hypervisor is a little buggy, this beam motions, everything would be very difficult for you. Okay. And also tracking of one metadata to another metadata, it was very difficult for you. Okay. Now, what it offers, what advantage, or what are the behaviors of the clouds? One demand. I need a VM right now. Within 3 seconds, I need a VM. You'll get it on demand. I need the compute to be increased to, like my CPU need to increase to 160 vCPU. You'll get it immediately. Okay. On demand means whenever you demand, you'll get that time. Okay. And I'm giving 34 or 35 hours, roughly 33 to 35 hours to CISSP. You can utilize my time. If you are not utilizing my time, honestly saying, I can finish the slides in 10 to 15 hours. Okay. So be productive, be active, be attentive, and ask questions. Okay. If I am not saying that I know everything. If I don't know, I will search it internet or I will read myself. I'll explain you next class. Okay. Scalable. Scalable means how scalable you are. Like you need to show your scalability here. Like you need more. You can scale yourself to understand the concept. What do you mean by scale? There are two types of scalability. One is called horizontal, one is called vertical. We'll explain in detail. Horizontal scaling means increase in the memory. Okay. Vertical scaling, I'll explain. Okay. This is very important. Not like hardware services. No. Okay. Elasticity. I'm very elastic. I can stretch myself to 15 kilometers a day. I can run. Although I'm running 5 kilometers. But if you give me a good, drink, or if you will buy me some beer, I can run 15 kilometers a day. Okay, I'm elastic. Now, broad network access. You have quite reachable to everyone. But if you're on-prem, let's say you want to go internet. In that case, there need to be a networking. There need to be a routing. There need to be a proper, security has to be placed in the firewalls. There should be a rule created in firewall. But in cloud, you just assign a public IP to your VM. It is accessible to everybody in the world. Okay. But that you should not do. You should put some kind of security. Major services. Major service pays as you go. Also, it's a monitor service, you can say.
You can also call meter also. Meter
service, pay as you go. Multi-tenancy, I've already explained.
So define there are services in the cloud, so which are not pay as you go, which we have to it's like 1 month or something. So those are not measured services, or like how does
it's a kind of measure. I am taking your service for a 1 month. Okay, it's a calendar time.
Because it's like paying for auto, right? It's for paying for auto, right? You just put the meter down or up, whatever, and then utilize, right? And pay
you understand this way. You took a car rental, okay? If be it you use or not, if you are taking for a month, rental service, monthly rental service. If you will not use, you need to pay monthly rental. But in other way, if I'll run 10 kilometers, if I'll run 1 kilometer, I'll pay $5. Similarly, if you run 50 kilometers, you have $250. But monthly service would be $1,000.
That's like within that, right? You can do on demand versus you can do reserve instance.
The reserve instance.
If you want,
reserve instance is always costly.
But all are meter anyway.
Yeah, reserve instance is more costlier than the pay-as-you-go. But if you have
actually reserve instance can give you less cost, but also but it is a commitment, right? You have to commit for 3 years or 2 years or 1 year.
There is a trade-off. What is trade-off? Let's say you use your application, or your application is being used very frequently by the customers, or it is very much demand. So there is no chance of demand should decrease after 2 days or 3 days. Okay. In that case, you should go for reserve instance. Let's say a month, full month, Christmas month, everybody will buy cakes from the shop. So if you're a cake shop, you can go for a 1 month reserve instance. After January.
But also if I know my client or my project is needing, let's say, resources for next 3 year or 5 year, there is no point going on demand. I would rather reserve for next 3 year or 4 year. And then get the huge cost saving.
But I will tell on.
But also there is a guarantee, right? I can get when I reserve, there's a guarantee. Resource I can get the guarantee.
Yeah, resource pooling you get. But guarantee is there. But one more thing you need to understand. What I'm saying, that trade-off. Let's say your application is partially being used. Do you know during Christmas time people go for vacation, or people go for lot of shopping? That time, if you are being a flash sale, then in that case you can go for reserve instance for a month. It's not like pay as you go. You'll get a lot of bill for that. Okay. Multi-tenancy, I've already explained. Resource pooling, you can pool your resource multiple way. So let me explain one by one. We have slides.
Actually, for multi-tenancy, this is benefit from actually CSP perspective, but if I have to do the governance and regulatory requirement, I don't think that's a benefit.
That's not a benefit.
One of the points.
That's not a benefit. That's just a behavior, or what we offer. I said, right? Correct. It's an offering from the cloud vendor. Okay. So on demand, anyone can access cloud computing service anytime they need. Before cloud computing, anyone in need computing resource had to buy these resources, configure them, which they took. Now scalable. The questions you ask, Divya. Cloud computing allow you to increase capacity of resource and services quite easily. This can be done either horizontally scaling or vertical scaling. In a horizontal scaling, we can add more servers to our pool of servers. In vertical scaling, we need to add more resource to existing server, like the way I explained. Elasticity. With cloud computing, we can grow or shrink compute capacity as we need them. This is especially useful during the time of high traffic, when we need more computing power on the short period of time.
What is ethical hacking if you are a beginner? So you would answer something like this. Ethical hacking involves cybersecurity experts deliberately testing computer systems, networks, and applications for vulnerabilities. It's done with the owner's consent to identify and fix potential security weaknesses, thus protecting against malicious attacks. This proactive approach helps organizations strengthen their defenses and safeguard sensitive data. I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding what is ethical hacking. Now let's move on to our next question. And the next question is, what is the main goal of ethical hacking? The main goal of ethical hacking is to identify and rectify vulnerabilities in computer systems, networks, and software applications. By mimicking the techniques used by malicious hackers, ethical hackers aim to locate weak points in security measures before they can be exploited. This proactive approach helps organizations enhance their cybersecurity defenses and ensure the protection of sensitive information from potential cyber threats. I hope so you would have got the idea regarding what are the main goals of ethical hacking. So let's move to the next question. And the next question says that explain the difference between white hat, black hat, and grey hat hackers. So white hat hackers are ethical cybersecurity experts who work to uncover vulnerabilities in systems and networks, often hired by organizations to improve their security. Whereas, if I talk about black hat hackers, they engage in malicious activities, exploiting weaknesses for personal gain or harm. And grey hat hackers fall in between. They identify vulnerabilities without authorization, but they may or may not disclose them to the affected parties. While white hat focus on ethical practices, black hat engage in illegal activities, and grey hat operate in morally ambiguous area, sometimes causing debates about their intentions and methods. So I hope so guys, you would have got the idea regarding white hat, black hat and grey hat hackers. Now let's move to the next question. So the next question is, what is penetration testing? So guys, penetration testing is often referred to as pen testing. It's a cybersecurity practice where authorized professionals simulate cyber attacks on computer systems, networks, or applications. The goal is to identify vulnerabilities and weaknesses that could be exploited by malicious hackers. By performing these control tests, organizations can uncover security gaps and assess their defenses, thus allowing them to proactively address potential threats and enhance their overall cybersecurity posture. Penetration testing helps in strengthening security measures and safeguarding sensitive information from real-world cyber threats. I hope so guys, you would have got an idea regarding what is penetration testing. Now let's move to the next question. So guys, your interviewer can ask this question, that name a popular penetration testing framework. So you can answer something like this. One popular penetration testing framework is Metasploit. It is an open source tool that provides a comprehensive suite of exploits, payloads, auxiliary modules, and post-exploitation functionalities. Metasploit allows security professionals to simulate a wide range of attacks and assess vulnerabilities in systems and networks. It's widely used for both manual and automated penetration testing, offering a structured approach to identify and address security weaknesses. I hope so you would have got the answer for this question. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is footprinting in ethical hacking? And the answer is, footprinting in cybersecurity refers to the process of gathering information about target system, network, or organization. This involves collecting details such as domain names, IP addresses, employee names, social media profiles, and other publicly available data. Footprinting helps hackers understand their target digital footprint, which aims aid in planning potential attacks. However, in ethical hacking, footprinting is used by security professionals to assess the security posture of a target and identify potential entry points for unauthorized access. It's a crucial initial step in penetration testing and vulnerability assessment. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, explain the concept of social engineering. And the answer is, social engineering is a tactic used by hackers to manipulate individuals into divulging sensitive information, performing actions, or making decisions that compromise security. The psychological manipulation exploits human psychology, trust, and emotion to gain unauthorized access to systems, network, or data. Common techniques include phishing mails, pretexting, baiting, and tailgating by following authorized personnel. Security awareness training and skepticism are essential to counter social engineering attacks as they exploit human vulnerabilities rather than relying solely on technical weaknesses. I hope so guys, you would have got an answer for this question. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is vulnerability assessment? So guys, vulnerability assessment is a process of systematically identifying and evaluating security vulnerabilities in computer systems, networks, applications, and other IT assets. It involves using automated tools or manual techniques to scan and analyze these assets for known weaknesses. The goal is to discover potential points of exploitation that could be targeted by malicious actors. After identifying vulnerabilities, organizations can prioritize and address them to enhance their cybersecurity defenses. Vulnerability assessments are a proactive approach to minimizing the risk of cyber attacks and data breaches by identifying and rectifying weaknesses before they are exploited. I hope so guys, you would have got the answer for this question. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is guys, what is a SQL injection attack? So an SQL injection attack is a type of cyber attack where malicious actors exploit vulnerabilities in a website or application's input field to manipulate an underlying database. By inserting malicious SQL statement into these input fields, attackers can gain unauthorized access to the database, extract, modify, or delete data, and potentially execute administrative actions. These attack occurs when the application doesn't properly validate or sanitize user inputs, allowing attackers to inject their own commands. To prevent SQL injection, developers need to implement input validation, parameterized queries, and security best practices to ensure that user inputs are properly handled and sanitized. So guys, the next question is, describe a cross-site scripting attack. So guys, an XSS or cross-site scripting attack is a type of cyber attack where malicious code is injected into a web application which then gets executed by unsuspecting users who visit the affected website. This code typically consists of scripts written in languages like JavaScript. When other users view the compromised page, the injected code runs in their browsers, thus allowing attackers to steal data, session cookies, or even redirect users to malicious websites. To prevent XSS attacks, developers should implement input validation and output encoding, as well as use security mechanisms like Content Security Policy (CSP) to restrict execution of unauthorized scripts on web pages. I hope so guys, you would have got an idea regarding an XSS attack. Now let's move to the next question. So guys, our next question is, what is a DDoS attack? So, a distributed denial of service attack is a cyber attack that aims to overwhelm the target system, network, or a website within an enormous volume of traffic, thus rendering it unavailable to legitimate users. This is achieved by utilizing a network of compromised computers, often referred to as a botnet, to flood the target and the traffic request. The sheer volume of incoming requests exceeds the system capacity to handle them, thus causing slow performance or complete downtime. DDoS attacks can disrupt online services, causing financial losses and reputational damage. Organizations should use various mitigation techniques and services to counter DDoS attacks and ensure the availability of their online resources. I hope so guys, you would have got the answer for DDoS attack. It is also a very important question. Now let's move to the next question. So guys, the next question is, explain the difference between encryption and hashing. So guys, encryption is a process of converting readable data or plain text into a scrambled format, which is a ciphertext, using an encryption algorithm and a key. Here the intention is to protect data confidentiality, and encrypted data can be decrypted back to its original form using the appropriate decryption key. It is basically used for securing sensitive information during the transmission and storage. Whereas hashing involves transferring input data of any size into a fixed size of string characters called hash value or hash code. Hashing is a one-way process, meaning it's not feasible to reverse the process to retrieve the original input. Hash functions are commonly used for data integrity verification, password storage, and creating digital signatures. I hope so guys, you would have got the idea regarding encryption and hashing. So guys, our next question is, what is a firewall? So guys, firewall is a network security device or software that acts as a barrier between trusted internal network and untrusted external networks, such as the internet. It monitors and controls the incoming and outgoing of network traffic based on predetermined security rules. Firewalls help prevent unauthorized access, cyber attacks, and the spread of malicious software by allowing or blocking traffic based on factors like source IP, destination IP, port numbers, and protocols. I hope so guys, you would have got an answer regarding what is a firewall. So this is a descriptive way of answering the same question. Now let's move on to our next question. So guys, our next question is, what is a man-in-the-middle attack? A man-in-the-middle attack is a cyber attack where unauthorized third parties intercepts or alters the communication between two parties without their knowledge. The attacker positions themselves between sender and the receiver, thus effectively becoming an intermediary and gaining the ability to eavesdrop, manipulate, or steal information that are being exchanged. So, MITM attacks can occur in various contexts, including wireless networks, unsecured websites, email, or secure connection. To mitigate MITM attacks, it is crucial to secure communication protocols such as HTTPS, ensure proper encryption, validate digital certificates, and educate users about the risk of connecting to unsecured networks or clicking on suspicious links. I hope so, guys. You would have got the answer for this question. Now let's move on to the next question. So, guys, our next question is, what is ARP poisoning? ARP stands for Address Resolution Protocol, and this poisoning is known as ARP spoofing, in which an attacker sends falsified ARP messages over local area network. ARP is responsible for translating IP addresses into MAC addresses that devices use to communicate on a network. In an ARP poisoning attack, the attacker sends fake ARP messages to associate their own MAC addresses with the IP addresses of other legitimate devices on the network. This can lead to several malicious outcomes like interception, denial of service, man-in-the-middle attacks, and many more. Thus, mitigating ARP poisoning involves security measures like port security, network segmentation, intrusion detection systems, and monitoring ARP traffics for anomalies. I hope so, guys, you would have got the answer for the same question. So basically, this is one of the most important questions, guys. So have a look on this one. So let's move to our next question. And the next question is one of the most important questions which are frequently asked. That is, explain the steps of the ethical hacking process. So guys, the ethical hacking process typically involves several key steps to systematically identify vulnerabilities. This helps identify potential entry points for the attacks. Next is gaining access, then attempt to exploit the identified vulnerabilities to gain access to the target system. This might involve using exploits or testing weak passwords. The fourth one is maintaining access. Once access is gained, ethical hackers might create a backdoor to maintain access for further testing. The fifth one is analysis. They analyze the results of the testing to understand the potential impact of the vulnerabilities, paths, and attackers could take the potential damage. The sixth step is reporting. Document all findings in a comprehensive report, including the vulnerabilities discovered, their potential impact, and recommendation for remediation. The seventh one is remediation. You will share the report with the organization's IT team and work collaboratively to fix the identified vulnerabilities and strengthen the security. The eighth one is verification. You have to verify the remediation efforts that have been successful by retesting the systems to ensure that the vulnerabilities have been effectively patched. The ninth step is documentation. Document the entire process from planning verification to future reference and to maintain the record of the assessment. And the 10th and the final step is continuous improvement. Ethical hacking is an ongoing process. Regularly reassessing system, staying updated on the new threats, and adjusting security measures are essential for maintaining a strong cybersecurity posture. So these were the steps involved in the ethical hacking process. So the next question is, your interviewer can ask something like this: name a few common tools used in ethical hacking. So you can answer and provide these tools such as Nmap, Wireshark, Nessus, and Burpsuit. I hope so, guys, you would have got the answer for this question. So now let's move to the next question. So guys, the next question is, what is a zero-day vulnerability? So guys, a zero-day vulnerability is a security flaw in a software that's exploited by hackers before developers are aware of it. Because there are 0 days to fix it, it leaves systems exposed, thus allowing for unauthorized access or malicious actions. Mitigation involves rapid patching or security measures until a fix is available. I hope so, guys, you would have got an answer for the same. Now let's move to the next question. So guys, our next question is, why is it crucial to obtain permission before conducting an ethical hacking assessment? So interviewer can try to assess your ethical skills. So you can provide an answer for the same because unauthorized hacking can have legal and ethical implications. So that's why it's crucial to obtain permission before conducting any ethical hacking assessment. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, what is the difference between active and passive reconnaissance? So guys, as we know that passive reconnaissance involves collecting information without directly interacting with the target system, while as active reconnaissance involves probing and interacting. I hope so, guys. This is a short difference between active and passive reconnaissance. Now let's move on to the next question. The next question is, what are the laws and regulations should ethical hackers be aware of? This is also one of the most important questions, so you can answer something like this. Laws like Computer Fraud and Abuse Act (CFAA) in the United States and the General Data Protection Regulation in the European Union are some of the laws and regulations which basically ethical hackers should be aware of. There are many more, but you can answer these two. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, why is responsible disclosure important? Actually, guys, responsible disclosure is very important because it involves reporting vulnerabilities to the software vendor before making them public. So that's why it is very important to share the responsible disclosure. I hope so, guys, you would have got the answer for the same. Now let's move to the next question. So, guys, your interviewer can also ask this question to assess your ethical skill. And the question is, can you hack a system without permission to demonstrate vulnerabilities to the owner? And the answer is, hacking without explicit permission is illegal and ethical. So you have to answer like this to your interviewer, where you can say without any explicit permission, it is illegal and kind of ethical. So I would not do it. I hope so, guys, you would have got the answer for the same. Now let's move on to the next question. And our next question is, what are the potential consequences of ethical hacking gone wrong? And the answer is, so guys, the potential consequences if ethical hacking goes wrong, they have kind of unintended consequences that includes system downtime, data breaches, or legal actions against the ethical hacker. So it's very important when you perform your ethical hacking, you should have to measure your steps and do not follow any wrong track. I hope so, guys, would have got the answer for the same. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, explain the concept of honeypot. So guys, what is a honeypot? Honeypot is basically a decoy system which is designed to attract attackers. It helps security professionals to study attackers' technique and gather the intelligence. That's all about honeypot. This is kind of very interesting keyword, so you might expect some question on it. Now let's move on to the next question. That is, what is fuzz testing or fuzzing? Basically, guys, a fuzz testing involves inputting random, unexpected, or malformed data into a program to uncover its vulnerabilities. That involves the fuzzing or the fuzz testing. I hope so, guys, you would have got the answer for the same. Basically, guys, these tests are performed to help improve the system security and discover the vulnerabilities. Now let's move on to our next question. That is, describe a buffer flow vulnerability and how it can be exploited. So guys, a buffer flow vulnerability occurs when a program writes more data into a buffer that it can hold, thus causing excess data to override the adjacent memory location. This can lead to crashes, unauthorized code execution, and potential security breaches. Exploiting it involves like crafting malicious input that triggers the overflow, injecting malicious code into the overwritten memory, and executing it to gain control over the program or system. Proper input validation, buffer size checks, and memory protection mechanisms helps prevent such vulnerabilities. So, this is the answer for the same question. Now let's move on to our next question. Our next question is, explain the concept of session hijacking or session fixation. So basically, guys, session hijacking or session fixation involves stealing or taking control of an authenticated user's session, potentially leading to unauthorized access, thus causing a cyber attack. I hope so, guys, you would have got the answer for the same. Now let's move on to our next question. So guys, our next question is, what is privilege escalation? So guys, privilege escalation involves gaining higher levels of access rights than intended, thus allowing attackers to access sensitive resources. This is all about privilege escalation, where you will achieve all the higher level access rights than you are provided. This will help to access all the sensitive resources so that thus allowing a hacker to cause an attack. I hope so, guys, you would have got the answer for the same. What is privilege escalation? Now we move to our final question, that is, how can you secure a wireless network against the attack? It is a very important question and kind of a very interesting question. So guys, we will answer this question something like this. So guys, securing a wireless network against attacks involves implementing various measures to protect its confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Here are some of the key steps. So the first step is change default credentials. Update default usernames, passwords for routers, and access points to strong and unique ones. The second one is use strong encryption. Employ WPA3.
Very important for the exam perspective. You will definitely.
Next step is reporting. Document all findings in a comprehensive report, including the vulnerabilities discovered, their potential impact, and recommendation for remediation. The seventh one is remediation. You will share the report with the organization's IT team and work collaboratively to fix the identified vulnerabilities and strengthen the security. The eighth one is verification. You have to verify the remediation efforts that have been successful by retesting the systems to ensure that the vulnerabilities have been effectively patched. The ninth step is documentation. Document the entire process from planning verification to future reference and to maintain the record of the assessment. And the 10th and the final step is continuous improvement. Ethical hacking is an ongoing process. Regularly reassessing system, staying updated on the new threats, and adjusting security measures are essential for maintaining a strong cybersecurity posture. So these were the steps involved in the ethical hacking process. So the next question is, your interviewer can ask something like this: name a few common tools used in ethical hacking. So you can answer and provide these tools such as Nmap, Wireshark, Nessus, and Burpsuit. I hope so guys, you would have got the answer for this question. So now let's move to the next question. So guys, the next question is, what is a zero-day vulnerability? So guys, a zero-day vulnerability is a security flaw in a software that's exploited by hackers before developers are aware of it. Because there are 0 days to fix it, it leaves systems exposed, thus allowing for unauthorized access or malicious actions. Mitigation involves rapid patching or security measures until a fix is available. I hope so guys, you would have got an answer for the same. Now let's move to the next question. So guys, our next question is, why is it crucial to obtain permission before conducting an ethical hacking assessment? So interviewer can try to assess your ethical skills. So you can provide an answer for the same because unauthorized hacking can have legal and ethical implication. So that's why it's crucial to obtain permission before conducting any ethical hacking assessment. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, what is the difference between active and passive reconnaissance? So guys, as we know that passive reconnaissance involves collecting information without directly interacting with the target system, while as active reconnaissance involves probing and interacting. I hope so guys, this is a short difference between active and passive reconnaissance. Now let's move on to the next question. The next question is, what are the laws and regulations should ethical hackers be aware of? This is also one of the most important questions, so you can answer something like this. Laws like Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, CFAA in the United States, and the General Data Protection Regulation in the European Union are some of the laws and regulations which basically ethical hackers should be aware of. There are many more, but you can answer these two. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, why is responsible disclosure important? Actually guys, responsible disclosure is very important because it involves reporting vulnerabilities to the software vendor before making them public. So that's why it is very important to share the responsible disclosure. I hope so guys, you would have got the answer for the same. Now let's move to the next question. So guys, your interviewer can also ask this question to assess your ethical skill. And the question is, can you hack a system without permission to demonstrate vulnerabilities to the owner? And the answer is, hacking without explicit permission is illegal and ethical. So you have to answer like this to your interviewer, where you can say without any explicit permission, it is illegal and kind of ethical. So I would not do it. I hope so guys, you would have got the answer for the same. Now let's move on to the next question. And our next question is, what are the potential consequences of ethical hacking gone wrong? And the answer is, so guys, the potential consequences if ethical hacking goes wrong, they have kind of unintended consequences that includes system downtime, data breaches, or legal actions against the ethical hacker. So it's very important when you perform your ethical hacking, you should have to measure your steps and do not follow any wrong track. I hope so guys, you would have got the answer for the same. Now let's move on to the next question. And the next question is, explain the concept of honeypot. So guys, what is a honeypot? Honeypot is basically a decoy system which is designed to attract attackers. It helps security professionals to study attackers' technique and gather the intelligence. That's all about honeypot. This is kind of very interesting keyword, so you might expect some question on it. Now let's move on to the next question. That is, what is fuzz testing or fuzzing? Basically guys, a fuzz testing involves inputting random, unexpected or malformed data into a program to uncover its vulnerabilities. That involves the fuzzing or the fuzz testing. I hope so guys, you would have got the answer for the same. Basically guys, these tests are performed to help improve the system security and discover the vulnerabilities. Now let's move on to our next question. That is, describe a buffer flow vulnerability and how it can be exploited. So guys, a buffer flow vulnerability occurs when a program writes more data into a buffer that it can hold, thus causing excess data to override the adjacent memory location. This can lead to crashes, unauthorized code execution, and potential security breaches. Exploiting it involves like crafting malicious input that triggers the overflow, injecting malicious code into the overwritten memory, and executing it to gain control over the program or system. Proper input validation, buffer size checks, and memory protection mechanisms helps prevent such vulnerabilities. So, this is the answer for the same question. Now let's move on to our next question. Our next question is, explain the concept of session hijacking or session fixation. So basically guys, session hijacking or session fixation involves stealing or taking control of an authenticated user's session, potentially leading to unauthorized access, thus causing a cyber attack. I hope so guys, you would have got the answer for the same. Now let's move on to our next question. So guys, our next question is, what is privilege escalation? So guys, privilege escalation involves gaining higher levels of access rights than intended, thus allowing attackers to access sensitive resources. This is all about privilege escalation, where you will achieve all the higher level access rights than you are provided. This will help to access all the sensitive resources so that thus allowing a hacker to cause an attack. I hope so guys, you would have got the answer for the same. What is privilege escalation? Now we move to our final question, that is, how can you secure a wireless network against the attack? It is a very important question and kind of a very interesting question. So guys, we will answer this question something like this. So guys, securing a wireless network against attacks involves implementing various measures to protect its confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Here are some of the key steps. So the first step is change default credentials. Update default usernames, passwords for routers, and access points to strong and unique ones. The second one is use strong encryption. Employ WPA3, which is Wi-Fi protected access 3, encryptions and strong passwords. Avoid using WEP or WPA 1x2 as they are less secure. The third step is you have to disable the SSID broadcasting. Hide your network's name to make sure that it is less visible to the attackers. The fourth one is you have to implement the MAC filtering. Only allow specific devices to connect by whistling their MAC address. The fifth one is regular firmware updates. Keep a router device and firmware to date fix security vulnerabilities. The sixth step is you have to enable the firewall. Use the built-in firewall in your router to filter incoming and outgoing traffic. Seventh step is network segmentation. Create guest networks to isolate guest devices from your main network. The eighth step is intrusion detection or prevention. Set up systems that can detect and prevent unauthorized access and attempts. The ninth step can be a physical security. You have to place routers in secure locations to prevent physical tampering. The 10th step can be disabling remote management. Turn off remote management options unless it is required. And the final could be VPN. Set up a virtual private network for secure remote access to your network. I hope so guys, you would have got the answer for the same.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, and much more from the IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. Repeat. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of cybersecurity.